with us and appreciate them as always. Case of emergency, you got 2 doors here on the west side leading out to exits at either side. All right, let's see. Roll call, which I always forget. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir.
Member Booth. Here. Member Klein. Yes. Member Davis. Here. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green.
Yes.
Member Green is with us online?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Hymas? Here. Member Carey?
Here.
Member Lear?
Here.
Member Norton?
Here.
Member Reel?
Here.
Member Straight?
Here.
Member Wood?
Yes.
And Member Moss is here. All right, we are all here. We've got one online. Let us, oh, you know what? I forgot to ask for a pledge. Member Wood, any chance you might lead us in a pledge? You're the last name I saw. Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, thank you. And we are scheduled to hear from Member Randy Booth with our member message today. Are you set with what you need for tech backup and anything else?
Is it working? Yep. All right. I'm excited to share some thoughts with you today. It was my birthday a couple of days ago, and I kind of received just a few hundred little reminders that I'm getting older from great friends all over the world. And it was kind of exciting because my friends, are in about 45 different countries that I've had a chance to visit through the years. And I looked at those pictures as they sent their happy birthday greetings. And I just realized how enriched my life has been by the friends that I have been privileged to come to know and love all over the world. One of those friends was a member of my performing group, and his brother is up on the screen right now. His name is Mauli Jr. Bonner. And Mauli is a father, very much interested in his children. And right now we're going to just look in on a conversation that he had with his son after his son came home to report what he learned today at school. So here's Mauli Bonner. We'll have it in just 1 second.
Member Booth, feel free to sing to us if you feel so inclined while we wait. I'm not, we've had this before. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Randy. Happy birthday to you.
Love the harmony. Okay, I think we might hear him now. You're going to like him. He's really a cool guy. Well, maybe.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. We understand there's just one little button, and I don't know what it is, but it gets clicked, and I find myself in this situation frequently.
I sing. And
There we are.
let's write a song from scratch.
Oh, we lost it.
Emotions or whatever else, I sing and I make up songs, and it's my therapy. It's my release. And when I was making my first film, Green Flake, and reading some of the heavy things about an early pioneer, enslaved pioneer, I had to keep stopping and just writing songs and music, and it helped me get through it. And so I wanted to just make up a song about what happened today. I sat down with my son, and because they were learning about American history today, and I wanted to know what he learned. And so I'm going to make up a song about what that was like. We sat down on the couch,
Sorry, you might not want to watch that.
put some sauce on my voice to make it sound nice. And I asked him how his day was. He said, I learned a lot in school today about the Civil War. I smiled and said to him that it's great. Geo tell me more. They talked about Abraham. They talked about war. He talked about Southerners. I said, tell me what. He said they were leaving. Then I asked him why. He said, I don't know, Dad. I started to cry. He said, did I say something wrong, Dad? I said, no, son, it's not your fault. We talked about history. They left out your ancestry. That's what made me so sad. I realized that they talked about Abraham, the Civil War, the Southerners, they wanted to leave the Union. He was telling me these things. And how do you talk about all that without his people, my people? They never said black. They never said slave. They never said free. How did that escape? They skipped all of that. And I asked myself why. It hurt me down to my car. I couldn't help but cry. So I'm telling you, teach your child history. Don't let it be a mystery. If you ask me why should I? Because it happened. Because it happened. People were enslaved and then some never lived to see the day to say I'm free. Yeah.
So I'll send you a link so you can watch it without the problems of sync and matching up. Mally is one of thousands and thousands of parents and grandparents in the state of Utah who love their children and for whom each child's success and happiness is their priority. Just close your eyes for a second and remember the countless parents and family members with whom you volunteered to help provide a place, a safe learning environment where their kids can discover, explore, and pursue their dreams. You know them. Many of them are here today. And when those committed parents join with Utah's teachers and leaders of learning, remaining forever focused on each child, our child has the best opportunity to grow and learn. Today's world can sometimes be a scary place, especially for kids, but even for adults. Confusion, fear, and loneliness have crept into Utah's homes and schools, even in the workplace. It follows us everywhere, with social media and the internet right in our pocket. The quicker we can make a concerted effort to listen to one another, the sooner we push pause on our endless quest of how can I get and focus instead on what can I give, the more success we will find in achieving our shared goals for public education. In this month of candy, hearts, and roses, when we celebrate love, we could all use a great big dose of kindness, acceptance, welcome, belonging, good old-fashioned caring in our Valentine boxes. A little love, and I do mean the real thing backed up by committed action, goes a long way in mending hearts, opening doors, and helping children and their parents and teachers move confidently forward together. So let's bring it on. Feel the love, walk in somebody else's shoes for an hour or two, give your love away, watch out for the ones for whom that simple breath of kindness can make a difference. One by one, with unfailing dedication to the long haul, our love will find a way. So last night I wrote a song, and you're hearing a little bit, and I'll share the rest of it with you. Every day I choose to love, I gratefully remember to lift and serve, happy to help others through their day. When I try to be more kind and find what's right with my neighbor, I listen more. I choose good words that build them on their way. We will sing a new song, a song we learned so long ago. Walk with me in joy and tears. Let love's message fill our ears. Talk with me and be my friend. Hold me so our hearts can mend. Together we will sing a new love song. Together we'll sing a new love song. When I feel alone, not knowing where to turn, love can light the way so I can learn. We can learn. We will sing a new song, a song we learned so long ago. Talk with me in joy and tears. Let love's message fill our ears. Talk with me and be my friend. Hold me so our hearts can mend. Together we will sing a new love song. Together we'll sing a new love song. A new love song we will sing as one. A new love song. That's it.
Thank you, Member Booth. Yeah. When I was asking for you to sing, I thought it might come up at some point. Spectacular. Thank you, Randy, for the thought and the message. It's not a full meeting till we hear from that kind of stuff from Randy. Okay, thank you, sir. Let's move to our education highlight, and we will turn to our communications coordinator, Kelsey James.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I'm going to take a little point of personal privilege here so that I can introduce two new faces you may have seen hanging around with us in the past few weeks. We have two interns that are helping us during the legislative session, and I just want to introduce them and make sure you're all aware of who they are, so you can know them and speak to them if you need. So first we have Abel Huskinson. He's up there in the back. So Abel is USBE's full-time legislative intern for the 2024 session. He's recently graduated from BYU, where he received his degree in sociology and a minor in political science. You're going to see him hanging around a lot with Superintendent or Deputy Superintendent Stallings and the rest of the policy team, attending committee meetings, tracking legislation, supporting the weekly legislative meetings, and conducting bill research. And following this internship, Abel plans to graduate school in the fall to pursue his PhD, or to attend graduate school in the fall to pursue his PhD in sociology. So we wish him the best of luck with that. Thank you, Abel. Our next intern is Jace Greenemeyer, who's out there in the back in the sharp-looking uniform. Jace is a senior at the Utah Military Academy Charter School and will be interning with USBE on Thursdays during the session, so you'll see him at all of our meetings this session. He was previously an intern for Representative Jefferson Burton and Congressman Blake Moore. And following graduation, Jace will be attending Valley Forge Military College as part of the Army's early commissioning program. So congratulations to Jace. Thank you to both of them. Next, I'm going to welcome up some wonderful guests that we have with us today. I will introduce one of them, and then I will let her introduce our most special guest. So first we have Wendy Rex Apset. I hope I said your last name right. Thank you. She is the Public History Program Manager and the National History Day State Coordinator for the Utah Historical Society. So she's the one that helps put together that Utah History Day on the Hill that you were all invited to on Monday of this week. So I'll turn the time over to her, and she can introduce the person she brought with her today. Yeah, if you hit that person-looking button.
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for having us here today. As Kelsey mentioned, I am a historian. I work at the Utah Historical Society, and I direct Utah's National History Day affiliate program, which was created in Utah in 1980 at Utah State University in the history department there, and you might recognize it by its earlier name, Utah History Fair. So History Day it's a little bit like science fair. Students do a historical research project, and then they compete in a series of tournaments. In History Day, they have a lot of choice. They can choose to create an exhibit, a documentary film, a website, a paper, or a performance to present their research. And we serve 4th through 12th grades in a variety of schools across the state. We hold 7 regional contests in February and March, and a state contest in April. And in June, we take about 60 Utah students to compete at the national level, alongside almost 3,000 students from across the country and from overseas who compete in the national contest. And we have just the honor of presenting some of their work at the state capitol every day at Utah, or every year at Utah History Day on the Hill, which is part of Utah History Month, which we commemorate in January every year. So National History Day is all about engaged teaching and learning. Our students discover history by actually doing history. And in the process, they meet many of the targets that are outlined in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. They develop mastery and historical literacy by exploring a topic in depth. They develop critical thinking skills by analyzing historical documents, images, and artifacts, investigating different points of view, and drawing conclusions based on evidence. They develop digital literacy by learning to research and identify credible information on the internet. They develop communication skills and creativity as they present their work. And they meet more than 25 core standards in social studies, English language arts, and other disciplines, all in one project. And what I think is very exciting is that they have their own aha moments about how the past continues to shape the present. So they really do build research, analysis, writing, and presentation skills that will benefit them throughout school, through college, and in their careers. Now, I am very happy to introduce to you Kimari Perng. She is a sophomore at Mountain Heights Academy. She has produced 2 award-winning NHD documentaries, and she was a member of our national team last year. Kamari?
Thank you so much. The NBA recognizes the 3 trailblazers, Earl Lloyd, Nat Clifton, and Chuck Cooper, as the players who broke pro basketball's color barrier in 1950. But the first non-Caucasian player actually came 3 years earlier and wasn't who you'd probably expect. Japanese-American, Utah-born athlete Walt Misaka was drafted by the New York Knicks and became basketball's Jackie Robinson. He quietly broke the NBA's color barrier in 1947. I was surprised to learn of Walt Misaka's story, but I was even more surprised to learn that other people didn't know his story either. Walt's story is one that's deeply ingrained in American history and culture, but it isn't well recognized. It was for that very reason that I decided to choose this topic. I mean, imagine, it was someone who looked like me that blazed the trail for basketball legends like Jeremy Lin, Michael Jordan, and Kobe Bryant. Why is this story untold? I was first introduced to National History Day in 8th grade. I was new to Mountain Heights Academy, and my teacher reached out and see if I wanted to compete in NHD. I've participated in the STEM fair and reflections contest before, but I've never heard of National History Day. I had no clue what it was about, how much time it would take, or what I'd be doing. Honestly, most people my age think history is boring. And yes, I'll admit, I did too at one point. That was until participating in this competition. You get to choose from different categories for your projects. Students can create displays, websites, write papers, act, or create documentaries. This program makes history fun. It makes it entertaining. Everyone learns in a different way. That's why it's so special. It allows us to make it our own and gives a creative aspect to the past. But it isn't your average history assignment. It's a project separate from the rest of your classes. It's taught me how to balance schoolwork and extracurricular activities, manage time, and meet deadlines. It harnesses our critical thinking skills and shows us how to make connections to the past and strengthens our writing, all skills which I will utilize for the rest of my life. My first year, my project was on the Japanese internment camps. I chose to do a documentary because I love the creative process of editing. Documentaries give you the freedom to express history in such a unique way. It allows the audience to not only see or hear, but feel what was going on during that time period. I made it to state that first year, and I fell in love with history. My second year, I knew straight away that I was going to enter a documentary again, and I was ecstatic and very lucky to make it to the national level. I didn't realize how big this competition was until I arrived at the welcoming ceremony. I remember walking up to McKildon Mall and seeing a sea of kids from all 50 states and all over the world. There were international students from Korea, Singapore. It was incredible. While in DC, we were given a tour of the Capitol, and we even met Senator Mitt Romney. Through this trip, I made connections with other students from all over Utah. The competition itself was super exciting and a little nerve-wracking. NHD has taught me how valuable history is. It means never forgetting the past. It's an opportunity for the younger generation to examine history and, most importantly, learn from it. I could read 1,000 history books throughout all my years of school, but I would have never thought that history could be so entertaining. I found my passion for filmmaking through National History Day. It has given me so many opportunities that I wouldn't have had before. It has genuinely made such an impact on my life. I've made connections with the executive director at the Nisei Veterans Memorial Center, PBS, and it has given me the opportunity to speak with you all today. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my experience with National History Day. It was unforgettable and something I will take with me for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Joanna Sorensen, pre-K 6th grade social studies specialist here at USBE. Education and NBA, my 2 favorite things. What could be better? As is probably obvious to you, it is such a pleasure to work with state history, especially when we get to interact with the students who participate in these projects. History Day on the Hill was on Monday this last week, and I saw Board Member Wood there, and she can probably attest to all of you how incredible these young people are and the amazing learning experiences that they get to have in participating with this project. If you missed Monday, it's a busy time of year for you all, but you would still like to be involved or experience History Day. Regional competitions that Wendy mentioned are coming up in the next month or so, and they are always in need of judges. So if you're interested in participating that way, let me or Robert know and we can get you the information. Thank you for having us this morning. I think we're ready for any questions you may have.
Board members, questions, comments?
Yeah. Yes, I can have a link sent out if you guys would like to see it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your work and to everybody who helped you get to where you are. We'll watch in great enjoyment to check out the documentary and see where you go from here. Thanks a ton. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, your mom is here. Can we embarrass your mom for just a minute? I sort of mentioned all that helped you, and this is, of course, thank you. Right on. Thank you all. All right, we'll move to public comment. We are limited to 2 minutes per person. I'll just read the rules. As always, a comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, please submit that material in writing to the board at publiccomments@schools.utah.gov. Okay, first on the list, we have Kevin Koros. I think by Zoom. You with us, Kevin?
Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Am I good to go?
You are. Welcome.
Okay. Hi. Hey, good morning, board, and thank you, chair and committee members and board members. Sorry. My name is Dr. Kevin Cruz. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking about two things. First, last time I spoke last month, I was told I received the golden ticket, but I'd never received my lifetime supply of chocolate. So please let me know who I'm supposed to reach out to for that. I appreciate it.
I think that would be Member Booth.
Okay. And I also wanted to make a comment on R237. Okay, it's on repeat there. And initially, I was going to make some comments about ideological arguments, but in just some careful thought, I just realized kind of what's the point. And also, I'm just kind of tired of seeing politics in our educational decisions. They should be about students. My son's turning 4 years old on Sunday, and he's just about to start his educational journey in Utah Public Schools. And it concerns me to think about what that's going to look like for him throughout his journey. So I am a little angry that the Utah legislature wants to override rules that you all make, who committee members elected to make those decisions. And I just hope as you all move forward with this that we put students' interests first over politics, and understand that not every rule can satisfy every need, just like not every intervention can satisfy every need. And we might need multiple rules. And I also think that it would be helpful for the board to implement some measures to assess the impact of the policies or rules that they make. Because a lot of what we heard from last month was, there's no evidence of its impact. And so I think that having some sort of way to measure impacts of new rules or changes would be very helpful in making some data-informed decisions on what's best for Utah students. So I do appreciate your time, and thank you for the work you are doing for Utah students. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Renee Pinkney.
go. The green light is on. Good morning, Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl is here, I know, and Vice Chair Hart, and fellow board members. Renee Pinkney, a proud history teacher, serving as the UEA president. And I am here to ask for your support for House Bill 221, Stipends for Future Teachers. That is being sponsored by Representative Karen Peterson. UEA is incredibly grateful to Representative Peterson for collaborating with us and sponsoring this bill. I recently spoke to an aspiring educator and asked them, what could this mean in the future? And he said, a grant will increase accessibility to student teaching programs for aspiring educators who come from economically underprivileged backgrounds. It may allow student teachers to dedicate more time and energy to their student teaching, leading to better outcomes for themselves and their students, and grants may incentivize more individuals from all backgrounds to pursue teacher preparation programs, which will build a more qualified and resilient force of professionals to face the shortages of teachers in the state of Utah. And I remember doing my student teaching, 30 years ago or so, and my cooperating teacher would introduce me to other teachers at Woods Cross High School, and he would say, this is Renee. She works for me for free. So I think we can do right by our aspiring educators and give them the opportunity to go through their student teaching program and offset the cost for their tuition that they are still paying. Many of them don't realize they are going to have to quit their jobs and they drop out of their programs. And we really need highly qualified educators in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Cody Eflin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I come before you today as a parent in Tooele County. I want to share my deep concerns and frustrations regarding the $50 million budget cut that has hit the Tooele County School District mid-year. In 2017, Tooele County District began a partnership with MyTech High. Challenges emerged over time, leading to a decision to not renew the contract with MyTech High for the 23-24 school year. Following this decision, the district continued to adhere to the state's own approved budget process, a routine practice that districts have followed for years. Per Utah State Code, funding relies on a combination of prior year enrollment numbers and current year growth. The state provided the district with estimated budget numbers in April of 23, which the district used to build its budget for the current school year. The budget was presented at a budget hearing in June and approved in August by the state. Despite this, November 28th, the district was notified of an unprecedented mid-year budget cut that was retroactively reflected on the current allotment just 2 days later. A sudden 25% cut in the middle of the school year is not an acceptable way for the state to clarify its own code. To compound my frustration further is the inconsistency in how other districts, which have also decided not to renew online contracts, were treated differently. When Tooele County School District acquired students leaving Provo School District in 2017, Provo received full funding for those students, while we're now being retroactively denied the same. I urge the board to consider the impact these budget cuts are having on the ability for kids and teachers and the families of Tooele County for our students to have the same right for that education. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Wendy Hart.
There we go. Okay. And
Thank you, board members. My name is Wendy Hart. You've received several emails from me based about the math standards. So I just wanted to address you again. This is very important to me. I would ask you to please adopt the California 1997 Green Dot standards for our new math standards. They have a track record of over a decade of being able to increase enrollment and completion of Algebra 1 at the 8th grade level, as well as reducing the achievement gaps in the different demographic groups. Let's not experiment on our kids any longer. The 2010 standards were rated as developmentally inappropriate by over 500 K through early education experts for the grades K through 3. Our new math standards should have the goal to prepare all students to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, to teach overriding concepts in a logically coherent manner so that each concept builds on the previous one. Allow the standard courses of Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 instead of integrated math. Do not use calculators. Math is about patterns. They are very hard to see if you're using decimals, and calculators. Require fluency with basic math facts, especially multiplication. Remove the standards for mathematical practice and do not stipulate how a concept is to be taught. And most importantly, adopt standards that parents will be able to help their children learn. But all that aside, I am here today because for over a decade of hearing stories of children and parents who have struggled with math in our school system. There are not just a few experiences, there are hundreds, and they occur on a fairly regular basis. Just this past Monday, I was in an appointment where a woman told me of the struggles of her 7th grader that he was having in math. There is a young man who has always been successful in school and takes great pride in his accomplishments, but he will no longer even try to do math and is convinced of his inability. There's a young college graduate who informed me that she would have tried for a STEM field if she had felt more confident in math. And there's the young man who has rejected college altogether because of his K-12 experiences, despite being able to grasp the concepts of calculus, but not the foundations behind it. Story after story. So my plea again is to adopt something tried and true. Let's not reinvent the wheel and let's not experiment on our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Lexi Cunningham. We'll come back to Lexi. Julie Clough with Utah PTA.
Good morning. I'm Julie Clough. I'm president-elect for Utah PTA. And I have to admit, this meeting snuck up on me. I can't believe it's March or February 1st. Don't know about you guys. Super busy, but happy to be here. I always try to prepare, but I don't like to read, so I might just summarize. We've been going crazy. I wish Corey was here today, but she's at another meeting, and so is my education commissioner, and so is my advocacy director. So we're all kind of going different directions today. But I wanted to share some positives that are happening in our school. We have some great PTA things happening. I encourage you to, if you have time, to go look at the Utah PTA Facebook page and look through our regions as they've been sharing the positives that are happening in their schools. Some of the highlights that I have enjoyed are the things that they're doing with their school mascots and the diversity walks and their fundraisers and their spirit nights and their parent nights. They're connecting with their communities and they're building their communities, and I love to see that. This fall, I shared with you guys the 2022 volunteer hours report. It was just a little over 700,000 hours that was given to the schools on behalf of parents volunteering in the classrooms. On January 9th, we had the opportunity to present a symbolic check to the governor for $30,699,020.40, which represented 965,000 hours of volunteer service to our schools. I share that with you because that amount and those hours represent the dedication of thousands of parents who believe in and support public education and value the partnership that we have together. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Curtis Linton.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me be here today and make a comment. And may I begin by thanking you, Board Member Booth, for what you shared this morning, especially highlighting Malia Bonner and his son's experience in the classroom. It's very relevant to this month and to the conversation. I speak today in regards to draft 2 of R277328. And first, I honor the board for making the necessary changes to bring it into compliance with the law. All in all, I would ask all of you to support draft 2. With that expression of support, I also want to talk about the challenge that I see with this rule, and really with the political efforts in the legislature and even that have hit this board. My challenge with draft 2 is that it primarily focuses on making sure that majority students feel comfortable within the school and the learning environment. There's not a lot of language in there to ensure safety of marginalized students. Being uncomfortable in a tough discussion is very different from being unsafe in school. And let me just share 2 experiences within the past 2 weeks. First, my daughter, 2 weeks ago, black daughter, was walking through her high school, and white girls were walking down the hall chanting with their arms locked, "We are African slavees, we are African slavees." My daughter had to take and live that. She's one of the only black students in her high school. 2 weeks ago, in a middle school here in Utah, a white student asked a black student if he could have the M pass. The black student said no and explained why that is wrong. The white student said, "Oh well," proceeded to call him the N-word and continued to harass him despite the intervention of the principal for 2 weeks. Last week, the black boy had enough. He pushed back, physically pushed back at the white boy. They ended up in a fight. The black boy's arm was broken, and they were both suspended for engaging in a fight from a situation which began with racial harassment. I ask you that whatever happens today with R277328, that you redouble your efforts to ensure that there is safety for students who are showing up at school with an identity which might not match their peers. Move forward with everything you are doing. Pass draft 2, keep it in place, but please consider that just because you or your children may not have experienced some of these things, it may be highly impactful on students who are experiencing these things. Thank you much for this consideration.
Thank you, Curtis. Cordero Baxter.
Hi. I'd like to briefly address the decision of the UPPAC to deny my background for initial teacher licensure. The minute I received notification that my background was subject to review by UPPAC, I immediately stopped everything that I was doing and sent court documents and police reports and a personal narrative, everything that was requested. But it took nearly 3 months of back and forth communication between myself and the UPPAC just to have the UPPAC recommend that my background be denied. Over the 3 months, there was a denial that the state provides enough resources to adequately review backgrounds in general. There was anger towards me for quote unquote refusing to cooperate, for providing too much information intentionally. There was name calling where I was called fragile and incompetent. There was bargaining and asking me how the UPPAC could help me to help myself. And what there never was understanding. I told the UPPAC that on my background, nothing there involved any other person. All the crimes were crimes of being a nuisance or being harm to myself. And they're better explained from what I told UPPAC by attempts to establish dominance and deviance in society. And at the time when I got these things on my background, I actually was a victim advocate, and I was a part-time social worker at a group home, a boys group home for sex offenses, and really sensitive to issues. And since then, I've moved on to enroll in an MAT program in special education, where I hope to be able to do student teaching and realize that not every fight is my fight. And as a matter of fact, nothing that is relevant to any reason for the denial of my background check is my fight anymore. So, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Cordero. Next, Monica. Oh, we've got Lexi Cunningham, then Monica Wilbur. Going back up to the top if Lexi's with us. There we go.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Chair Moss, Vice Chair Hart, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Today, you will be talking about an agenda item, data sharing for advertising, school options, and potential amendments to board rule. I would just like to share that we do have some concerns about this idea of data sharing for advertising. We understand the purpose of the rule, but when we are talking about data sharing for advertising, that really takes us into a different realm that we haven't been before. We'd like you to consider in your conversations what that's going to look like. Please know that we have districts that currently do not allow any data to be shared for advertising purposes. And so you will be asking districts to either rewrite or break a board policy that they currently have. We are also hearing from parents that not all parents are aware that this is taking place. And so we would like to know how the board will be advertising this to parents, that their data will be shared, whether it's in an opt-in or opt-out. Concerns about where will you draw the line with data sharing for advertising? Is it just for charter schools? Will it be for homeschool students? Will it be for Utah Fits All? There's just a lot of questions there. If you do decide to amend your board rule, we ask that you own the decision and that you put into place a process where you as the state board can manage this and not pass this responsibility on to the districts. They already have a lot to do, and this could become much more difficult than you imagine. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Lexi. Monica Wilbur.
Good morning, Board. Dr. Andrew Johnson, Professor of Literacy Instruction at Minnesota State, has called the science of reading a boondoggle. He shares my concern that flawed science of reading approaches pushed by Acadians and Lexia are harmful as they misapply literacy research in the classroom, creating functionally illiterate children. Thanks to SB 127 early literacy amendments, we've seen Utah adopt science of reading edtech programs, which create what Dr. Johnson calls, quote, grapheme, phoneme, guessing games, end quote, that hyper-focus on phonics at the expense of balanced literacy approaches. They also exhibit a depraved neglect of whole text classical literature. Finally, these corrupt SOR programs seriously undermine the natural process of creating meaning from the printed word. These tech-based gamified approaches to reading are deficit-based and unnecessary for upwards of 90% of readers. They only succeed in making the act of reading highly visible, meaning measurable. These algorithm-driven explicit reading programs give the state and the state's partners cognitive data that's used to justify continued psychometric experimentation on our children at the expense of their actual educations. Kids were reading better before these edtech programs. This information prefaces my request to the board to not incorporate by reference the Science of Reading evidence-based core criteria checklist into its board rule 406, early learning program and assessments. This checklist affirms not best practices, but worst practices. If the board really wants kids to be readers who love reading, this checklist is not the way. It is phonics heavy and intellectually sterile and transforms reading from a simple art into a complicated business that's bankrupting our children's minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. CJ Wilkinson, by Zoom, I believe. Okay, don't have CJ. On to Darlene McDonald by Zoom. We've got Darlene.
Hello, can you hear me
Welcome.
okay?
We got you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Moss, and to the members of the board for allowing me to have this time. I want to take this time, excuse me, to recognize board members who bravely stood up against a lot of political pressure to repeal the administrative rule R277328. We take the time to criticize elected officials when they do wrong. We do not, unfortunately, take the time to say thank you when they do right. I know that you are under, excuse me, a lot of pressure to fall in line. But I, along with many parents, thank you for being thoughtful and measured with your vote and allowing the necessary time for collaborative work. That is what's needed to ensure the success of our American political system. I ask that board members support the changes to R277328 that was written to comply with the new law. I also want to take this time to acknowledge Black History Month. Black History Month began in 1926 by Carter Woodson. Woodson initiated the first celebration of Negro History Week, which led to Black History Month in 1976. Black history was not included in textbooks or taught in American schools until the 1960s. We cannot teach a full and accurate history of America without including Black history. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, Darlene. Laurel Fetzer.
Good morning, board. My name is Laurel Fetzer. I'm from Murray, Utah. I would like to address the topic of the science of reading today and encourage you or Utah to adopt the use of science of reading as a method of teaching children to read in our schools. In my learning, the science of reading is a code for intensive phonics and is supposed to be an antidote to balanced literacy. If you look at some of the reports, the science of reading data is presented as being a solution for lower reading testing scores. But if you look deeper into the reading testing scores, the higher and lower scores followed states' poverty rates. Better reading scores are associated with higher economic standards of living and vice versa. Testing is not the best way to improve reading, but the science of reading is focused on improving testing scores. Improving reading is supported mostly by access to books in the home, and choice reading remains the strongest predictors of increasing reading and reading achievement. It would also be important to help build families and improve poverty rates in our communities. If you look at all the numbers and data in the book, 10 Global Trends Every Smart Person Should Know by Marion Tupy and Ronald Bailey, Better Trajectory up to 2020, our capitalistic society and freedom-focused education are what are pulling everyone around the world out of poverty, with our improved production capacity and many other measured outcomes. If we could keep this trajectory, we could improve the literacy rates in Utah and even globally if we focus on actually getting good books into more homes and help each parent teach their children to read. I also think we need to support curriculum that is based on a free capitalistic economy and not on any socialist, CRT, DEI-focused education. I encourage you to not include SOR or science of reading as a basis for Board Rule 406 for your standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. And I think our last comment is from Carolyn Charette.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak for a moment on R277460, the reading rule, particularly lines 90 through 92, which require schools to provide additional instruction to students who are behind in reading at another time in the school day outside regular instructional time or in the summer. This is reflective of a really outdated, I think, reading model where all students are given a core or regular reading instruction regardless of their need, and then what they really need is given to them later in the day when they're pulled out of something important that they are missing, and then there's no provision made for getting that instruction in. I think that, like, let me just explain it. APA, all of our students, I'm with American Prep, in a grade band, so K through 3, students are assessed, and then they're placed in their precise instructional level reading group for their core instruction. But that means I have 24 different groups, and I could have 24, technically, different core reading programs for those kids at their level. And so I'm not pulling them out later in the day. And to have a rule written so narrowly that says, this is the model, everybody does this, and then if they need help, you've got to do it in the summer or later in the day where they're going to miss history or something else. I think it reflects some, it could use some work on this rule. I would love to see a more broad and innovative language that allows schools to be innovative in how they address each student's precise instructional needs for reading. And this language right now isn't quite there. I would just encourage the board to relook at the language in this new rule 460 that would better support innovative teaching models for reading, allowing students to receive what you kind of consider core or their regular instruction would be their instruction at their precise level. So a dyslexic may receive a program for a full hour every day they're not missing something. That is their core reading program. Sorry if that was scattered. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right, that concludes our public comment. I think, did we have anybody we left and needed to double back? Got it? Okay. Thank you as always for making the time to come with us or join us by Zoom to give your thoughtful input on what we're working on here. Greatly appreciate it. Let's go on to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Dixon.
Good. All right. Thank you, Kelsey. Good morning, everybody. It's February 1st, my sister-in-law's birthday, and a delightful start to the month to hear music and celebrate birthdays and art, and I just enjoy being here with you all. We'll start off with our report on student art, and I don't see anyone in there. Oh, there's Lori. Thank you. And we are going to engage in more video. So hopefully we've got this queued up. Lori, do you want to introduce the art first or the video first?
The art first and then the video.
Thank you.
This is a little teaser waiting for you. Lori Bajewski, I'm your fine arts coordinator here at the Utah State Board of Education. It's my pleasure to bring you art from Scholars Academy in Tooele and Enoch Elementary School in Enoch. So on this wall, this is Scholars Academy, and we have the very first one. We have a little 3D action there, bubble blowing self-portraits by 4th graders. And they were looking at proportion, and they connected scale to all kinds of science vocabulary using a variety of materials. This little installation here on my left are little folding accordion books. And I invite you during one of the breaks to come and take a closer look. This was a 6th grade art project where students were introduced to the elements of art, and they created cues using different materials and styles to look at shape, color, value, line, form, and surface. And it's something where they can fold up, put in their pockets, and it's a really wonderful reminder about the elements of art. On the back wall, on this same back wall at Scholars Academy, 3rd graders did a whole wall of poinsettias, and they were focusing on learning the focal points and how different values of color interacted with one another. Okay, on the opposite wall, really interesting. This is from Enoch Elementary. Ms. Spagnola's students, she's our BTS arts educator, worked with 3rd and 5th graders. These are called Earth's Sphere Jars. And the 5th graders, the 3rd and the 5th approached this in a little different ways. The 5th graders looked at Earth spheres by researching a chosen habitat, looking at geospheres, biospheres, hydrospheres, and atmospheres. And then they chose their habitat and researched the plants and animals and water sources within all of those spheres. And then you can see they're all in these biosphere jars, and they watercolored and they cut out all of their images, and they were displayed with plastic coverings on each jar, giving the appearance of a glass jar. I think they're really delightful. And then I learned something looking at the back wall. We have a bunch of cyanotypes, and I learned that the Greek word cyanotype, it means dark blue substance. And this is an very early, one of the earliest forms of photography, as most of you probably know. It's over 170 years old. It requires no darkroom, and they use UV rays to create photosynthesis. They use sensitive paper, and then the light literally creates the images behind them. And this was 3rd and 5th graders. Ms. Johnson, she is our Iron County Arts Instructional Coach who worked with these students. The 5th graders, I learned more reading about this one. They actually looked at the physical and chemical processes of what happens when you combine ferric ammonium citrate and potassium ferricyanate to create this photosynthetic paper. Then they washed it on the paper, cut out the images, and voila, it's what you see on our beautiful back wall. The 3rd graders actually went to Zion. So they went to Zion National Park. They researched organisms and plant environments and created the images that you see behind us. So this month, a lot of arts, a lot of science connections. And in the spirit of how we started this meeting, I'm going to now turn to the video that we have queued up. And this is a Valentine from the BTS Arts principals and teachers talking about why the arts, why arts integration, and why Beverly Taylorson Arts Learning Program across all schools in the state of Utah. Enjoy.
I'm going to try to pull that up. It wasn't going in the slideshow, so I'm going to try to pull that up.
Seat, I'm listening to the teacher. You're bringing out that creative side in them. You are bringing out the joy.
The benefits for every kiddo in our building are just vast, right? And it's not just academic, it's social, it's emotional. It helps you work with the whole child.
I would say do anything it takes to try to make it work. And if that requires some creativity in your scheduling, some flexibility, the dividends are huge. It pays out in student achievement, in engagement, in the feeling in your school.
Culture is everything. Culture is everything. You can have amazing lessons and assessment, but if the culture is not set, if the relationships aren't in place of trust and inclusion and belonging, then the rest doesn't have the impact that it needs. That culture piece allows for so many students to find their spot. And I think that this program, the BTS program, has allowed for a school to have that.
Now that we have it, you're not going to be able to get rid of it from us. It's breathing a different sort of happiness in my building that wasn't there before.
We're doing an ask of teachers, right? Because we're asking to spend time. But primarily, it's going to be different. And ideally, it's just going to be putting that energy in a different place and hopefully in a place that's going to give back more to you as a teacher. Instead of spending so much energy and time in managing student behavior and responding to classroom problems, we're putting it on the front end by trying to design things that are going to be engaging. The fun, the excitement that comes from that gives so much to teachers.
It is absolutely helping every student in your school build confidence and build resilience and build the ability to take risks. You'd be foolish not to have it.
Thank you, Lori. I just so love that last line of we'd be foolish not to have it. And I so appreciate working for a board who values the arts, who prioritizes funding for the arts. So many times on the Hill, I've been asked by legislators, why do you need BTSA funding? Wouldn't schools just do this without the funding? It's like trying to make me, have me make the case. And it's the easiest case to make, to say arts and crafts and music have been in schools in Utah for a long time. But Beverly Taylor Sorts and Arts is a whole different way to think about the arts. It's a game changer. It's a connector. And just evidence of how Lori described the jars on the wall, that or the chemistry involved in art on the back wall. I mean, there's just such a different feel in our schools for the way that kids think about arts integrated and as a standalone, as Member Bogus has pointed out, the importance of that as well. But our schools are amazing when you walk in and see how the arts really can change the trajectory of outcomes for kids. So I really appreciate the board advocating for the arts, being a great supporter of BTSA and being able to highlight that on the Hill. So thank you, Lori, for all of your efforts. You stepped into a new role with a challenging time. So thank you so much for everything you do for our kiddos and for the arts. Right, next up we have our Employee of the Month, who happens to be already at the table with us, Miss Vanessa Barnes. Vanessa is being highlighted by her peers because she's somebody who goes above and beyond, not just for her team, but for everybody in the organization. She'll do things like volunteer to switch work shifts to help a peer who might have a family issue or something going on. She'll pick up extra shifts. She pitches in, assisting with all sorts of projects. And one of the things I so love about Vanessa is that she shows up at work just so positive and so full of sunshine and energy every day and willing to tackle a problem. And it's not just about showing up and putting in her time, but she really sees this as her way of contributing to the greater good of kiddos. And it's just something that I hope for every member of our organization, that they wake up and see how they are making a difference by even the little things that they do every day. Vanessa, she is really great at helping just on outside things, as I mentioned, while keeping all the policy demands, board rules, waiver demands. I mean, there's a lot that goes on that she manages working on the policy team. And yesterday it was fun to have her up on the Hill with us, handing out snacks to the legislators and to watch her interact with them and be so positive. She's just a great representative of our organization. We love Vanessa and just so honor her as a valued part of our team. So congratulations to Vanessa Barnes. In keeping with tradition in my report of connecting to our vision and mission, if you'll just, thank you, Ryan. So I don't know if all of you have taken the time to really look at the graphic. I know it was on our handout that you gave to legislators, but trying to capture the board's vision and mission and what that looks like in terms of your work, of our work together. So our vision really focusing on academic and organizational excellence in Utah education. I want to highlight some of the things that are going really well, and then also talk about how we're opening doors of opportunity for all Utah children as our mission. And I always reflect back on vision is where we're trying to get to, and mission is the way we do things. So I want to take some time to reflect on both of those today and make some highlights, and then definitely end with some areas that we still need work on. First of all, I want to highlight the ACT. You've heard a report out on the ACT. And one of the things that we've struggled with in the past is to try and reach better opportunities for kids hitting all of college readiness benchmarks. So in the past, we may have done well in one area, but we were lacking in really increasing our ability to hit what is called, it's how ACT looks at it and says, if you hit this certain mark on all of these components, you're a lot more likely to succeed in college. Finish on time, do well, get good grades in college, etc. And we've really worked on that, and we are now at the point where we had the highest statewide composite score among all the states that test all of their juniors. And there used to just be a handful of states that tested everyone, but now, Darren, are we up to how many states test all of their juniors? Okay, so up to possibly 15 states then. So we are number one in the percentage of students achieving each college readiness benchmark, which is amazing because that's where we used to struggle a little bit. And also all 4 college readiness benchmarks, and then the highest statewide composite score among those states that test all of their juniors. So that's really something to celebrate because that is not only our end of level metric, but also looking at how well our students are prepared for college. And it's a good comparative national look. Now let's move to international. We haven't done a lot to highlight the recent PISA assessment, in part because it's a pretty small n size. You know, it's not like we're testing all of our students or even a larger sample size like we do in NAEP, but it is it's 1 point of data and it's an international comparison. So Utah is the second highest rated state. I think we're just behind Massachusetts. We had the smallest post-pandemic mathematics score decline of any state, and we've talked a little bit about that on NAEP, but it also showed up on PISA. And then Utah students, based on these things, where PISA looked at this internationally, were expected to experience the smallest lifetime pandemic-related learning loss in the nation. Now, I just heard a report this morning on the way into work that nationally, in this last year, kids really showed dramatic improvement in picking up some of that time lost spent on learning during the pandemic, but we still have a ways to go. But Utah, as we will talk about in a minute with NAEP, you can see that we've stayed steady in some of these or haven't taken a dive like others. So based on this, as I mentioned, these are 15-year-old students that are tested in reading, math, and science to see how well prepared they are to meet the challenges of the future. And that's kind of the whole PISA background. It's not necessarily an assessment on how well they've done on our content, but how well are they prepared to meet the challenges of the future. That's how this is designed. And there's also some good correlation with NAEP. So again, Utah outperformed any other state except Massachusetts, and we also outperformed many other high-performing OECD countries like Finland, Sweden, New Zealand, Germany, France, and Norway. And we're happy to get you the full PISA report if you're interested in that data. NAEP is something that has been pointed to and reflected on quite often, and I've had the opportunity this past year to go around the country and make a couple of whistle stops of people wanting to know, what is Utah doing? Like, why do you continue to be consistent on NAEP, but also how did you stay steady in mathematics? And we'll be talking about the math standards today. You've heard testimony and concern about our standards, but in NAEP it shows that we really were able to demonstrate no significant decline in 8th grade mathematics. Our average scale score for Utah, which was 240, was significantly higher than the national public average scale score, which was 235. So again, NAEP is something where not every student is tested, but they take a representative sample. It's a significantly, statistically significant sample to be able to compare nationally. So there, we have about, I think, 1,700 students in each of the 2 grades for both subjects who took part in the test. Looking next at our graduation data. And the graduation rate, as we've mentioned prior, for 2023, the cohort was 88.3%, which is a steady increase. In 2017, where we kind of adjusted the way we measure graduation rates, that was 85.9%. So you can see over the last 6 years, we've continued to rise. At the same time, dropout rates have decreased from 16.25% to 9.8%. And we had significant increases among various subgroups that are identified by the federal government with various labels. And this includes students with disabilities, students learning English. The largest gain were students identified as Pacific Islander student group in this student group, and they went from 80.05% of students graduating to 82.31%. So really some significant efforts that have been made by our LEAs to increase that graduation rate, which is awesome. Now let's talk about some of the differences that we've made in providing opportunities for students. And I love listening to your conversations about how we open doors for students. How do we create more opportunities? How do we remove barriers? That's the really significant work of the board. And so when you're focused on policy around opening doors for students, I truly love to sit back and just listen to you dig into the data and debate policy and try to do those things that make a difference. I'm reflecting on, with this slide, a conversation you had about changing rule that would, in essence, force a function to get underserved students more involved in AP classes. And you heard some testimony from teachers who were concerned that it would lower their rates and that things wouldn't be as successful. Well, the opposite has happened, as we predicted, that we have more students who are participating in earning college credit in for AP tests than in previous years. And specifically, where we see first generation, maybe they are the first English speakers in their family, first interested in college, that we're seeing an increase of success in 20% in this last year. And you see the number of exams that were taken, 45,308 AP exams, with 30,816 of those scoring a 3 or higher. And there's actually some really good data that even if a student doesn't take the test, which we hope they do, but they engage in the rigorous coursework, that they do better, of course, on the ACT and are better prepared to go to college when they're engaged in rigorous curriculum and instruction. The number of students participating in concurrent enrollment saw an 8.72% increase over the previous school year. And think about the tuition that was saved by our families. Now, this is kind of looking overall at the tuition by students taking concurrent enrollment, but just in the 2022-23 year, that's an additional $8.8 million saved by families compared to the prior year. That's really significant based on our concurrent enrollment efforts. And again, we know that when students take more rigorous content, there are a lot of benefits of feeling more confident, better prepared to go into tech schools or college. So some great news. And this came out of a USHE report on November 18th. That's where that data comes from. Okay, moving on to CTE, which I am so proud of our CTE efforts at our state. We have focused on CTE for a very long time, and there are other states who have just kind of come into this in the last 5 to 10 years. But you can see here that these are all of the industry certifications that were earned by our students. The top areas are food nutrition, child development, Woods 1, commercial photo 1, interior design 1. Those were the competency certificates. And then the top pathways of all of our pathways, these would be those, meaning when I say top, those with the highest completer rates. So they've taken a couple of CTE courses in a concentrated pathway. Those would be health science, broadcasting and digital media, programming and software development, business information management, and engineering. Now, one of the benefits of being a concentrator and a completer in CTE, the graduation rate for students who are CTE concentrators is 97%. The graduation rate for CTE completers is 99%. So 85.2% of 9th through 12th graders, CTE concentrators, earned a credit at C grade or better in concurrent enrollment, IB or AP, and passed skills certification third-party industry exams. So showing the same kind of rigor when students engage in a CTE pathway as if they are enrolled in AP, IB, etc. We get that same kind of benefit for our kids. So just wanted to share that with you on CTE. Next, just talking about our online offerings with SEOP. And I know that you have done a lot of work with SOAP rules, and those conversations continue to go on. But if you can look at the numbers that pop out here, that last year, SEOP programs served 8,081 distinct students in grades 7 through 12, and then 31,295 half-credit enrollments. So that's about almost 2,000 full-time students in being served when you add up all of their credits and the number of students. And we talked a little bit about dual immersion, and I'm grateful that the board took this up because it hasn't been on a lot of people's radar. If you roll up dual language immersion and disperse that money, that really would eliminate the program. So thank you for doing that in one of your board meetings this last month. But you can see the number of students who are enrolled in dual language immersion programs. And when you look at our bridge program, which doesn't get enough press, there are about 9,500 kids in upper division world language credits earned, or I should say credits, not kids, but about 9,500 world language credits earned, which again means they're already getting college credit. And our kids, remember, can come out of high school having a minor in that bridge program. By the time they graduate, they can have a minor in a language as they go into secondary programs or post-secondary programs. Excuse me. When we look at the 4 categories on ACT, we also have some data to show that students in Utah's Spanish dual immersion, grade 9 students, when they took the AP test, that they outperformed the national average in 3 of the 4 categories. So our kids do really, really well who have been in dual immersion. And then last but not least, I think it's important to look forward. What are some things that we need to work on? Well, we know that our students who are multi-language learners are not performing at the same levels of some of their peers. And so what are the barriers that might be in the way of that happening? What are some things we can shore up? What are practices we can engage in? What policies do we need to look at? So I would really encourage the board to focus some efforts, double down on our multi-language learners and see how we can better support them and their families. Also thinking about you've heard Chair Moss talk and Chair Norton talk a lot about ROI and finance. So how do we think about demonstrating our return on investments in alignment with the new performance measures that you've adopted? That's a big lift, and we spent a lot of time over a couple of years of putting those new performance measures in place. So how are we investing our time and effort to make sure that we're reaching the benchmarks that you established as a board with those new performance measures? There's a lot being said about cell phones and social media, thinking about what is our role in all of that, and then looking at implementing the new framework on oversight assurances and monitoring. There's a lot of conversation on the Hill with every bill about the board's role. And do we have more monitoring and oversight? And what does that look like? And do we have the capacity? And what does it mean? And what reports are in place? So while a lot of work has been done on reporting and requirements and trying to cut burdens down in schools, we see a lot of things coming at us with a lot of requirements for monitoring. So those are just 4 things I would highlight and put on your radar to address and think about in the coming year. So thank you, and happy Day of Love coming up this month. February is a month of love, and so love to you all and appreciation for all that you do every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon. And, I'll say after being up on the Hill now for the last, I guess we're only 3 weeks. It feels like 3 months, but the there's a lot of discussion about how to go further and higher and better, but a whole lot of appreciation for the great things that we have in Utah. So it's always fun to be up there and hear the discussion. And there's differences about how to do it, different programs. We've had some of those here, but there sure is a lot of appreciation up there for the great work that folks in this building do and folks out in the field. So it's fun to be a part of. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Let's see, should we take 5? And I think we're at a point maybe before we dive into our committee business. Take 5 and come back at 11:45. Sound good? Okay. Okay, we're on. Call to order. Ready, folks? We're rolling. That was a fast 5 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
You. No.
Okay. I think we are. Ready? Let's see. We back on. We've got Chair Norton here. We'll give another minute or two. All right. Let's see. We still holding. We got a couple folks in the hallway. We're about ready if you want to rejoin us. You just need those theater dings. Those just like, when you're over at.
I don't think you should be talking about time usage.
I'm just saying, if you ding it,
Let's just
it's
start.
just Pavlovian.
Just start.
I'm waiting for my fellow board members who I respect and want to have us here. Okay, Chair Norton, are you set? I think we are. We got finance up first.
Are you turning the time over to me?
Yes, Chair, it's all yours.
Okay. This first item of business is on your agenda. It's number 4. It's from the December 8th committee when we talked about our carry forward balance, and we have additional information that we wanted to bring forward. The current action item that was brought forth was that the state fiscal year 2023 discretionary carry forward balance status and approval, and we did not quite finish that in our last board meeting.
Okay, so did we have a motion on the floor, or did we have the item up? I don't think we had.
We only had,
motion.
sorry, excuse me, we did not have the motion on the floor. We only had the item up for, we passed through some, but we have others left.
Got it. So I think the floor was open to additional motions, and I see
and
Vice Chair Earl.
I have 2 motions today. One of those is, and I would like to move, this is once again using the Mineral Lease Fund for research, $50,000 from available F&L funds, just a broad look at the structural challenges that face school-age boys in Utah, and then this is just, I'm reading what I submitted, a microanalysis to the national discussion about boys and men. And then the questions to ask is, where is the system creating vulnerability for Utah boys? What important role do young men play in society? Are young men prepared to meet today's challenges academically and socially? How do schools support boys better?
Okay, is there
That's
a second?
my recommendation.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded?
Second.
Yeah, it's in the document.
Vice Chair Earl, did you want to speak, or should we open it to the floor? This is.
I don't know.
4.1, I believe.
Yep.
4.1.
And I can
wanna
speak to
address
that.
it?
I think I listened to the committee, and I do think that there are a lot of, and Board Member Boggess mentioned this, a lot of books out there, a lot of information out there. I think there's particular attention we're paying currently, or at least I'm hearing currently, with the governor's office looking at governor's office around families and different components to that. I just think it's worth asking the question, and maybe there are limited vulnerabilities currently, but I think it's worth asking the question and looking at this, particularly for our young men. And I just think this is a worthy venture to look into, and to just make sure we're supporting all of our students there. So You can either vote for or against. I don't think we have to draw this out forever, but
All right.
we could if we want to. But if you already know you're against, then vote against. If you already know you're for, I'm just saying, okay, go ahead. Everybody can speak.
Lights, Member Lear, I think we have first, then Member Klein.
And I first heard a presentation about this probably 3 years ago at NASB. And apparently he's done it, the same presenter has done it numerous times. And I, naive maybe, but I hadn't heard anything about that before. And I was equally concerned. I just want to make sure that this study is something as we choose the researcher, it is an objective choice. It's an RFP process, that we don't have a predetermined researcher that we want to study this, because I think the issue has to be broader than something that has moral or religious context. So as long as it's a very objective process to select a researcher, I wholeheartedly support this. I've been concerned about this and been reading about this for several years now.
Vice Chair Earl, did you want to speak to that question?
I think our
Comment?
process is to place it out there. And then we would receive whoever actually provided feedback or research, and then the recommendation would be from there. There are people involved in this realm, right? So we can't limit them from actually applying. Is that what you're suggesting? No. Okay. But so
there's nobody predetermined, though.
Yeah, there is nobody. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
I don't think we can do otherwise. So, okay.
There's a sole source component that enters in.
Not anticipated, it sounds like. Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Member Klein and then Davis? Or did you take your light off? Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, are we doing something similar for girls? Just because from the data that I've looked at, our girls are achieving statewide lower than our boys in 2 of the 3 areas that we assess. So I guess I think it's important to look at the boys. I think it's also important to look at the girls and what's happening on both of these fronts, and what are we doing to help if there are things that need to be helped.
So can I address that? So Board Member Davis, if you want to write up something and propose it, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think this is meant to be okay, how far are you going to go here? You know what I mean? It's meant to just look at a specific subgroup, not meant to go, okay, I don't know, that whole balancing act. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit there. If you want to write that up, I think that's a great thing to do. But I think this is to be narrowly tailored once again and ask if there's any vulnerabilities there. It's not meant to take away from any other discussion about young women. So, like I said, if you want to write something up, I think would be a great opportunity to look at that.
Follow up.
I'd like to amend the motion to raise the amount to 100,000 from FML funds and do a study specific to boys and also a study specific to girls that covers the same areas.
The motion to amend is to raise the amount to 50,000, or from 50,000 to 100,000, the other $50,000 to focus on challenge facing school-age girls. Correct?
Yes.
The new 50,000. And I wonder if we have a point of I think we have somewhere in the backup. Does somebody know what the available funding is? I should, but I haven't looked since last time.
2 million. It's like 2 million and something. Okay. I don't have it in front of me, but yeah.
Yeah.
I knew it was up there. Just for a frame of reference for board members, that's what we've got in the discretionary fund.
I'll speak to it very
Member
briefly.
Davis,
I think that there are areas that are specific to both. And I just sat last night in my bedroom with my daughter saying, but how do the boys get to blah, 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 and how come not the girls?
Oh, we need a second.
We need a second first.
Seconded. Continue, sorry.
And I just said, you know what, sweetie, I'm not sure. I don't have all the answers for you, but I do know that in our family, we value both boys and girls, and there are different concerns and needs sometimes. And we'll make every effort that in our family, our boys and our girls have great opportunities to succeed, even if there might be other obstacles out there. So I just think it's important that we look at both, quite frankly, because we do have achievement gaps for our girls in more areas than boys in our state and what we assess.
All right, thank you. Let's see, what's the order here? Is it real?
Yeah, for real.
Member Real?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on this. I think along the lines of what Board Member Davis was saying, it feels very interesting to me to have this discussion after working through the process of HB 261, because it feels like we are pulling out one group, singling out one group of students with their identifying characteristics and giving them additional support. And so I just wanted to make the comment that it's really hard for me to support this when we're also having the same conversation about how we can't have these individualized student groups and focus on them and give them extra support. That seems to be the message I'm getting, at least from the legislature. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Real. Response, Vice Chair Earl?
Two things. First of all, I'm good with adding this as long as it doesn't become this trying to comparison, not a comparison thing, right? You're not, okay. I would just want to make sure we understand the intent. And then also just on for Member Real, and this is that student success and support piece. It says providing support, guidance, resources to equip all students, including students at higher risk of not completing, well, this one has certificate and degree, high school or whatever. So it is looking at those. I think we're given that provision that we can do that. I don't think that's that it's stretching into that. It's looking for vulnerabilities. It's looking for, where we can be more effective in my view. So.
Member Norton, or did we have Member Davis? Member Norton? Gotcha. Member Norton.
I just want to have a follow-up question to that. So what we're targeting here is students that are at risk. And initially I'm trying to kind of understand so initially we were thinking, boy, we're seeing a lot of boys that are at risk. It's not necessarily we're going to look at all boys, or we're going to look at. So can you see what I'm saying? When we were talking about boys and girls, and now we're talking, and you've always been saying at risk. So.
I think for me, and I think the language speaks, it's those vulnerable areas. Are there areas that we, that we're not seeing that we could, that create a vulnerability or a risk, however you want to term it, for students. So did that add clarity or maybe not?
It did, and we can talk later offline,
Okay.
because I think I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, Member Bogus. Okay, no further lights to the amendment. The amendment is from Member Davis. Oh, Member Green, did you have a hand up?
Yeah, it was just a clarifying question. The way that the motion reads that the board allocate an additional 100,000, does that mean that would bump up to 150,000 total?
I don't think so. I think the intent was an additional 50,000 for a total of 100, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, you could just take out the word
Thank you.
and additional.
Actually, sir, I think you have to say an additional $50,000, so then the original motion would read $50,000 for each step.
Good point. Sounds good.
You're grammatically incorrect.
Otherwise, it's a substitute. This is in the nature of an amendment. You are correct. All right, we'll amend instead of substitute.
Sorry, I'm not.
No, I think that's exactly right. Okay, so the motion to amend is that the board allocate an additional $50,000 and add an additional research focus for challenges facing school-age girls. Unless that's a light for a further comment. Member Lear.
That brings up another question. So initially there was one study, then Member Davis moved for an additional $50,000, also studying girls and their challenges. Are we talking about two studies, or are we talking about one study that would study both issues? Or many
Member
issues?
Davis is the maker. What's the intent?
That's the way it reads. Sorry.
I would be fine with either. We can we can expand the scope, so the same RFP group is looking at both in this research, which would probably be the better thing to do, more economical and probably get a better result. But I'd be fine with whatever Jenny feels best about.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. Yeah. And I don't I just don't want the competitive or comparison, but the true analysis. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Member Davis.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think there are right now, currently, when we look across the landscape, kind of different things that our boys are dealing with and different things our girls are, and that are creating these vulnerabilities. And what are they, and how do we address them so that we get to a good place for everybody? Thank you.
Okay. Member Lear? I think the answer was a single project with 2 separate research questions to be put out for RFP. Is that accurate, Member Davis? Okay. Okay. All right. Remember, did you have your afterwards, right? Okay. Let's vote. Motion is then, just to rephrase, that the board allocate an additional $50,000 and add an additional research focus for challenges facing school-age girls. Oh, Member Green?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
We're actually teed up to vote, and so we need to get your vote verbally.
Oh, I am so sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Yes.
You're a yes, Member Green? Do you want me to read it again, or?
No, I can see it. Thank you.
You got it? Okay. Member Green is a yes.
Do you want to do the?
Can we enter Member Green's yes, or does Carol need to do it from over there? Okay. Got it. Okay.
Okay, it does show she's a yes on the system.
Oh yeah. All right.
Sorry. I really did try to.
Just working the bugs out. We're easing into it, getting ready for the heavy votes. You're gonna what?
While we're waiting, we can also take an oral vote.
Yeah. Well, I think she needs a working system, or is it? We're just waiting for a battery, I think. So okay. All right.
Who are we waiting on? We've got 3 2 absent.
Okay, we've got a unanimous vote with 3 absent.
2.
We've only got 12 voting. I think everybody's with us. So we've got Member Green. We've got 3 who are here but are absent. Anybody else? What's that? Uh-oh.
Here, click.
Oh, you're not up there
Click
yet.
speak or something. Just cause it to.
Yes.
Okay, now unclick it.
No.
Nope, it's not gonna do it.
I thought I clicked it. Yep. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so there you go. Okay. Oh, another one. Thank you.
These are dark chocolate if you like dark chocolate.
I'm good with this.
I'll take it.
So thank you.
I love the dark chocolate.
Okay.
Kids don't steal it. They're small. They don't steal black liquor from me either.
Okay.
Disgusting. Are we all?
That's
all
it.
in? So we're missing two. Who are the two? Member Carey and member okay.
Klein.
Member Klein. Okay, that passes unanimously, 13-0 with 2 absent. Okay. All right. Yes, back to the floor, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. I'd like to amend the main motion,
Okay.
specifically the research questions.
Let's see. Do we have the research questions from the backup? There's 4 of them, I believe.
So I would like to add an additional question just after creating vulnerability for Utah boys, and would probably say or girls. But I would like to add a question: where is the system creating hostility toward boys or girls?
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Let's see if that's got a second before we.
So then the same would apply to the first question, because it is inherently a false presupposition as well. So if that's the argument, then we would have to reframe all of the
All right,
research questions.
Before we debate, let's see if we got a second so we can have the debate. Member
I second
Green,
that.
did you second? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We've got a second or two. Back to you, Member Bogus.
So Member Davis doesn't like where it says where is, and that's fine with me. I understand that there's a bias there, but if we're going to ask where is the system creating vulnerability, we need to ask also where is the system creating hostility. And I wouldn't say boys and, I would say boys or.
So let's just frame up the amendment. We got a couple different things going on in there, but your amendment is to
where
add
is the
which
system
words?
creating hostility toward boys or?
Okay, so are you adding girls on the first line?
Sure,
Vulnerability
I'll
for
add,
Utah boys?
I would say for boys
girls,
or
and then
girls.
a second bullet point with the same words but hostility?
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
And then if you'd like to amend that, member,
If you want to do it friendly, you can, but I think it's okay the way it is.
So can we tee up that language that says boys or girls on the first bullet and then duplicate that line below it with vulnerability replaced by hostility as a new bullet point question?
yeah.
Okay, that does it. I guess we're getting that down. All right, discussion of the motion. Who's up first? Member Davis, I think,
Well,
was addressing. Or
If I may.
you still going? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Well, I tried not to speak to the
Apologize.
motion in the motion.
No, sorry, I cut
I
you
was
off.
trying real hard, sir.
You got it.
I would just offer that our data indicates that our behavior referrals for boys is greater than our behavior referrals for girls. It's just a fact. And as a teacher who has been in this system for over 2 decades, I often find boys being disciplined or referred for being boys. They just are different from girls. And I think there is an element of our system in this state, whether it be a microcosm or a niche problem in a specific area or system-wide, where we have a system that is hostile toward boyhood. And I would love to see the data on that, and especially the behavior data and what that looks like and how that plays out. So if we're going to do this study, I would like to see that as a part of it.
Okay. Member Davis. Let's see, who's our Wood and then Davis. I think I went backwards. Who? Member Wood.
I think that this brings up a really good point. All throughout, we're actually making an assumption. And maybe we need to change the language in all of this to is, like up in the main motion, is there a broad look? Are there structural challenges that face school-age boys and girls in Utah? And what are they? If so, what are they? And I think that this hostility piece actually is inherent in the vulnerabilities. Personally, I think it would, but whatever. I just think we're asking leading questions in all of this, and we should be asking, is the system? Because when people read all this reports, they're going to say, well, you were leading the whole time anyway, and you were just trying to get to a foregone conclusion. And what we should be asking is there? And if so, what is it? And how does it impact these boys and girls, differently?
That took the words right out of my mouth. Is that an
Yes,
amendment or
I
a
guess
comment?
so. I didn't want to take the time, but I guess I'll do that.
Is that a friendly potentially, or do we need to put that to a vote, Member Bogus?
Assuming there's no objection, I have no objection to changing them to is the system creating vulnerability and is the system creating hostility.
Okay.
I have no objection to that, assuming that the body does not.
Any objection? Hearing none? And if so,
She would like to add at the end of each question.
We'll just make it clear, yeah. If so, what are they? What are these problems? Yeah.
is that a friendly to the friendly? If
Yes.
so, explain. Okay. Any objection to that? All right.
I think that's great. That's what
Okay.
the intent is do we have that or not? I mean, because nationally, it may not be the same. Sorry, nationally may not be the same. That's the reality, right? And there may not be those vulnerabilities. It's a good question to ask, right? But not assumed. So I do appreciate the language.
Okay, so this is let's see, this is Member Bogus's motion to amend with a couple of friendlies worked in, that the board add additional research questions. Is the system creating vulnerability for Utah boys or girls? Is the system creating hostility toward boys or girls? If so, what are the issues? Further comments? Did we get that right? That might be complicated. Is this enough for a research question, or do we feel like we need further clarification? Feel comfortable?
Utah.
But I think it's got it.
We are looking at K-12. Good point, right? We're not trying to stray. This could certainly be asked of higher ed, but we're not going there. So that is the K-12 public education system. Is that? No, I'm throwing friendlies. I'll turn it back to you.
I don't
proposal.
think, I think but you have to be broader than with the impact, it's impacting the K-12 system, but I think the narrative is larger than that. And it's around possibly suicide, right? It's possibly around cell phone usage or the targeting of young women or young men in that. So I don't know, yes, because we do have that there. Whoops, dropped my phone. If you go up, we do have it there in the that's all right. So it challenges that school age boys and girls in Utah. So we do have that, but I don't think we want to narrow it to only.
Yeah, it's a good.
Cindy, it's Big Brother.
It is a good question.
I'm kidding.
It's the Matrix.
No,
it's a good
but
point.
it's-
Are we talking about education, or are we talking about societal questions generally? It's your motion, but I do think some definition.
I think
would
we
help.
don't want to narrow it too much to where we don't know what we're talking about. And if they see something, I think we want to be able to go there. Yeah.
Is that the header at the top or above that, Member Bogus?
It's broader than it's covered in the header. So the structural challenges that face school-age boys.
Okay.
A broad look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. That.
I think it's covered. I think it's clear.
All right.
If
Unless
we want to
they're.
amend it, let's amend it.
Okay. So the motion is phrased. Well, let's tee it up. Well, I guess I read it, didn't I? So it's as read. Is the additional questions is the system creating vulnerability for Utah boys or girls? Is the system creating hostility toward boys or girls? If so, what are the issues? And that would be with reference to the header that talks about school-age boys and girls. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. Thank you. Let's see, we're missing one. Okay, we've got one absent. That appears to be unanimous, 14-0 with one absent. All right, thank you. So we are back to the motion as amended. Is that the board approves using $100,000 from available FML funds for a broad look at the structural challenges that face school-age boys and school-age girls in Utah, including the research questions that we just amended. Any further discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, let's vote.
I'm a yes.
Member Green is a yes. Thank you.
So we're missing one.
Missing member Klein and one more there we go. That's unanimous, 14-0. Thank you.
Okay, I have another motion.
Back to Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, I have a motion. The last motion I have on this is $30,000 from available FML funds. And I have survey, but I want to be clear what that is and is not. But survey of the current landscape of SEL in Utah public schools. And I'll read out the language here. Systemically identify core components of social emotional learning programs currently used within Utah public schools. Components to be identified, program design and evidence of effectiveness, scientific rigor associated with the program, types of intervention being implemented, time commitment of programs, including frequency and dosage, parent components, including consent and engagement, individual data collected by this program, self-regulation activities, mindfulness, meditation, etc., types of group discussions, cost to the district, personnel cost, how success is measured, how long has the program been in place, positive proactive factors present in the program, like goal setting, gratitude, parent engagement. And I didn't put etc. there, but that would be the idea. And I know there was some question about the survey component. It's seeing what programs they're using and then doing more of a descriptive study on that, not studying the components. I'm not saying that. It's just saying more of a spreadsheet. This is what we have 5 districts using this, right? This is the components of it. This is the research they base it on. This is how much they spend on it. This is the amount of time it takes. So it's looking at the program itself, not calling districts up and saying, can you fill out a 500 survey question on all this stuff? It's saying these are what they're using, so that we can say, okay, this is what's out there. It's more of just a descriptive analysis. So.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
I spoke to it before I got a second.
My fault. I let it run. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion? Motion seconded by Member Green. You did speak. Did you conclude or?
Yep, I concluded.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
No. We'll put it out to the floor. Member Davis, Bogus, and Lear. Member Davis.
Yeah, I would support this if it was looking at the programs in general, like all the programs that are out there, and which ones like align to Utah Core and which ones, but I can't go there if it's going to be like more and more time. We sit in these reports and requirements task force meetings and they are like, you guys are drowning us in all of these things and questions, and it takes time to go through and tackle every person's sort of pet project from our office or the legislature, if you will. And so it's just like, man, if we could narrow it down, if it was friendly to just looking at all the programs that are out there, and are there programs out there that would align with our standards and would fit with what we're doing. But this is so comprehensive, and it would require massive amounts of time of people who are trying to teach in the field or administrate.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that. I think we don't want to look at every social emotional program out there. We do want to narrow it to what's being used in Utah, because there's tons of social emotional programs out there. I don't see why we would want to pull up every program that's available in the United States. It's what is being used in Utah, and then looking at those components there. So, and I agree with you. I don't want we don't want to. So, well, what does that say? How would you change it so it says that?
Member Davis.
that seems to me to be getting into the weeds on, you'd have to really talk with the teachers and go and sit in the classes and talk with the directors and the administrators. I mean, I'd be more comfortable if you asked one question, what program are you using? That's it, period. And then the research was done on the programs and getting all these people to get involved in it. And then we can make suggestions too, based on what we find out. Oh, this one is great. It really fits with Utah code. It fits with standards. It fits with all the things we're trying to work on. Instead of whatever.
Member Bogus. Oh.
So as I am reading this, I am wondering if it shouldn't say analysis as opposed to systemically identify funds to conduct an analysis of. Maybe I'm asking the maker of the motion if that would provide more clarity as opposed to systemically identify. We could say,
I would say, the reason why it's identify core components is just, it's not meant to be a thorough, this is what they're using. This is do you know what I mean? It's not meant to be an analysis as far as this is good, this is bad, like a judgment on it. It's just, this is what's being used. This is who's using it. This is the time it takes to implement this program. So anyways, I would not be for that analysis of programs. I would be, what is the program? What is the research behind it? The things that the program itself is purporting.
Okay, that's all I need to know, sir. Thank you.
Member Lear. Member Lear, then Member
We
Klein.
put ourselves in a catch-22. If we don't get good data, then we can't draw accurate conclusions. If we ask for all of the, how effective is this? How much time is spent? What do the questions look like? How many teachers participate? Then we put a huge burden on LEAs. And I don't want to do that. We've heard over and over, you're asking for too much. But I also don't want to draw conclusions from incomplete data. And I don't think this allows us to do both things. And so as much as I'm interested in this too, right now is not a good time to be asking these questions of teachers and LEAs. So I'm choosing the lesser of two evils, I think.
Thank you, Member Lear. Sorry,
That's right. You're
well, we got Member Klein. Or do you want Vice Chair Earl?
Yes. So I'm sorry, I missed part of the discussion, so I apologize if I ask something repetitive. I'm just wondering if this is would only identify core components of SEL, like discrete SEL programs, because most of SEL is embedded in all the subject areas and in all our standards, quite frankly. It's embedded because of POG and PCBL. It's all the C's that we keep talking about, collaboration and creativity and critical thinking and all of that. That's all aspects of SEL. So I don't know how, it's pretty much everywhere. So how do you, maybe you can respond to that?
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, it's not someone lining kids up at recess and doing a high five as they walk in, right? To build, just friendliness, right? It's not that kind of stuff. It's not turning in homework. These are literal programs, like the programs that are out there that people are purchasing and using. So I don't know how you measure what you're indicating, but I'm just curious what's out there. What are people using? What are the components of that? That's what the question is.
Do you remember Klein for follow-up?
Yep. Well, then I would think it would be more accurate to say identify core components of discrete SEL programs currently being used in Utah Public Schools, because there's no way to totally measure the effects of SEL on our public education system the way it has kind of been embedded everywhere. So,
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I'm actually going to make a motion that we I think there are some things that could be narrowed down here from what Board Member Lair and others said, and to get to the key components of programs that we're purchasing and actually facilitating. I'm just going to make a motion that we postpone and complete this discussion till tomorrow in the afternoon. No, tomorrow, meaning that then we can narrow it down, and if those that want to put some, instead of spending another 45 minutes or whatever, trying to narrow things down. So that's my motion that I just spoke to again twice before I made the motion and once after.
I'll second. And Member Green, are you addressing this motion to postpone?
Yes. Yeah, whenever it's good.
You're up. You got it.
Can I go ahead?
Yep, you're on.
Okay, great. I maybe narrowed down probably would be a thing. I know that I watched just in our local school district the conversation, kind of the back and forth with SEL, and I do think there's a lot of relevant items here that we could do. I liked the word analysis on. We did have a specific SEL program that was dedicated to 1 to 2 times a week. That program was switched out for another program that our board had a lot of great effort in looking through, researching, and choosing, coming together, and a lot of positive work there in comparison to what was implemented before. And I went to 5 months of the SEL classes in my students' classroom. Some, were 10 minutes. Other SEL lessons went for 45 minutes. And then you have all the other things that are included with that. So I do feel like the conversation and understanding what that like in our school is relevant to how much time it's taking away from academics, or what its benefits are. But that's, I think, outside of what Member Earl is looking for with this. So I support it, and I'm okay if we wanted to narrow down the scope of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion of the motion to postpone until tomorrow? Seeing no lights, let us vote. Motion is to postpone further discussion of this item until tomorrow's agenda. We're missing 4. Missing 3. Oh, Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. That's it. Missing Member Hymas. Okay, that passes 12-2 with the noes being Member Straight and Member Davis. Okay. Let's see. Back to you, Chair Norton, I believe, or to the floor, to the body. Further motions on that item? If none, Chair Norton, did we already approve then the part that's listed in the backup about using 167,500,000 for an education specialist? That's what we got to last time. Okay, so we got that one. Then we got what was just addressed today. All right. Does that conclude that section of finance? Back to you for item 5 then.
Okay, item number 5 on our agenda. Agenda item number 5. We are going down to the first motion that we, the first agenda item that we took action on, and that was 5.4, Digital Teaching and Learning, the DTL program. Motion for the boards that the committee recommends that the board advocates retaining DTL as related to basic program while maintaining the historical existing funding model, which we addressed that.
Thank you for the recap, though.
Yeah, there we go.
We got it.
So let's move on to the next one. How about that?
That's
5.5, which is school construction oversight, inspections, training, and reporting. This is an amendment. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves R277-471, school construction oversight, inspections, training, and reporting, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Any discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, members, please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green's a yes, thank you. And we've got one missing. Oh, Chair Hymas is gone. Member Hymas. Okay, that passes 13-1 with the no vote being Member Klein. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, for item 5.6, R277-486, Professional Staff Cost Program, we have a substitute motion, and I would like to invite Ben Rasmussen to come up and discuss that.
Thank you, Director Rasmussen. So I think we probably need to move the motion, then open it to Director Rasmussen. Do you want to just read the motion in?
Ha ha ha. I move that the board continue R277-488. Is that 486? 486. Told you I can't read this far away. Professional Staff Cost Program without amendment on second and final reading.
Is there a second to that? Seconded. Back to you, Chair Norton, or to Director Rasmussen.
If I may just briefly, Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. This is a rule that's up for its 5-year review, and staff had originally proposed striking a couple of words there. And upon further review, that's going to have some unintended cost consequences. And so staff is asking the board to instead just continue the rule without amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, we can vote. Motion again. Oh, yeah.
It was or interns.
Yeah, I remember discussing it.
It was providing funding for interns.
Okay, I understand, sir. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, Member Lear?
So yes vote is in favor of just continuing. Is that right?
Continue it without amendment. Gotcha. Correct. The initial. The amendment was going to add interns, correct? But that's been pulled. All right, Member Klein? Just hold your votes for, well, we're already halfway
I just
through.
wanted to explain my vote. I'll be voting no, but not because of the interns being taken out.
Okay. Let's see. We can, yeah. We should probably get this in order. Sorry, we neglected to bring some up. We'll make sure we hold the vote till we get all these questions answered. We do have a vote going on, but go ahead. Yes, Director Uri.
Sam Uri, School Finance Director. Just for further clarification, as staff reviewed this potential rule change, interns aren't recorded in Cactus, and so that's why staff had recommended to remove them from this language. However, prior to this, in the professional staff cost program, the intern years of service have not been included as funding for those educators. And so by removing this language, it would add additional cost of about $1 million over the program. So that's the reason for the recommendation to just continue.
Okay, does anybody need to start the vote over or reconsider their vote? We were sort of halfway through, but are we able to do that? Okay, so we unpause. Okay. All right, so voting's back open. Feel free to change if that information changed your mind. Yes.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green's a yes. Thank you. They didn't reset, but you can change your vote if you'd like. One. We got Member Green was a yes. Did we record Member Green? Okay. All right. That passes 14-1 with a no vote being Member Klein. Okay, back to Chair Norton.
I might need some help on this one, Sam. Did we already discuss Twilla? We've done with Twilla. We're done with, let me just see. No motion. I had them all highlighted in yellow. Okay, that concludes our report.
Okay, look at all that action that was taken prior. Beautiful. Okay, let's see. We are on to law and licensing, and Chair Hymas.
Thank you. We are first looking at agenda item 6.3, R277-308, new educator induction and mentoring amendment. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-308, new educator introduction and mentoring draft 2 on second and final reading.
I think the original seems to have been labeled Kant as in continued, and then draft 1 is actually the one that's...
So there was committee action, and if I can reread it, it says Member Carey moved that the committee continue and approve draft 1 as amended, so we would be on draft 2. All right. Did you
Just
hear
like
Ben?
in Europe, where the ground floor is really the first floor?
Apologize for the confusion. In committee, there was no draft 1 to amend, so they amended the base rule, and so with the amendments, it's now draft 1 because the committee was the first to add amendments. Same thing happened on the next.
Yeah, I'll restate the motion then, if that's okay.
Should be draft 1, should be the motion.
So the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-308, new educator introduction and mentoring draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? If seeing none, Member Lear.
So the only change I see on this draft that is the one that we're supposed to be voting on is just the grammatical change at the very end of changing from between to among. Is there a different one that I'm not, university-based, line 45? Yeah, so line 45 and the very last line. Those, great. Okay, thank you. I just want that clear.
Okay, any further discussion? Correct, as amended. Draft 1 is as amended. He read it in as draft 1, so it's before the body is correct. Any further discussion, comment to the motion? If not, it's open for voting. The motion is the board continue and approve R277-308, new educator induction mentoring draft 1 on second and final reading. Board members, please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you. Member Green is a yes. And got one more. Are we missing one? Okay, so that passes 14-0, unanimous. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair. We are moving on to agenda item 6.4, R277-912, law enforcement related incident reporting. Also a continuation. Okay. The motion for the board, the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-912, law enforcement related incident reporting draft 1 on second and final reading.
Discussion of that motion, Member Carey. Let's see.
I hit it. Do it again. There's something up with these today. Kelsey, every time I hit it, it disappears.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. Given that it's law enforcement and that isn't my area of expertise, I reached out to several law enforcement agencies about what other data would you like to see included from our LEAs when this data is collected. And universally it was, well, we would love to see data on mental health referrals for students. That would really help us address and better understand what's happening in the schools. I reached out to Ben Rasmussen and Chantel, and I am pleased to report that that data is already being collected, just not under this particular provision. It's being collected under R277625. So I just wanted to recognize the staff for their forward thinking, that this information is already being collected, and an amendment is not necessary, in my opinion, for that for the collection of those data points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. Further discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, we can vote. The motion is that the board continue to approve R277-912, law enforcement related incident reporting, draft 1 on second and final reading. Voting is open. Got 12 down, 3 to go. Member Green?
I'm a no.
Member Green is a no. And one left. Yep, let's see. Everybody else in?
Yes, Klein is absent.
Klein is absent. Okay, that passes by a vote of 12 in favor, 1 abstention. Member Bogus, 1 no vote. Member Green. Okay, thank you. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair. On to the last agenda item, 6.6, R277-406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessment. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments, Draft 3 on second and final reading. However, there is a substitute motion that I will present here, and then if the chair allows it, I'll speak regarding the motion.
Okay.
If that's okay. So the substitute motion is that the board approve the board approve R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments, Draft 4.
And that is the one in backup, correct? Yeah. Okay. So that's in backup. Is there a second? I'll second. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. I'm struggling. I have been struggling with this rule for a while now. I am still not ready to move this forward. Again, that's one board member's opinion. I know that some work has been done on this. We're on draft 4, but I just wanted to state where I sit as we move this forward, where it came out of committee as well. I believe some work needed to be done. I understand the conflict between law and what we're trying to do here to get LEAs to a place regarding curriculum and forcing a very, in my opinion, narrow option of curriculum that has not proven effective yet. I haven't found the balance yet, and so I just am not there yet. So I appreciate you allowing me to speak to that, or against that, if you will.
Okay. Member Norton, is it? Or Norton and Bogus?
Yes. When I first saw these numbers come through on this particular request, they seemed familiar to me, and that was because when I was looking at my own data from my own part of the state, those numbers, I'm looking at my class data right here. I have 5 students who are marked as green, which means on grade level, that are below that. So this is 2 years older. We are telling the world that they're reading on grade level, and yet now we're going to change it so third graders, have that same proficiency. So I thought, well, this is, I don't want to just look in my little bubble, my part of the world. So I reached out to others, administrators throughout the state, and I heard over and over again, we are for, high expectations. But why are we pulling, the plug on this right now? That we have asked teachers to basically, jump on board. They might have been in the middle of a master's program. They might have been, welcoming their first child within months, or they might be a new teacher to take on this very intensive training. And they did, and they have worked very hard. And now we're changing the system on them and saying, oh, that wasn't good enough. It's got to be more. And I'm just very concerned about the message that sends. I'm also very concerned that for our third graders, we are testing them with the Acadians, language arts and math, and we're testing them with the RISE language arts and math. And now we're seeing that those numbers don't add up. There's some dissonance there between the two things, and we're sending that home to parents who would really like an ABCD, not 6 reports kind of giving some different information. So I am very concerned about changing this again, not again, but changing these numbers. I think we need to let science of reading play out. I can see great improvements. We're building wonderful momentum, but this is going to be a buzzkill.
Okay, Member Bogus, and then Vice Chair Hart, and then Member Lair.
Thank you, sir. So I would speak against the motion as well, and ditto some of the thoughts that Member Norton and Member Hymas have put forth. And I made a commitment to a constituent to read this into the public record. She issued public comment in the last Law and Licensing Committee meeting. She said, I just want to ask one more time for the cut score to be reconsidered. Students at the end of grade 3 get a score from Acadians Reading plus a score for RISE and English Language Arts. Acadians Reading scores will predict risk of not reading fluently, while RISE scores will predict access to college readiness coursework. Based on the conversation that USBE intends to lead LEAs and educators to be having about grade 3 reading, I think that they should either use the existing Acadians Reading cut score or the existing RISE cut score. There's no actual benefit, and I think this is the crux of her argument. She says there's no actual benefit to generating a third cut score through a Lexile conversion process. And so with my commitment to reading that into the record, I would speak against the motion and ask that we send this back to committee when the time comes.
Okay, Member, who's next? Sorry, is that you?
So,
Vice Chair Hart.
So here's an example, and it's been used a couple of times, so if you've heard it, I apologize. A third grader could read Charlotte's Web, which is a story many of us know. That Lexile is actually below the third grade cut score. So we would be communicating that a child in the third grade that can read Charlotte's Web is not reading on grade level. And there's ways to incentivize teachers to reach higher. I would argue that that this is a disincentive, not a support of our teachers. It doesn't communicate even though we might think that, it's got a Lexile of 680, And what would the cut score be for third grade? 750. So we might understand that it's more nuanced, the metric, but to communicate that to the general public, you are saying child that can read Charlotte's Web is not a proficient reader. And that I'm just not comfortable with. The second thing is, if the student scored that score, they would be in what's called a blue category. And help me with what the blue, it's significantly above. It's not just above, it's significantly above. So we've got kids that one metric that's going home to the parent and one metric that the teachers are talking about that says they're significantly above, but then we're saying, they're not reading quite on grade level. Now, I understand, like I said, I understand high standards, and we want those standards to be high. But it's up to us to make sure that what we're communicating responsibly. And I just don't feel like we have a system. I don't feel like this is the solution for the problem that we're trying to solve. So, thank you.
Okay, who's next? Member Lear?
Lear? And I've turned my mic off and on this. I don't pretend to understand this the way some of you do. On the other hand, I very much respect our staff. So I just want our discussion as we proceed with this to include staff explanation who are also practitioners, or they used to be practitioners. I also want to understand their perspective in the big disconnect that seems to be in this discussion. So I want to make sure I listen to them and hear from them, because I'm hearing something very different from some board members who I respect.
Okay, member, let's see, Davis? Was that a question for?
Yeah, I guess my question is, I am wondering, Chair, if in this motion we are changing a score, or if we are putting into rule a score that has been used for the last 7 years. Because what we have is an Acadian score, which measures risk factors, and we have a RISE score, which measures reading more comprehensively. We have this cut score, which I'm not sure if is a combination of the two or how we arrived at that. But the board 7 years ago, prior to us, gave jurisdiction to the staff to create that score, which is higher than most states. So people say, well, your kids aren't reading well. Yeah, well, that's because we set our scores, our expectations higher than most states did. So are we now having a conversation about changing that so it makes more sense and matches like the Charlotte Webbs and things like this? I really think we need to get to the heart of what we're actually talking about, because the public feedback I'm getting is saying, don't raise the score. But then when I'm talking to staff, I'm hearing nobody's raising the score. If you as policymakers want to lower the score, you can, but this is the score that's been in place for 7 years. So what do we want to do in this space? And is that understanding accurate?
Is that a question for our staff? Is
Yes.
it intended to be?
I guess so.
Do we-
Anyone that can help us really wrap our heads around what's happening here.
Sarah Wibke's coming up, and maybe this might help some of us who are not. Oh, and Superintendent Dixon first. So, yeah, maybe just to clarify exactly what this does and doesn't do for those of us that don't live in cut scores, but respect those who do. Glad we got some depth on this board. But Superintendent Dixon?
Thank you, Chair Moss. I think staff can give some brief answers, but I'm listening to the discussion, and you all have had these discussions ongoing, and I love the questions. I mean, this is a really important discussion to get it right, because we hear so often, what does reading on grade level really mean? How do we define that? How do we measure that? And I might offer that you take some time in a study session to just further develop it and have your questions answered and be able to come to some agreement among the board about how do we want to move forward so that families, teachers, everybody really understands what does that mean. We keep trying to answer that question and doing it through rules. So that's just one alternative that you could take to maybe have a study session in March on this for really some in-depth, because I mean, they could talk for hours about it, I'm sure, but I think you want a really quick answer, ma'am, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Member Davis, or should we turn it to our crew here from the team? Did you want to follow up?
I'd like it. Like, this may be the same person that Member Bogus read, but this person saying there's no actual benefit to generating a third cut score through a Lexile conversion process. Are we generating a third cut score somewhere between Acadience and Rise? And has it always been in place, or are we making a new score? Or do we need to have a discussion about, is the score appropriate in March at a further study session? This is what I'd like to know.
Director Thronson or anybody, Assistant Superintendent Nielsen?
Yeah, let me start. My name is Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning here at the State Board of Education. The first part of your question about when and how long has the reading on grade level proficiency cut scores been in place? You're correct. It's been in place since at least 2017. This information has been published on the school report card since 2019. And in order to come up with a cut score for a determination on reading on grade level, there's been 2 studies done on behalf of the board, both one as it got established, and then after the pandemic, there was a subsequent follow-up study that was conducted to see if what was portrayed in the initial study was still true. So there was that was the process that was followed to try to identify this metric, which not all states have or publish reading on grade level, but in Utah, we've been asked to do that for grades 1, 2, and 3. What I believe was the impetus of staff bringing this information and requesting it be put in rule. So on lines 79 through 83, that's just bringing the information that's already in the accountability technical manual that describes to our constituents. In addition, there's a lot more information there, but just briefly describes what those scores are, the targets that we've established for students in grades 1, 2, and 3 to be reading on grade level. To put that in a board is to make it more visible. This isn't a change from what's been in place since the origin of reading on grade level in Utah, at least during my career here. So to your point, Board Member Davis, this isn't an effort to increase it or decrease it. This is taking the language that's in our accountability technical manual and putting it into board rule. That was brought forward because of concerns around the curriculum that Board Member Hymas mentioned earlier as well. In the Senate Bill 127 from 2 years ago, bringing some of that into board rule to make that visible, that requirement, and give the board opportunity to address that in a public meeting.
May I follow up, Chair? Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the intention to bring this to the board is that the previous boards gave staff the full jurisdiction to create the scores. And by bringing it to the board, the staff is saying, we want board members to be a part of the conversation. And so unless there's an illusion of freedom that isn't really there, I'm assuming that we can take some time to talk about this and see what's appropriate and what isn't. And that we could postpone until March if we have an opening for study session, if it's not already full, and study this in a more in-depth way so we look historically what's going on and what's currently happening in our classrooms and the best way forward. The risk of that sounds to me like then we risk Senator Milner or others just making changes in code in the next month to 127 without input from the board. But I think they're doing a lot of that this session anyway. So I'd rather get it right and take that risk than move forward at this time. But I'd like to hear what other people think, because if they have a different opinion, I'm willing to listen. Just seems like that might be the best way forward.
So just clarity on what's going on the Hill. Are there bills that include tweaks to this that we'd risk not being part of the conversation if we waited? Director Thronson.
Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. Not at this time. So in SB 127, it says 70% of students reading on grade level by the end of third grade. We've had the reading on grade level metric for several years now, so that is the expectation. So if you change it, the perception could be that we're manipulating that data point. For example, going to green, we already have over 70% of students at green. Being green does not say you're on grade level. It says you have a lower level of risk. That's what a benchmark assessment tells you. Blue, for most of the grades, tells us you're on track to pass the state assessment at the end of third grade. So when you look at first grade, I can tell you without another assessment, the likelihood that you're going to pass the third grade assessment, given where you're ending first grade. Same with second grade, and that's what the third grade kind of trajectory gets us, is this predictive factor. So at this time, there's nothing on the hill. That it's been communicated to them, this is how we do roll goal. Here's where we are with 46% of the state. Are we at 48 now? 48% of the state at reading at grade level. And grade level, going back to Board Member Hart's comment around Charlotte's Web, Lexile is a range. It's a score, and then it's 50 above and 100 below is what you can read independently on your own. So when we say you're a 750, you can read down to a 650 well, you can read up to an 800 well. That's your sweet spot for independent reading. And the reason we brought a Lexile to the conversation, it's not another cut score. It was our way of saying to a parent, a 350 cut score means nothing to them in terms of what do I do with my kid when I take him to the library to pick out books. And so Acadians partnered with Metametrics, who does Lexiles, and said, hey, here's the type of reading text that your kid can do. So when we go to libraries, I can help my kid find a book they can read themselves. And we've actually trained city and county librarians in how to use those Lexiles to help students find books. So the Lexile is not a cut score. It was a piece that takes from the composite score to tell you that composite means you can read this level of text independently. So I hope that gives a little clarity, not a conversion.
That helps. And I would assume anything we do either here or after March would be aimed toward next school year. Do we lose that window if we talk about this in March and then take action potentially in April?
Yeah, even if you had to delay to do the special session till April, I think we're fine. It's really, we do the end of year reporting usually in August, and so the data comes in June, we start processing it in July, and we release it in August. So plenty of time for this conversation to be had and to really deeply understand something we've been working on for years, and it's being studied again to kind of look at, is there a different way to go about it that we could present? But from that consistency, this is not new. It's just been published, and it brought some awareness to communities in a way that they didn't have before.
Okay, Member Norton.
Yes, I wanted to go back because this rule does not necessarily talk about cut scores. This rule talks about Lexia and Acadian's composite scores. And those are being changed because the current composite score for third grade is 330 and it's moving up to 410. The current Lexile level is around 645 in third grade and it's moving up to 750. Now, maybe according to the superintendents that have responded back to me. So I do think we do need to look more into this. It's obviously there's information all over the place, but it also makes me, relook at the decision that we have and if we can maybe move legislatively for next year is why are we giving these third graders a double set of tests? We are giving Acadian's test in kindergarten, first and second. We're giving RISE tests in fourth and fifth and on up. But third graders, they get both sets of testing. And it's causing some complications, as we can see right here. Just like we did with PEEP and KEEP and Acadians, maybe it's time that we go with one set and choose one set or the other rather than do both. So that's another topic that can go on to that discussion.
Okay, so the motion on the floor was the substitute motion to approve draft 4 on second and final reading. We've had some other discussions, suggestions. Now that's been made into a motion. Still on the floor. Any other discussion or motions? Member Davis?
I move to postpone until we can have a study session in March to look at this in more depth.
Is there a second? Seconded. Member Klein has a light. Oh, okay. Did I skip you before the motion?
It's okay. I just had a couple thoughts to share, but
Feel free. I think, yeah, it's all relevant. If it's relevant to the motion when we address it.
okay.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I just comment on the topic in general. The Lexile scores are just, they're a flawed metric to begin with. And Lexile supposedly measures or interprets the complexity of a book's language, as well as the student's reading ability based on a book's Lexile level. But the range of books that can fall within those Lexile ranges is qualitatively volatile. As an example, for 4th and 5th grades, the Lexile range is set for 770 to 980. There's one book called The Big Book of Butts on Granite's online library, which clocks in at 830 Lexile level. And so that makes the cut. But an Agatha Christie book, or Murder on the Orient Express, clocks in at 640 Lexile level. It's just worse than comparing apples to oranges. The Lexile is a flawed metric to base a student's literacy level on, and this rule bases reading on 3rd grade level on a Lexile score that doesn't even speak to being a trustworthy metric.
Okay, thank you, Member Klein. Motion then, unless there are further comments to the motion, we do have Member Davis and Member Straight. Or Straight and Davis. Oh, sorry, Member Straight.
Yeah, I just like to speak to the motion. I think it's going to be good for the whole board to get some information on this. But I also want to make it clear that I, having taught language arts and reading, and I do think it's helpful for parents to have information about levels that students are reading on. I think it shouldn't be conflicting or confusing. And so maybe we need to figure out a communication that is helpful so everybody understands better. And I think it's helpful for, kids to understand reading levels and for choosing books. So they're choosing some a little easier books and some just right books and some kind of dream books. So they're getting some challenges sometimes too, but they know what they're doing and they don't hit frustration all the time because they're picking a book that's way too hard or too easy. So I appreciate all the work that's being done in this space and what everybody's bringing to the table, and I'd love to learn and hear more when we study.
Okay, thank you, Member Straight.
Yes, I thought I was getting a grasp on this until I came to board meeting today. And I'm not an elementary practitioner, but I know lots of elementary people, and I'd like to gather more information, understand it better, because I hear so many intelligent voices on both sides of this issue, and somehow I have to figure it out. So I appreciate the motion to postpone.
Okay, Member Klein, I believe, and then
Yes.
Bogus.
I would just like to ask of staff if we could get a comparison between the reading standards now and the reading standards prior to 2010. Is that something that could be sent out?
Let me direct that if that's something available, or would that take some significant research? What's out there? Sorry.
I don't know that they're available. We'll have to see. So in terms of records retention, we don't have to keep them that long. Generally, records retention is about 7 years for this kind of thing. We might have them, so we can definitely look. So I can put it on. We will do that and come back to you if we have them.
We'll see what's available.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Member, follow-up?
I just wanted, so before 2010 is pre-Common Core when that was introduced, and that significantly changed how reading was done, as they have been phasing out and almost completely phased out classical literature, except for deconstructed segments of or pieces or parts of classical literature, and brought in the informational texts. And so I would like to see what the scores were then compared to now, as well as the standards compared to now, so that we can really see what's happened as a result of that significant shift. Because currently our proficiency scores are very, very low, and I think they were much better back then, so I'd like to see the numbers.
Okay, we'll see what we have. I think staff are willing to check and see what's out there, right? Did you want to speak, Assistant Superintendent Nielsen?
Yeah, the comparability of scores, this conversation today is very relevant to that request, and that is that when policymakers establish new proficiency cut scores, like you're talking about with Rogel, when an assessment changes, so CRTs was pre-SAGE, then SAGE, then RISE, and as you've adopted new standards and changed those, the new proficiencies cut scores make it impossible to draw comparisons to prior to that because the determinations on what's proficient changes through that process.
All right, thank you. So if we do have it, I think staff will pull it, and if there's a discussion about comparability, then I assume that could be one point that would help us all understand the comparison. But thank you for that staff willingness to check and see what we've got. What other comments, questions? We got Member Bogus and Member Hymas?
Yes, sir. So are we, just for clarity, we're on Member Davis's motion?
Yes, the motion to postpone for a future study session, which
I'm on board with this, assuming we're going to send it back through committee. But if we're not going to send it back to committee, I would oppose the motion. Yeah, I understand that, but once it goes through study session, it needs to go back through committee.
Well, I don't think that's the motion, so let's clarify. Let's Member Davis, to the maker of the motion. It's gone through committee. It's now before the board. We're deferring to a study session, and let's just see what her position is, and then if you have a different position, I think, what's the intent of the motion?
Often if we take the time for the full board to do an in-depth study session, then the board feels ready to make a decision once they come back. But if we come back and they don't feel ready, then we can send, someone could make a motion to send it to committee. I just don't want to presuppose that we all spend 2 hours studying it and then assume we're not ready to vote.
Okay, the default procedurally would be that it would come back to the body it's from, which is the full board, but I guess with the option to send to committee. So, Member Hymas?
I'm ready to call the question.
I think you just did. No. Let's see. Well, if you're calling the question, we got to vote. Were you in line first? So, questions been called. Let's see where that goes. It's non-debatable, correct? So we need. All right. So let's see where this goes. It requires a 2/3 vote, which is 10. The motion's been made to call the question. Please vote.
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. That we got 2 left. I believe 2 more votes. 1 more vote. Oh, Member Reel is missing. Okay, that motion passes by a vote of 10-4 with 1 absent. The no votes being Members Carey, Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, and Member Bogus. So, question's been called. The motion is to postpone until the issue can be discussed in a future study session. Seeing no lights, please vote. We don't have lights because we just called the question. Please vote. Member Green?
Yes.
On the motion to postpone. Thank you. Member Green is a yes. And I think we're missing just 1. That motion passes 13-2 with the no votes being Member Carey and Member Bogus. All right, back to you, Chair Hymas, I believe.
Thank you. That concludes our law and licensing report out.
Okay, and with that, I understand we have lunch here.
We have standards and assessment, and then we would have 328 after lunch if we wanted to do that one thing.
Chair Booth, what's your pleasure? You want to hit that other item, one item first? Okay, so Chair Booth for standards and assessment.
All right. We did have an information item that was very interesting, a report on the USBE I'm going to use the letter E, lab, because I don't speak the word. No, I'm kidding. This, of course, the USBE Equity Lab has been in place since 2019. So 4 years of training opportunities for local education agencies to help with students and their student achievement. And this particular lab that was reported on in our most recent meeting gave some wonderful resources to teachers and highlighted the work of John Arthur, who is a 6th grade teacher we know and teacher of the year back a couple years ago. And he shared practices. It was looked
Chair
upon
Booth,
as a very...
can I just cut in to see if this is an action item or is this a report out on a discussion item?
This was just the report out, and I'm moving right now to the action item.
I'm sorry. Okay. I was trying to catch up with you on this agenda. Okay. Yeah.
For
we
some
normally
reason
don't
on
do
my
the
agenda,
discussion
that was
items.
just preceding the action item, and the action item has to do with R277910, underage drinking and substance abuse prevention program. And the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277910 draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing no lights, we can vote. The motion again is to continue and approve R277-910 underage drinking and substance abuse prevention program, draft 1, second. Oh, Member Klein does have a question. Sorry.
So we talked about this in committee, and I am opposed to this due to it being the Botvin Skills Life Training Program that is the approved program for this. It is an SEL program, and they cite on their website under their research tab 29 out of the 41 references they're citing themselves for their research, and in the PowerPoint that was uploaded to back up from our staff, they have a bar graph that shows how successful life skills training is, but that is not specific to Botvin itself. And even if it was, there's no way to quantify or relate how well the program is working when it's prevention, because you don't know if it's the prevention program itself that prevented them from getting into underage drinking and substance abuse, or if it was something else that prevented them from it. So I would be opposed to this rule on that basis. We don't need another SEL program.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, and maybe our staff could answer this, just how many applied, right? We're required by law to have a prevention program. I'm just trying to clarify that, right? And then we go through an RFP, and those that meet the criteria. And if I remember right, there were not very many that even met criteria for the application. Was there 1, 2, 3? I'm just trying to clarify because we have to have by law. Okay. Just making sure I understand.
Okay, further discussion to the motion? If not, is it? I can't even see it all right. Okay. It's off? All right. I think we can vote. The motion then is to continue and approve R277-910 underage drinking substance abuse prevention program, draft 1 on second and final reading. Voting is open.
Member Green's a yes.
Thank you. Member Green is a yes. And that motion passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, Member Carey, 2 noes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Thank you. Does that conclude that section of standards and assessment? Okay. Let us break for lunch. Oh, sorry, Member Klein.
There's a new draft for 328 that's been uploaded in your docs, so if you want to look over it at lunch.
Okay. Let me just note that we are actually within the noon hour as we start lunch. Boom. Red letter day. Okay, I won't jinx it. Let's do 30 minutes, then we'll be back at 5 past 1. Okay.
On to action on R277-328. We have Member Davis. Member Davis, as soon as everybody's quiet, we will start. Thank you.
Now you start right when I take a bite of food, thinking we were going to go on for another hour.
Sorry.
So I have a motion on the floor in
Okay.
this, and I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
I move that the board move draft 2 of R277-328.
There is a motion on the floor from when we postponed.
It's mine. It's my
From
motion.
the last meeting.
But I'm changing it from draft 1 to draft 2.
So we have a substitute motion, and we have a second from Norton. So the motion's been made and seconded. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Well, I'll speak to it. I'll speak to it. I just want to get it on the table so we can talk about
Okay.
it, and then I can speak to
Sure.
it. I just want to get it.
All right.
The sub approved first, that we kind of get rid of draft 1 and start here instead.
Oh, okay. So the substitute motion has been made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Norton, that the board approve R27.
Actually, I guess I do need to speak to it, huh? Because this is to
Yeah,
approve
this
it.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are we streaming? Mr. Jerry?
Where's?
Yeah, we are.
Chair Moss.
Are you?
There's a little bit of a delay online.
It's up? Okay. All right, so just to make sure, just because there was a delay in streaming, we have a substitute motion that's been made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Norton, that the board approve R277-328, Educational Equity in Schools, Draft 2, and you may speak to your motion.
Okay. As we all know, this has been quite the journey from the beginning to now. And I was thinking a lot about a conversation that I actually had with you, Chair Hart. And I'm addressing you now since Chair Moss is not here. And I was saying to you, everyone feels so divided and afraid of so many things. And it dawned on me, like, there's this fear everywhere from both sides of parents on this issue. And I said, well, how do we fix that? And when I'm quoting you publicly, I didn't even ask your permission.
Uh-oh.
But you said it would be great if we could have a conversation with every individual and gently ask, what are you afraid of? And in the space of this rule, it would be great if we could ask every parent, what are you afraid of if the rule goes away? And what are you afraid of if the rule stays? And as I thought about that a lot overnight, I thought, I feel like that is what draft 2 does. I feel like it's as if we sat down on the couch and listened to parents. What are you afraid of if this rule goes away? And I feel from what I have heard, and try to lightly summarize, we feel like our kids the teachers won't have the training that our kids should be safe. Our kids shouldn't be discriminated against. There shouldn't be harassment. And they should all be, part of the system in great ways. And then I feel on the flip side, if I say to other parents that we've heard of, what are you afraid of if the rule stays? I feel like some people were interpreting it as if we go so far into fixing the problems that these parents have explained are existing for their kids, then we'll swing too far to this side and we'll create problems for more kids and other kids. And if we go so far into certain lives matter, will our kids feel a message that their lives don't matter? And I've been thinking so much about these parents and what they've been bringing to the table. And I feel like this rule kind of narrows it down and addresses both of those concerns. I also feel like if we have expectations of teachers in state and federal laws, they deserve an opportunity to be trained on what it is and what's in the law and what's expected of them in the space of what they should be doing and shouldn't be doing in all of this. I know that they appreciate clarity, at least those I've heard from have said so, and I think this rule does that. I have more things to say, but I don't want to take too much time because I took 8 minutes and 29 seconds last time, and it was a lot. So I'll listen to others, and maybe if we have time, I'll circle back. But if not, this is the first time in several months that I have felt complete clarity and peace, and I feel like this rule is moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been watching the lights and they've come up in order. Matt, Vice Chair Earl, Klein, Bogus. So we'll start with Member Hymas.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I have first off, I appreciate the work that has been done, and I agree with Member Davis about moving forward, trying to identify what the concerns are and how to address those concerns. I appreciate the work that several board members have put forth here in bringing this. And admittedly, I wasn't part of that because I chose not to be. I was invited, but a little bit stubborn, as sometimes I can be. But I do appreciate the work that has come forth here. With that, I would like to bring forth a few amendments I'd like to address here, then put forward, and then we'll move on from there. I believe they could be brought up on the board to make it easier. So if you look up on the board here, I'm asking for these three motions here. One is that the board strike understanding each student's unique circumstances from line 55.
I would second that motion.
Yes. Or I guess I don't call that. Yes. Yes, these motions, thank you. These motions come from draft 2, yes. Second motion would be that the board strikes lines 70 to 75. And then third motion, that the board strike lines 82 to 86.
Okay, so we need to do these one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. So the first one's been seconded by
yes.
Member Bogus here.
Motion made and seconded.
And I'll speak to that if I can.
Please.
So on line 155, or sorry, 55, it's actually section 3, subsection 2A. It says fostering a learning environment which is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary disruption. And then I'm asking to strike understanding each student's unique circumstances. And then it says as consistent with section 53G-8-202. And the reason I'm asking for this to be stricken is this is not in section 53G-8-202. It's an addition. So I'd like to, in my mind, keep it consistent with the law. I didn't bring this up. Maybe somebody could offer clarity. I'd strike and federal law as well, because it's so general. I don't even know what that means. But I guess that would be a separate motion.
Is the second okay with that? Okay. All right, so I have the order in which people wanted to speak. So if Member Earl, Klein, and Bogus, if you would take your lights off. Am I adding to the general list, or are you speaking to this motion? Okay, so I'm adding Norton. Yes, please. And so now lights only should be on if you want to speak to this amendment. Okay, so we've got Member Klein and then Member Bogus. Oh.
Yes, I would support these motions. I think they are good. They bring clarity and they take out the language that is hard for people to agree on. And so it just makes it simpler.
Understood. Member Bogus?
Move to amend the amendment. And I would offer that we need to insert the word physically safe in between is and safe.
Okay, do we have a second on that amendment to the amendment?
May I just make a point of order?
What's that? Point of order?
Well, I just, can I do a point of order or not?
You can do a point of order.
Okay, just that, and just this is a clarification, because we took this language right from law. That's all I'm saying. You can look at the law. That's what it says. So just knowing that we're adding something to law. That's just a.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get my, I've got a motion up. How do I get the screen back with the, who's next? I think it was Well, did we get a second on Member Green? Member Green seconded? Okay. We are now speaking to the amendment to the amendment. Anybody would like to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Hold on, Deputy Stallings?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, that by adding that term in between witches and safe actually narrows. And so we would be rewriting the code. And I just wanted to share with you that's generally something we don't do or narrow it, because we could get called up to administrative rules and say, you actually narrowed it, the meaning, by adding in kind of that qualifier. I just wanted to give you that.
Okay, so what does the code say?
The code, so I'm looking at 53G8202, and it states, and I had it right here, the legislature recognizes that every student in the public schools should have the opportunity, here it comes, to learn in an environment which is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary disruption.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment on the floor and seconded. Do we have any other comments to that before we go to a vote? Oh, okay, go ahead. Member Bogus? Oh, Davis was, I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry to say.
That's okay. I would, I wish we could have an amendment to the amendment to the amendment, but we can't. But if we could, and depending how the votes go on these, I would suggest that we change the wording in A, just change the order. So it says, understanding each student's unique circumstances, comma, foster a learning environment which is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from necessary disruption. Because I wondered the same thing when we put as consistent with section 53G-8-202. And I, in my own head, was thinking, oh, that needs to come in the beginning.
Right.
Because it's like, we understand every single person is coming from a different circumstance.
Are you speaking to?
So I'm speaking against this one in hopes to do that one.
Do a different one? Okay. Member Bogus?
So I actually made this motion to get the arguments that we shouldn't be fudging with code. And so you made my arguments for me, and as such, I withdraw the motion.
Okay. So, Is there any objection to, especially Member Green, you made the second. Is there any objection by the body to withdrawing that motion? You object? Okay, so the motion still is on the floor. All right. Any other, Member Klein, is this to this amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I would argue that you could just say fostering a learning environment which is conducive to the learning process and free from unnecessary disruption. That that encompasses it all. Like if it's not a safe environment, then it's not conducive to the learning process.
So are you?
And it has unnecessary disruption. So I can't amend. Can I amend this amendment?
No. That's why we're.
I would just say, I would, without objection, amend it to take out physically
I think
safe.
we can. What we'd have to do is, we just vote this. We would vote this down and then reopen. All right. So I think we're ready to go to no. Okay. Oh, you're in line. Okay. Any other lights to this amendment while they're getting it ready for voting? You ready? Let's go. Let's vote. The amendment is to insert physically in between which is and safe. I think you gotta take the battery out and put the battery back in. My radio wouldn't work on the way here either, so I think there's something in the stratosphere. So we have 11. We are missing. What are we missing, guys?
Green is the yes.
Member Green is a yes. We're missing 2 votes. Is that one yours? And who else? Vice Chair Earl. Okay. We got. We're still missing. Oh. It's. What's going to be your vote? Okay. As Member Lear's getting ready to vote, the vote is 14 no votes, 1 yes vote. The yes vote is Member Green, so that motion fails. There you go. It's in there now. So we are back to the original motion, but we have, who's next in line, please? Well, we're still on that list. I'm sorry, right here.
Except for I think those are additional amendments.
Oh, okay. All right. So that was for this one. You, member, was it Hyman?
Yeah, that's my original motion.
Okay. So member Klein. Oh, okay. Member Davis, then member Klein.
I'd like to amend the amendment to say, just to reverse the order. So it would say, understanding each student's unique circumstances, foster a learning environment which is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary disruption, as consistent with Section 53G-8-202.
Point of order. I don't think we can do that because Matt's motion is actually to strike that. So in doing that, you're actually going contrary to his motion, but I'm just checking.
But if I'm changing the reason he's saying is because it's inconsistent with 53G-8-202. And I'm saying if you move the clause to the beginning, then the foster part is consistent with 53-8-202, and the beginning is a introductory clause.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and then you've spoken to it. Is it?
And I haven't spoken to it, actually.
Oh,
I'd like to
that
speak
wasn't.
to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't bring this up originally. Someone else brought it up and actually had looked at unique characteristics and circumstances. And in talking with those that were on the Hill, working closely on this, the bill of 261, they're like, characteristics seems like it's already kind of all encompassing. And if you look at circumstances, everybody has a unique circumstance. It might be that, this child's parent has cancer and is missing some classes, and, it might be this child speaks a different language. It might be this child has a different learning situation. So, and I thought they had good feedback, and I think that the language is good, but that did always kind of bother me where it was with the 53G-8-202. So I appreciate Member Hymas for bringing that up, and I think that moving that to an introductory clause and then having the fostering part all be consistent with the code is important.
Okay, thank you. Now it's Member Klein, and then Member Hymas, and then Chair Moss.
Okay, well, I will speak to this, even though I have an amendment after this, but every child has unique circumstances. It goes without saying. It doesn't need to be there because it goes without saying. And to any good teacher is going to look at, what they can to help students. But can a teacher truly understand a student's unique circumstances? I would argue that no, they can try, but should we be treating students differently academically based on their unique circumstances? No, because that's where the bias comes in. You want equal treatment. If we want kids to be treated the same, or then we can't put in things that allow for teachers to make these arguments that so-and-so receives or needs special treatment or accommodations that maybe, they just want to be treated the same as everybody else. And now the teacher's treating them differently because the teacher thinks or is making assumptions or stereotypes about a group that they belong in or that the culture says they belong to, and treating them differently. And that's how we get the problems introduced into this language that people in the state have voiced their opinions very clearly on, that this is not okay. They just want kids to be treated the same so that they all have that equal opportunity, and we're not introducing racism and those kind of things inadvertently based on good intentions. Does that make sense? So, I would speak against adding that back in.
Okay, Member Bogus? No, Member Hymas.
I speak against the motion as well. It wasn't just because it's not in the code. I understand that in a previous conversation, which I understand that nobody else was privy to, well, a couple of you, but understanding each student's unique circumstances. First off, I don't know how to put that in a professional learning right now. I think that's a challenge, right? To say, okay, now you're going to look at each student's unique circumstance. And then secondly, it's riddled throughout the rule. It's in there, not just throughout the rule, but throughout what the USBE does. To Natalie's point, we're educators. We get to know our students. We get to know their circumstances and how we can help them out. But to train on that, I think, is asking too much. I'd love to just stick with what the law says. We're citing the law here. And I speak against this amendment, which would refer back to, of course, my original amendment.
Okay, thank you. Chair Moss?
I'll withdraw. I'm okay. We've got plenty of folks weighing in.
Member Bogus? Was this for this one? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I would just speak against the amendment as well. I think that Member Hymas is fair and sporting in his amendment, and I think if we're going to copy and paste the law, we should copy and paste the law, and or choose not to copy and paste the law and just cite the code. I think it was just last month that a member of our staff said it was bad practice in rule writing to copy and paste the law. But if we're going to do it, I think we should be clear and consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments about this amendment? Member Klein?
I'll keep it short, but I just remembered there was a math conference this week on Tuesday and Thursday with breakout sessions, and one of the sessions was entitled Equitable Assessment Corrections. And I read the description and I thought, what on earth is this? Teachers are being trained in how to correct assessments differently depending on the student's individual or unique circumstances and backgrounds, as if some kids get an easy pass and others don't. They either get the assignment right or they don't. And if we are changing how we are correcting assessments based on equity, which is an individual's unique circumstances, that's highly problematic. And that's not fair. It's not just. And so if that's what, social justice means, it's very unjust and not fair to all students involved.
Okay. They have the motion ready to vote. You're speaking to this? I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't realize, I thought member Carey was.
Read it again, 'cause I don't know.
There you go. Hold on, but member Carey is first.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I just want to speak against the amendment, and I think it's great that we're saying, look, let's look at the law. This language was taken right from the law that was passed. If it's mirroring the law, it begs the question, why do we need the rule? But even setting that aside, it's interesting because when I looked at the bill that this was pulled from, I said, how long is it going to take them to implement this law that they passed in the legislature that all this language is pulled from? That law does not go into effect until July 2024. And when I asked, why are we waiting 6 months? If the law is this necessary, why doesn't it go into effect next week or next month? And the answer was, well, they'll need 6 months to really get it right. So they're going to spend 6 months going over this language that we're putting into our rule, and they say on their end, it's going to take 6 months. This version was made available to us yesterday. And we're given less than 24 hours to consider what higher education says they need 6 months to.
Are you speaking to the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
To review and digest. So I would just urge some caution, because if it's taking them 6 months to do it and review it before it's implemented, it's my understanding when we pass this, it's rule. Right.
It's
60. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It'll have 60 days. Yeah. Ish. So
Yeah.
again, and I appreciate that maybe we work a little bit harder, maybe we work a little bit smarter, but for them to take 6 months and for us to do this in 60 days, I just think that a little bit more time, a little bit more discussion, we can get this right. Because I do agree with Board Member Davis when she said along the lines of we're close. And I do think we're close, but not close enough to in regards to the general rule that's being proposed, but in particular these amendments. Thank you,
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Okay. And point of order, point of information. Go ahead.
Member Carey said a couple times, they, them, they're going to take 6 months. I'm wondering who that pronoun refers to.
Member Carey, are you willing to answer?
Yeah, to the extent I can. I mean, it's those responsible for complying with the law. That's who I would imagine the they is referring to. Yeah.
Higher ed?
Yeah.
So you're talking about higher ed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
which is, okay, so Member Davis.
Yes, thank you. You know, again, I didn't suggest this. Jim suggested it. I thought it was great language. I thought it was beautiful. But if what Member Hymas is saying is true, that this concept and what, Member Klein is saying is true, that our teachers do understand that every child is so uniquely different, then if that's true, then that's true. And I withdraw this motion. And let's get moving forward.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor, belongs to the body.
Without objection.
Correct. I'm checking on objection. You object? Okay, so the motion stays on the floor. And Chair Moss, you said you were online.
I'll be quick, unless I'm jumping the line.
No, I don't think so.
I think this actually, and I agree with striking the language. I'll just preface it that I threw it out there because I think it actually accomplishes the shift we're looking for, that you go from group presumptions to individual circumstances. But I respect the concerns that have been brought up, and part of the reason that I initially voted for repeal was to remove ambiguity that could be construed towards the group-based stuff. So understanding that's why I threw it out there. I agree, pull it out, make it clean. I think what we're trying to do here is just keep it tight, keep it clean, avoid any ambiguity that gets you into these group-based categorizations, preferences, programs, whatever. And I think teachers do this. They do it every day. If my kid just got cut from the soccer team, they're not going to be motivated. And teachers look at that and they say, okay, why is this kid not engaged? And that's an individual circumstance they look at. There's other stuff. So I think it's a beautiful part of what teachers do, but having them in the rule probably muddles it. So I respect the withdrawal of the language.
Okay. Member Straight, you haven't spoken yet.
Yes, thank you. I'm fine with striking this. It was brought up. I thought it was a good idea. There was actually another part to this. After checking with legislators, we took that word out, and I appreciate the fact that Chair Moss has been very open to criticism of even the language that he was supportive of, and appreciate the idea of withdrawing this. Thank you.
Okay. Member Klein, are you to this motion? No. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this. I think we've had plenty of discussion. The motion I'll read out for the record. The board amend, okay. It was an amendment that the board amends line 55 and 56 as follows. Understanding each student's unique circumstances, fostering a learning environment which is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary disruption as consistent with section 53G 8202. Please vote.
I think it's just the top, the understanding each unique student.
It's just the green. Sorry. It's adding.
At the first.
Yeah, it's just the green.
Whether or not.
Yeah. Yes. Just the green language is what we're voting on.
Member Green said no.
Thank you, Member Green. No, it's not up yet. Only Member Carey can vote. You all have to wait. Do we need to do?
She got it. Oh, I got it. Okay. Okay, now. You got it? You got it. But it doesn't have item. That's fine. Okay.
Okay, the voting is open.
It's just moving it to the start of line 55.
And the underline is to strike. All right, the votes. Okay, the votes are in. There is, I think she did. Did you change your vote? I did. Okay. The vote is 11 noes, 1 abstain, 3 yeses. The abstention is Member Davis, and the yeses are Member Wood, Member Lear, and Member Reel. The noes are, you want me to read all those? Yeah, I just read the yes. All right, so that returns us to, yeah.
Did you move the whole thing or just striking?
So we're back to my.
Yeah.
Which is just striking that language. So is
So-
it relevant to just striking or not?
I think it might be after.
I think it probably is after, because you wanted something with safe, right? Yeah. Okay, so we'll have to vote on that first, to strike that language.
We've got to do the underlying before we.
Yep.
Okay. Now we're back to the underlying motion, which is that the board strike understanding each student's unique circumstances and federal law from lines 55 to 56. All right, we will get that ready to vote unless you are, I think you're waiting. You want to speak?
Yeah, are you amending this language, the purple?
Don't you want that? Yeah, don't you want that? Yeah. Yep. And okay, comments are closed. We're just waiting on voting. Okay, the vote's up. Please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. One more vote. Member Booth? The vote is favorable. There are 13 yeses, 1 abstention, 1 no. The abstention is Member Davis. The no vote is Member Lear. All right, now Member Klein.
Just need my, okay.
No?
We have to think about it, because that.
We just asked for clarity.
Okay.
Only be, you're right, should have to get in line, because you're going to.
Yeah, so we had this list on paper. I admittedly, I put 3 out there. Do I should I finish my motions? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Or,
all right. Yep, I will. I'll write her down.
and I think she's on
I
there.
gotcha.
She's on there already, right? I just
Yeah,
didn't
Member
know if
Klein,
were
you
jumping
are.
her.
You're already on the list. It'll be,
So when it's my turn, I can do all my
yep.
amendments before anybody else does it.
Apparently. Yep. Go for it.
Is that good? Okay. Can we pull up the second amendment then? And this is that the board strikes lines 70 to 75.
Okay, hold on. Do we have a second?
Yes.
There's a second from Member Carey. Speak to your motion, please.
Thank you. Yes, please. So if you're, I'm going to read this like I'm assuming that you are familiar with it or you have it in front of you or there it is right there on the screen. But this is section 3, subsection C, I believe, 2C. Implementing principles and strategies of inclusion, and then it says so that a student with a disability be educated with peers, right? And then that's I, and then double I is specifically designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, right? And it continues on. This, I don't know if this is necessary in an equity rule. This is covered in our other rules. This is not that I don't agree with this. I just don't know if it is the right place for this. This is directed towards a specific group, this one section here, whereas we have this equity rule or this rule, I don't even know what the title is, I don't want to call it an equity rule, equal opportunity in education rule, where we're trying to generalize it. So that's why I'm asking for these lines to be stricken.
Okay. Lights on now should be speaking to this motion very specifically, please. Member Davis.
well, while I said the other one was not a hill I was willing to die on, this one is a hill I'm willing to die on.
Is or is not?
It is. This one is. You know,
Okay.
we've heard from a lot of parents of students with disabilities, and I don't think we're calling this an equity rule anymore. I think this is an equal opportunity rule, and I think we're looking at training for teachers. Ultimately, it's a training rule. I mean, this is training for teachers of where they need to be familiar with the laws that pertain to a lot to the treatment of students. And this these parents have been fighting for inclusion for decades. And this one I think is important to include.
Okay, thank you.
And it's also sticking with the law. It's also sticking with the law.
Okay, Member Straight, then Member Norton, then Member Klein, then Member Bacchus. Please help me remember that.
Thank you. So, along the same lines, I will agree that it is mentioned elsewhere. It is an important element of IDEA. We base a lot around this. The concept of inclusion, however, is very important, not just for students who fall under the umbrella of IDEA. It's specifically defined in this rule as inclusion means ensuring that students are accepted and valued as members of the school community with equal opportunities to contribute by creating conditions for meaningful participation, including students with a disability as described in Rule R277-750. So there's our reference. There's our reference to inclusion. We've heard lots of concern, regardless of the concerns that people do or do not have in regards to inclusion. We need to meet both sides on this. And if you go back to the very first comments made by Board Member Davis, that concept of meeting all sides in the fear that is often accompanying this debate, that it gives everyone a portion in it. It's for all students. Inclusion is for all students. And excuse me, I have a butterscotch butter in my throat. But anyway, that is for all students, but specifically there's a carve out for those with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Norton?
Thank you for these comments that have already been made. I'll make this much more brief because of those. And that is, this is a rule for education. And in education, there are times that we have to spell things out, because if we don't spell things out, there's ambiguity. And when there's ambiguity, teachers don't know what to do, and so they don't do it. And we have to have a special office. We have to have special rules. And no, I shouldn't say have to. We get to. And we are in charge of protecting these students with disabilities, that they have these federal laws that are meant to protect them, and it's our job to do that. And we need to make sure that we are trained, we understand that this is crystal clear, and that there's absolutely no ambiguity of whether or not what we're doing is the right thing to do. So I am with Board Member Davis. This is a hill I will die on, that we have to specifically call out the disability and the importance of inclusion in their world.
Okay. Member Klein? Can you
just need a mic? Okay. I would amend the motion, or the amendment.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure who's driving back there, so I can just thank you. Go ahead.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready.
So I would unstrike the lines in black there. Where'd we go? Go back down. Right there, those first two lines that are in black, I would unstrike those. Sorry, not unstrike those. unstrike the ones in blue, sorry. And then begin with, for E or G, I guess, just put ensure on the line for G. So I don't know what, is that E or G? Since it's all stricken, I don't know which it is. But so the blue lines would be preceded by the word ensure above I and double I. So where the black lines are, put the word ensure. Yes.
And did you still want the
Or
black?
ensuring.
So the black lines stay struck?
Yes, they stay struck. So it would read, ensuring a student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate, consistent with IDEA, and again, ensuring specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high quality core instruction and consistent with IDEA. And that covers the concerns that were addressed earlier. And in addition to that, I would add to the motion to strike the definition of inclusion earlier in the rule, since we've taken that out. And if I can speak to that, if I have a
Let's just get a second.
Is the motion, that's the motion that's up?
That's the motion to add ensuring and unstrike the blue so it's specific to special ed students.
What was the second part that you said though?
Oh, and then, and if I need to make that a second motion, but I don't know that inclusion is anywhere else in the rules, so we would need to strike the definition at the beginning of the rule for inclusion.
Okay. Do we want to include that or not? Does that need to be a different motion? No, we'll add it in. Thank you.
Okay, and
Mr.
can
Cannell.
He seconded it. Can I speak to it?
Okay.
I think you seconded
Got a
it,
second?
right? Okay.
We got a Carrie second.
Yes.
Go ahead, speak to the motion.
So I would just say, as far as the definition of inclusion goes, I think it's unnecessary, as this provision in the rule applies to all educators and students, and no qualifiers are necessary as far as everybody's included. And so why do we need to specify who's included if everybody is included. Right? And so, and then on this section that's up here in the blue, we're just ensuring that special ed students have the appropriate help that they need according to the law. So the word inclusion or strategies of inclusion are not needed.
Okay. So it'd be Member Bogus, Member Davis, Member Lear. Member Bogus?
So I would just like to echo Member Hymas's assertions that we already train on these two things. There's not a necessity. It does this. I don't know why we're putting this in here to say train on this when we've already said train on this. I just think there's a level of absurdity. If they're not doing it, then we call them in and we hold them accountable. But why do we say train on this over and over and over in rules? Saying it once should be enough.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
I don't know that I oppose the motion as it is. I just oppose the idea of copying and pasting things over and over in rules and copying and pasting code. If we want to reference it, that's fine. But to copy and paste it just creates a level of absurdity and confusion that we really don't need, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Davis? Will you?
Thank you. I would just speak against both of the amendments. Part of this is not copy and pasted. It's adding clarity to what is there. And, you know, the word inclusion, this has been our special ed parents' word and drive and mission for decades, decades before all these culture wars started. And they cannot be dismissed. Not only should they not be dismissed, but they should be highlighted. And they should be highlighted in this rule. And I've been going to meetings that we've been asked to go with parents from the Utah Parent Center saying we're not doing enough for our children with special education. I've been in multiple meetings with them now. Our UC, our parents that are on our special ed advisory, has been saying, please, board, do more to help us with inclusion, because historically it hasn't happened, and currently it's not even happening to the extent that it could happen. And these students do not detract from the learning of the other students. And I would argue, if given the right supports, they add beautifully to the learning environments for all of our kids, and all of our kids deserve to be included. And this is important. It has been historically. It isn't currently. I'm hearing from our parents over and over and over on this.
Okay. First, though, I'd like to make 2 points. One is we were called up to administrative rules because we weren't doing enough inclusion. Just wanted to remind people of that. Second, I don't think that was your claim that they detract. Your claim was all meant all, I think. Just to make that clarification. Go ahead, Member Lear.
I also speak against this motion. I think the word inclusion, I refuse, unlike some of you who are maybe more collaborative, to accept words like equity, let me say it again, equity and inclusion as dirty words. They are absolutely wonderful words in the direction we should be going. And the federal government, in fact, has insisted with particularly students with disabilities, we must be going in that direction. And this is the law. And someone said earlier, well, I think it was Member Bogus said, we're just repeating the law. This whole rule has become an exercise in repeating the law. So why do we pick and choose which parts of the law we're repeating? This is one that I particularly like and value, and it doesn't just, beyond what Member Davis said, it doesn't just add to our communities or to our schools, it adds to our communities. And this is where we help children understand who don't have the obvious disabilities covered under IDEA, that all of their friends and all of the children in school add to all of our lives. And this is where we help and reinforce that. So I absolutely think the word inclusion needs to stay in there. It's a part of this whole discussion with the federal law. And the federal law has told us this. And I also feel like if we're going to not say we don't need to say this because we're training on it elsewhere or it's in other rules, then let's do away with half of this rule. This is just a repeat of HB 261 and HB 427. And just proceed and let LEAs follow those. If that's the economy you want, then let's be consistent.
Member Klein? Oh, Straight's next. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Chair. I'm confused on several points.
Go ahead, Member Straight.
Anyway, for weeks now, actually for more than a month, I've been actively engaged in working through with others, collaborating as best I can, to come up with something that was acceptable by everyone. And I was a part of that, a part. I don't claim to be in agreement on 100% of anything that we have put together. Now, after our last meeting on January 10th, draft one was an attempt to be 100% honest, 100% behind putting something together that followed the law. And it wasn't just cut and paste, but at the same time, what's the accusation been? Including still today, the the accusation has been that 328 doesn't follow the law, that it doesn't follow 261 or 427 or the resolution. That has been the argument. Every effort has been made to make absolutely certain that that occurs. Now, there's also been the accusation, we only got this yesterday. Well, we've been working on it, but the discussion we're having right now is not about what was received yesterday. It was about what was received right now. It's the first time I've heard about it. Anyway, thank you. I am not in support of these changes.
Member Carey?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should be picking and choosing and which parts of the law we put in or keep out. And that's why I initially supported repeal, because it takes us out of the what do we choose that sticks in, what do we select that chooses, that is removed. And, repeal and replace would have been my preferred method, but we're here. But I support this because, and even though we just got this version yesterday, we have to, we deal the hand that we're, dealt. And I don't know if this was intentional or not, but to suggest that this language somehow alienates or mistreats those students with a disability, clearly the language hasn't been read or it's being intentionally misconstrued. The language could not be clearer when it says specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of high quality core instruction, as consistent with the law. So I speak in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Klein?
Yeah, I would just repeat what Board Member Carey just said. It doesn't take away from special needs students or IDEA or the requirements. What is there is what everybody has been saying, don't take away. And we're not taking away, it's right there. So.
Okay. I wanted to add a comment. Since the DEI, what is the name of that bill? Since 261 became made public, the teachers that I work with, their number one question is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does that mean the inclusion that is special ed? And that the reason that I think it needs to be included is because it's different from DEI inclusion. It's a specific term for special education. It just happens to be a synonym. And so this is a training rule. Training doesn't necessarily exist in this series of laws that we're considering, and inclusion is different than the inclusion that is in DEI. So that's why I see there's a need for it. Excuse me. Member Davis.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out one thing. I think it feels like we're all, myself included. I mean, in our words, we're talking about inclusion in general, or even inclusion in general of including students with special needs in the least restrictive environment, which of course we know is the law. But when we were called to administrative rules because of inclusion and a lack of inclusion in our schools for our students with special needs, the outgrowth of the conversation of that was and has been in the meetings we've put together to try to address those concerns for administrative rules is not just inclusion, it's meaningful inclusion. And these are two different things. And in line 35, you'll see the conditions for meaningful participation. This is different from mere inclusion. And I think these things are important. These are important concepts for our teachers to learn and know and understand and be trained on. Thank you.
Okay, member, are you to this motion or the next one? You're next. Go ahead. Oh, for the next. Oh, okay. Member you want to speak to this one? Okay, go ahead, Member Carey.
Thank you. I just want to point out that it's my understanding that we were called down before administrative rules last year. In 2023. That's when the old 320, well, not the old, it's still in effect, but when 328 was in full effect. When we were arguing inclusion meant this group, that group, the disabled. So to suggest that somehow us being before administrative rules was a result of our inability to be more inclusive, I would just like to point out that was in the heyday of R277-328. Thank you.
Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah, just so the public, just for clarity for the public, we've never been called to administrative rules on R277-328. I just want to, I don't know if anybody could misunderstand that in the public. We were called specifically for not incorporating principles of inclusion for special education students. Thanks.
All right. Oh, what's that? No. Okay. All right. Let's vote. And restating the motion, it is an amendment that states ensuring a student with a disability is educated with peers without a disability to the maximum extent appropriate, consistent with IDEA, and specially designed instruction is provided in addition to, not instead of, high-quality core instruction as consistent with IDEA, and strike the definition of inclusion at the beginning of the rule. Please vote. Did you make it live?
One moment. Apologies, we have a technical issue for a moment.
Do we need to switch to voice voting? Okay. If you're okay, I'm okay.
Molly, did you say strike the black?
The black remained stricken. That's already stricken. That was not unstricken. Is ensuring, and after the blue, the green and the blue, and then the definition of inclusion, because if we struck this, we wouldn't need a definition of inclusion. All right, the motion is available. Please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green is a yes. Yep. Okay, the votes are in. The motion fails 9-6. The yes votes, Member Green, Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, Member Bogus, Member Carey, Member Klein. All right, next up we have, did you have one more?
Well, if we strike it, we haven't voted on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm one step ahead. Okay. All right. So now we're back to Member Hymas's motion to strike lines 70 through 75. And do we have, are you an amendment for this? No? Okay. All right. Let's go right to a vote.
Now they would be striking all that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the motion is the board strike 70 through 75. We ready? All right, votes are open. No? No, that is wrong. Don't vote on that. That is the correct motion. Please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green is a yes. Thank you. Voting is open. We're missing 2. 1. We're missing 1, members. All right. That motion. Oh, sorry. That motion fails with a vote of 9 to 6. The no votes are. Oh wait. The yes votes are Member Carey, Member Moss, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Bogus, Member Hymas. All right. That was the concluded your amendment. One more? Okay. Please, will you turn his mic on, please? Will you hit the mic? Will you hit the mic, please?
Carol, I've only done 2. I don't have a whole list. This is it right here.
All right, Member Hymas.
The next motion you can see on the board that the board strike lines 82 to 86.
The motion on the floor is that lines 82 through 86 are struck. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Member Bogus seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. So again, this is under the professional learning section. This is subsection 2E and F. I'm looking to strike here. This, to me, is directed towards specific subject areas. This is not a general training, right? One of the things I had was we talk about defending intellectual honesty, including freedom of speech and association, and developing strategies to promote the examination of various viewpoints. I'm going to be honest. In a math class, I need to focus on specific things, mainly math, right? So I'm trying to just say, hey, yes, we want this to be taught in certain areas. I do believe it is covered, again, within the rule to say, you know what, we're going to teach these things, but there has to be areas in which we can do that. And it's not in every subject. So anyway, I move to strike these lines from this section. Thank you.
The light I see is Member Davis. No? Can you? Go ahead, Member Davis.
I'm trying to find it, but I thought some of this language was from the code, either 261 or 427. And also, I'll look and see if I can find it. I thought there was a freedom of speech thing in there. But also, I think one of the keys for training is, I know it talks about various viewpoints in one of them, but the key is that teachers need to be trained specifically to do this in an impartial and politically neutral manner. And that's what we've been asked by our parents to do over and over and over. So I think that's important to keep in there, whether or not the other is. I mean, freedom of speech is freedom of association is pretty important too. So.
Okay.
I do want to.
Oh, okay. Member, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah. I've gone back and forth on this quite a bit, on this particular item. And then I had several conversations last night with people with the concern that are we into the realm of higher ed in this area, kind of like Matt was saying, or are there specific areas that address this with specific classes versus a broader narrative? But I think maybe take this into consideration down on line. Sorry, let me skim my whole document here. Down on line 166, where it says, I wonder if this still addresses that without having to do that professional learning piece, meaning it says prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts from the general sharing and participation marketplace of ideas, fostering a learning environment consistent with. So it doesn't ban those things, but it has to be consistent with the provisions in 53G 10202, 53G 10206. And the point in bringing that up is that it puts the parameters around those discussion pieces instead of just leaving those broader. Anyways, I think this is a little bit squishy language. If it stayed, it would be fine. But if it goes, I think it's covered down below is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. Member Klein?
Thanks. So I would move to amend the amendment. And I have, I would move to amend lines 79 through 86 as follows, and then incorporate this part. And that is D and E. So I would amend it D to read recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all students, and then E, and whatever's after that would be stricken on D, and then E would read avoiding activist or provocative treatment of topics while allowing students to express personal opinions in a courteous, respectful manner. Whether those opinions are in the majority or minority. So it incorporates the part that I left out is the part that he has struck as well. So it just adds information before and after that. So the lines that were taken out that he took out there, developing strategies to promote viewpoint diversity, demonstrating role model responsibilities through the examination of various viewpoints on a topic in an impartial and politically neutral manner, are really covered in what I've put on D, recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all students, which includes free speech.
And the like. Okay, so you're adding D and E right there where the lines are stricken right above it.
His lines fall in between those D and E that I have up there.
Okay. Do we have a second? Yes. We have a second from Bogus. And would you like to speak to that?
I think I just did.
Okay. So. Member Wood? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I would just say in case it comes up, I do have motions to add definitions for the provocative. Where is it? Did it get up there?
Yes, activist.
Okay, activist and provocative. So if you want, I can share those definitions now, and we can add that to the motion, or I can do that after, whatever the body prefers.
Why don't we go with this first, and then let's go with this first. And then we would we'll chunk it. Okay?
If that's a hang up for anybody, though. Having those words in there and not knowing what my definitions are, then.
Okay, then someone needs to speak up. I was trying to chunk it so that we have just a few ideas at once.
Yeah.
And, so it doesn't trip it up unnecessarily. Go ahead, Member Wood. Yep.
I would just, speak against this motion in that develop strategies to promote viewpoint diversity is exactly, it is recommended from HB 261. So that language is code. And I would move to divide because I like the constitutional rights part. So I would move to divide a
Okay.
vote between,
We have a move to divide. Do we have a second? Okay, you got to quickly get that one ready now. Yeah, moving to divide doesn't count. We're dividing D and E. Would you, Member Davis? Point of order or a point of information? Yeah. Will you? You're negotiating, so just give it to me. No, it's okay. Davis, yeah.
Just a question to the makers of all the motions on the, so is the motion to, Member Klein on, can I address her directly?
You can address it to me, and then
I'll
she has
address
a
it to you.
choice whether
The
she
chair
answers.
is Member Klein's D, recognizing, is D replacing defending intellectual honesty, rights of inquiry, speech, association, and then is E replacing the examination of various viewpoints on a topic of impartial, politically neutral manner. And we know that E is already obviously law in the law, and those are constitutionally protected rights. But on the examination of various viewpoints on a topic in impartial manner, which code is that from? Someone
Okay.
just said it straight from code, or it's talked about in code.
Okay, so
Is it 261?
Member Klein, you have a choice on whether to answer. And the question was, are those replacing?
Yeah, that language would still be stricken.
So, Member Davis, the language would still be stricken. So yes, in essence, it does replace. It's okay, and yes. And then somebody made the claim that it's straight from code and in code. So if somebody has an answer to that before we're ready to move, no? Okay. Oh, Member Wood, do you know which code that was in? Are you ready to go with the divine motion? Okay. Go ahead. It'll be easier for me to do it. Wood. She's got to do it.
yes, develop strategies to promote viewpoint diversity is line 254 in HB 261.
Okay, so that's answered. Is the motion ready to go?
And the question is, I was assuming in my motion to divide that D was replacing D and E in the original code. So if I'm mistaken in that. This is what it looks like with the code. So this
What?
Sorry. Taken out. Okay, taken out until waiting with the new. Okay, yes, that is. So that's. So yes, is that? Yes.
All right. You ready? All right, it's time to vote. Can you scroll down so that we can see D and E? Thank you. Is this to this one? No, the green light. Is this to this motion? All right.
Divide? No.
No?
It's,
Okay.
yeah.
Hold on. We are just voting on the motion to divide. We are not voting on content. Voting is open. This is only the motion to divide. So we have 2 more until we are going to take a bathroom break. Member Green? Member Green, are you with us?
Yes, sorry about that. That's a no.
A no? Okay. One more, there we go. The motion divide passes 10-5. The no votes would be Reel, Bogus, Klein, Earl, and Green. All right, so we are dividing, but we will take a 5-minute break for bathroom needs. In other words, don't go and play. I wouldn't suggest it. Train is leaving the station. All right, am I live? Can you hear me? Am I live? Yeah. Okay. Board members, please make it back. Board members, we're going to start with our divided motion. Oh, who goes first in a divided motion? Motion is. You are. You bring it back, are you? You're gonna bring it back? You're gonna bring it back? I'm just trying to make sure she's not on the prevailing side and bring it back.
But I don't want to bring it back.
Okay.
So probably would just, no, I'm not going to bring it back. Well, no, it's just a matter of changing it after the fact.
Well, I thought she was changing to. All right, board members, so now we have a divided motion. We're going to talk about motion number 1. And motion number 1 says to still strike lines 82 to 86 and add D, recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all students. Member Klein, do you have a comment? Or we'll go right to voting. No other comments, so we go right to voting. That's okay. We started and they had plenty of time. Do we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? We've got 8. We've got a quorum. All right, Member Klein, really and truly, were you speaking to this motion? Okay, then we are almost ready to vote. We are yes, now we're considering the motion number 1. Are you putting that in, Kelsey?
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't like the word all. So seriously, Kitty, there you go.
All right, voting is open for motion number 1.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green.
Hey, why is mine? Oh, there we go.
Did you get Member Green's?
Tap on it.
Thank you.
20,
We have 9 votes.
10, 11, 12.
Just tap the screen if it doesn't have the voting screen. 13 with Chair Moss, that's 14. Are we missing another person?
Just Chair
Oh,
Moss.
now 14. That passes 13 to 1, the no vote being Member Reel. All right, now we're considering motion number 2 to still strike lines 82 to 86 and add E, avoiding activist or provocative treatment of topics while allowing students to discuss in a courteous and respectful manner whether those opinions are in the majority or minority. Ooh, sorry about that.
You got a million
I've
lights
got
on.
some lights, so I don't know who was first. Member,
Klein. I have Klein, Bogus, Hymas.
yes. Okay. Member Klein, are you speaking to this motion?
Sure.
You don't have to.
Well, I did a little bit before, but again, the idea is to allow discussions to happen in a way that is respectful and courteous of all student opinions, without a teacher promoting her own social or political activism or encouraging students to become activists for social or political causes. And I think that's a big part of the problems that we're seeing that parents are most frustrated with. And they would just like to see that come to a halt so that we can have discussions without it turning into a lesson in social activism.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to speak in favor of the motion, and I do support the motion, but I would love to collaborate on the definitions. And so I do understand that there are definitions, and with the understanding that I would like to discuss those, I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hymas?
Thank you. I like what's happening here. I don't care for it, so I guess I'm going to move to amend the amendment.
Okay. Mr. Cannell, are you ready? Hold on just a second. I got to.
That's fine.
Mr. Cannell?
Oh.
Oh, it is. That is true.
Then
we need to vote on this first. Thank you.
So just let me ask a clarifying question then. Is the definitions attached to this? My concern is with activists, quite honestly. I think the definition is not as strong as it could be. And so that's where I'm struggling. So I don't know how to vote for this with those definitions.
That's why I said.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Definitions, and then they can be along with.
Yeah. No, I know. Why don't, hold on, we could, if, I was just gonna say, why don't you speak, and I'm gonna go tell it to him.
Okay, I'm speaking against this. I just think the language up above isn't coming from a law or anything. If we're going to do something from law, there's some provisions in 261, which I'm not even sure we want to be in this area. But I do think we now have to start thinking about, okay, who's majority, who's minority. But the fact you put it in there says that there has to be a majority minority. Otherwise, you can't differentiate between the majority minority. Right? The very fact that you put it in there says that there is a difference between them and that you have to somehow articulate it so that you know not to articulate it. Right? So to me, it's confused.
Whoa.
I'm just going to finish.
Hold on.
To me, it's confusing. I don't think it heads in the right direction. If, like, from 261, if we wanted to put something in, which I'm not sure we want to, they have in here, this is for higher ed though, separation of personal political advocacy and they have the institution's business and employment activities, which would be related to, it would be school mission or activities or whatever, or purpose. I just don't think it needs to be there. I just think it lends itself to more complications than it actually does resolve any issues. The fact we're training on the things not to do and the things to be cautious of, I think it's adequate. So that's what I thought.
Okay, thank you. No other comments? We go to, I'm sorry, your light wasn't on. Go ahead, Member Lear.
I can't, there are enough squishy words in this.
Oh, she's lying.
This whole rule and this whole experience, including the two bills that we keep referencing to fill a huge container. But I absolutely cannot I cannot support avoiding when there are penalties for these things, for LEAs potentially, and for educators. And so a teacher would be free to say, I avoided that. It just came out of my mouth. I tried. They're words that are not, and what for the penalties, I wouldn't mind that. I think there's sometimes a place in rules for should and avoid and rather nots. But when there are penalties and threats, then I can't abide that. So I don't support it. I also don't know where these definitions came from. I can't improve them. They're not strictly, I checked, they're not Merriam-Webster. They're not absolutely dictionary definitions. So, and then there's 5 dictionaries to choose from. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I was through.
Okay. Member Carey?
Yes, I'd like to speak in opposition to the motion. My concern is, I think some of our best educators bring passion, excitement to the classroom, and my concern is that passion can be misinterpreted as activism. I teach a college class, and no matter what side of the issue I'm taking, I try to bring passion to that side and convince the students to look at things differently. And that approach may at times be provocative. So I'm concerned that we are unnecessarily causing some of our best teachers and maybe just teachers in general to say, you know what, the best thing I can do is come in, present this material, let the students figure it out, and end the class. And I'd feel uncomfortable if that were the message that could be derived from that language. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you. I'll add, I thought of that. I thought of our debate teachers in particular that get very passionate while they're teaching how to argue an argument. I did think of that situation. Okay, I gave everybody time to have a comment, so I think we're ready to vote. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not know. Thank you, Emily, for speaking up. Member Green for speaking up.
No worries, and I didn't put my hand up on the thing either. A genuine question though, because we were just talking about the definition of inclusion, and I would like an answer for anybody that knows this. Who and when did we create that definition for inclusion? And how did we come to have a definition like that? And then where did activism and provocation definitions come from? I'm genuinely just trying to put how we decide on what those definitions are and when we decide to define specific terms.
Okay, I'm looking for, no, Leah Voorhees. Leah. Did they? Okay. Those are the two you were, okay. So the inclusion definition, I believe, is in federal regulations for special education. The description of inclusion?
I think they're getting
They're getting her. Okay, that's why I didn't really want to speak. I was hoping to find her in the meantime. But in the meantime, Member Klein, will you tell us where the definitions that you will
we
you'll
just
be proposing?
so I just worked with Angie and Elise in the back. We did a quick Google search to figure out what, and then I think Oxford Dictionary had something very similar, and then we tweaked it so that it would be clear for this kind of application.
So, Member Green, the answer to the second part of your question is if the definitions are proposed in the definitions of the words that in the motion that's being proposed came from a process with our staff. I'm waiting for our special education guru and extraordinaire to explain where the definition of inclusion is exactly. Yes.
And may I respond?
Can she see the definitions that are on the screen?
I can see those.
You can see those?
And
Okay.
may I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Okay, so I think it just comes down to, my understanding too is way back when we were discussing 328, previously board members, that we had gotten to a point where there were so many definitions that they tabled a lot of those definitions. So we've left some specific ones. It sounds like inclusion is one of those. And so I am, yes, just trying to really help the general public understand what that argument, because we're advocating for a definition of inclusion, but now we're advocating that, well, we have definitions and they're coming out of thin air. So I just for the sake of fairness, I want us to clarify.
Understood. AG Buse?
So the definition of inclusion was adopted by you as a board in the special education rules. So that's where it comes from.
Thank you. Did you hear that?
Who defines that?
The definition of inclusion was.
How did we come to a definition of that?
In a board meeting, and it's included in our special education rules.
Did we vote on those?
Yes.
A vote was taken to define that? If we voted, would this be the same thing then with activism and provocation? Or is it apples to apples comparison?
Inclusion is in our special education manual that was approved by a board I don't recall the year. Just last year? Okay, so in 2023, Leah's saying 3. Okay, and those other words would be defined in the next motion. They are not already defined anywhere.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
yep. All right, voting is open. Please vote. The amendment is that we're voting on.
For a point of information or clarity, is that okay?
Sure.
So, should this pass? Should this pass, we will be entertaining and amending these definitions.
Right,
Correct. Thank you.
If somebody makes that motion.
I will make the motion.
Okay, so the motion that's on the table that you're voting on is motion number 2, to still strike lines 82 to 86 and add E, avoiding activist or provocative treatment of topics while allowing students to discuss in a courteous and respectful manner whether those opinions are in the majority or minority. Please vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green is a yes? Okay, we have a vote. That motion does not pass. It is 11-4, the yeses being Member Green, Member Klein, Member Hymas, Member Bogus. Okay, so that what concludes yours. So Member Earl, you are next on the list. No, and then you. I am always skipping over one. Okay, so we're back to the underlying motion. You can now amend, yes. Yes, okay. So let me state the motion first, and then I'll call on you. The motion is that the board strike lines 82 to 86. You have an amendment, Member Klein.
Actually, the underlying motion, I think, is to strike 82 to 86 as amended. Because there was an amendment.
Did we pass an amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Member Bogus. The motion is, the underlying motion, strike lines 82 to 86 as amended. Yes. We passed one, the one about D, the constitutionally protected rights of students. That is correct. And now we're back to the underlying motion. Hold on just a second.
It's to strike those.
Are lines 86 through 82 through 86 include D and E?
And add subsection
D and E?
Including D.
Okay.
But then it would strike the other piece.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I need to divide the question then, because we were told that the constitutionally protected rights that passed only substituted. So we need to divide this amendment if we want to keep the impartiality, right? Because E did not pass. So D would replace, or have we not voted on E yet?
We voted on E.
And it did
E
not
failed.
pass. So
That's
then,
correct.
if we're back to Member Hymas's motion, and we want to keep the varied viewpoints are always, presented in a politically neutral and impartial manner, then we need to divide his amendment in half. Or we need to divide. I
Can
meant to
we
divide.
show 82 through 86, those lines, please? Hold on.
So my motion is to divide 83 and 84 from
Hold
85
on,
and 86.
hold on. Member Klein had an emotion first. All right, so those are the lines that would be stricken. And we did amend it, so those lines would be stricken and D would be added. So you would like to do an amendment. Go ahead.
The motion as amended. I would move to, and I need to bring E back up because that's part I'm going to add to this and amend it, as well as adding the definitions in.
We already voted it down. Can you put
But
it
there-
in amendment? Okay.
But I'm going to change it.
Okay.
So, but if they can put that language up there so that I can see, and then I'll tell them how to change it. Okay, so.
Hold on.
We just couldn't amend it before because it was already a second amendment. So I would, where it says whether those opinions are in the majority or minority, I would say, and we can either put a period or say regardless of whether.
That's really the same motion.
It's not the same because depending on how you read it, it can be interpreted two different ways. And I think Jenny was interpreting it a different way. So they're not discussing whether their opinion is in the minority or majority, which is how it may have looked to her. But regardless of whether they have a popular opinion or not, they can discuss it in a civil and courteous way. So that's.
I would say it's the.
Okay,
I'm calling it that it's the same, but we can either vote or whatever.
Hold
so.
on. We
Okay,
had
then I would just take that part off and say that, end it after respectful manner. And put a period after manner and strike the rest of it. And then I would also add the definition of activism and provocative into that so that it is.
But activists, those two words did not pass.
But that's that they were not part of the motion before. The definitions were not part of the motion before, so nobody could. They were forced to vote on the amendment without being able to without working on the definitions that go with it. So I should have put those with it before so that it will change what it means depending on how those definitions get amended. So
The problem is you're defining something that isn't actually in there. You can't put definitions of something that isn't stated.
But that part is, I'm saying that that's part of my motion to bring that part back and add the definitions in so that that discussion can be had.
Point of order.
Hold on. We had a point of information from Member Lear first, and then your point of order.
And I was much simpler. I just wanted to know what happened to recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all citizens.
That is included, that's the as amended in Member Hymas's underlying
Yes,
motion.
and that would actually go before the E it would go before the part that's stricken. If you want to put them in the proper order that they fall in the draft. The
So
green
Matt's
would
mo-
go
can
at
I ask my
the
question,
top.
please?
Hold on.
I just want
Hold
to
on,
make
yeah.
sure that in striking that series of lines now, we don't also strike that.
No,
Gotcha.
it's
That's all I
striking
need to know.
and then adding.
So we're
All right,
adding
now
that
your point of
regardless.
order.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
So if in the actual,
No,
so if you put E down at the bottom, then that's how it reads in the rule. So D on top, then the stricken language, then E.
I just have a question because didn't we already strike down this motion? Can you bring back your motion and amend it because it lost the first time?
It's a different
No,
amendment.
she's arguing that it's a different amendment.
But
I
it's
want to see the
same
amendment before I
language
decide.
that we just voted down.
Yeah, and we will, but until she has her motion correct, I don't want to make a decision. Is your
Yes.
motion correct?
And then with it, I need the definitions added into the motion.
Do you already have the definitions, whoever's
They're
driving?
down the
Okay.
down the page there. They just need to be brought up.
Okay.
Another point of order.
Okay.
Okay, that is correct, as it is on the screen.
Thank
I'm just curious if those definitions include avoiding.
What's that?
Avoiding is not one of those definitions then.
No, it was
I just,
No,
I
but
was
that-
just checking.
Oh.
Avoiding is still just a standalone word.
Right,
Okay,
and if
thank you.
somebody has a better word, they could
put.
make
All
a
right.
suggestion. I'm open to suggestions.
So the motion that Member Klein is making is of D, recognizing the constitutionally protected protected rights of students. E, avoiding activist or provocative treatments of topics while allowing students to discuss in a courteous and respectful manner. And the definitions: 1, activism means presenting ideas or encouraging behavior for the purpose of bringing about political or social change. And 5, provocation means delivering instruction or content for the purpose of eliciting a negative emotional response. I'm actually going to allow it. Are there any comments? If not, we can go to voting.
Quick question.
Question? Okay. What?
It's an amendment to an amendment, so if you have suggestions at the nature of the motion, you can make them to suggestions. And I will amend
Okay.
my amendment.
Okay, Member Klein, hold on. Let's get some comments.
I just have a quick question. Is Part D then dependent on whether this particular motion?
No, Part D is.
That's already in, okay.
I don't think that Member Klein's motion includes D because that already passed and is part of the amendment. She isn't amending that part, so that shouldn't be included. And we need a second.
I would second it for the purposes of amending.
There's a member, second by, you can, hold on. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a second from Member Bogus. Now you can speak to your motion.
I am open to suggestions for amending this so that it addresses concerns that people have, so that we can, the goal is to create an atmosphere in the classroom that is not hostile to different opinions and that allows for courteous discussion without a classroom becoming an activist
environment.
A product in an activist type environment where kids are being made to feel uncomfortable or like they have to participate or affirm activist ideologies or behaviors.
Member Davis?
I think we could add courteous to the top and just keep the examination of various viewpoints on a topic in a courteous or respectful, impartial and politically neutral manner. Seems very clear and still allows for the passion that some folks have talked about. I know, but I'm just saying, I guess I'm speaking against this because I think it's all basically included in a more streamlined version above.
Okay, thank you. Member Carey, you're next.
Thank you,
okay.
Vice Chair Hart. I would just speak against the motion for the same reasons. I understand I don't want activism in the classroom, but I think we do run the risk with this language of creating a sterile operating room type of environment where teachers and educators are just, they'll want to comply, and that's a good thing, but to the point where I think it's detrimental to the learning and the academic excellence which we're trying to foster. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Thank you. Member Bogus? I clicked you off because my fingers are fat.
Thank you, ma'am. I struggle with this because I see the point, but however, rather, as my conjunction, one could call Member Booth's statement this morning in his song activism bringing about social change. But I would not necessarily argue that would be bad social change. And so I struggle with this definition, and I don't know. I'm struggling to find a definition that I could vote for in this realm, and so I would default to Member Carey's comments. Thank you.
I think what you're saying are all ideas are provocative. It's beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Well, I wouldn't say all ideas are provocative, but there's the definition of activism.
Okay. Member Klein, and then I think we're going to go to a vote.
I don't know how to fix it.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So provocation is the kind of the big one there. Means delivering instruction or content for the purpose of eliciting a negative emotional response. So I don't think that's ever appropriate to be trying to rile kids up or get them to feel negatively or that, afraid or like the world is terrible and that they have to, it's their job to go out and solve all the world's problems. I just don't think that belongs in the classroom. And so, if activism, if we could change it to avoiding provocative activism, maybe that would be the better way to go.
We need to stay.
Avoiding, I would just amend E to say avoiding provocative activism. Or
the problem is the motion belongs on the floor now.
No, because they can't.
You can't.
I can amend my own amendment, right?
No. It's on the floor. It would have to be without objection.
All right, without objection. I would change E to read avoiding provocative activism in the classroom. In the treatment of, yes, there you go.
Okay.
Avoiding provocative activism in the treatment of.
Okay. Is there
Yes.
any objection to that change? All right. Let's move to a vote. Do you have the? Member Straight?
Thank
Oh,
you.
you're-
No. Thank you, Chair. I think maybe this will be helpful to the discussion. In the many times I've read over this, one thing I like about lines 84 through, or 82 through 86 is it's a positive lead up to the long list of, I think, what your concerns are on lines 115 through 140. So lines 115 through 140 is the thou shalt not section, and that's what we get from 261. That's what we get from 427, if I'm getting my numbers right. And that goes back to the original resolution on critical race theory, which has continued on and been expanded on in the last, in those two bills. And so I agree with Board Member Carey in his analysis of this potential effect on teachers. I agree with that fully, and he's now expressed that twice. And I think that's where we're at. But I think what you're trying to present here is really entailed in 115 through 140. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move to a vote now. Are we ready? Thank you. No, I think we need to move to a vote. All right, now I have to think.
What is the? Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No.
You got it? Okay. Okay. Member Green, do you have your vote?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Will you record that, please? Thank you. All right. We have completed, voting's complete. We have, that fails 12-3. The yeses are Bogus, Klein, and Green. All right, now we are back to the underlying motion. Oh, good, I got it right. The board strike lines 82 to 86 as amended, which is the line that says, yeah, where'd it go? There it is. No, it's, no, it's, yeah, the concept, where's the word about the stuff about?
Isn't it just math is only to strike those two lines?
Matt's is 82 to 86, and then adding D, recognizing the constitutionally protected rights of all students. Yes, Member Davis?
So if we just vote no on this amendment instead of dividing the question, then the Constitution part stays.
No.
And the viewpoint diversity with impartial political neutrality stays.
If you vote no, then lines 82 through 86 stays, and what was added, because it was an amendment.
Then we have to divide the question if we want to keep the political neutrality part in.
That is correct.
Then I move to divide.
Okay, we have a motion to divide. Do we have a second? We have a second. How, yes, yeah, that's probably key.
So I think we need to divide lines 82 and 83.
Wait, you're dividing between 82 and 83?
Well, take the Constitution part as one, and then lines 85 and 86, the examination of various viewpoints on a topic in an impartial and politically neutral manner. That's the second part.
Would it include developing strategies to promote?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, or you could just do examining various viewpoints on a topic in an impartial and politically neutral manner.
I like that.
What makes you think it's...
Who do we need?
They need to be trained that when they're examining various viewpoints, they have to do it in an impartial and politically neutral manner.
So point of clarification, the amendment was for 79, 80, and 81. Also, that's replaced the D. The D replaced the D. So it added in D. His language did not add E, D. The replacement to D.
Okay, I'm just going to confess that there are no line numbers up here, so I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay, so it's the letters. It's the D. D replaced D.
Okay. So did she split it, or is it a sub motion?
Yes, D replaced D and E. And so all we have left now is constitutional rights and the viewpoint diversity.
Okay, so then what split is the
But you'll have to
constitutional,
Yes, you
and
will have
then
to
the,
divide.
okay. You got that? No. Repeat what you just said to Mr. Cannell.
If you can add in lines 79, 80, and 81 as stricken and replaced with the new amendment with the constitutional rights. So basically 79 through 83 were replaced with the new constitutional rights, leaving the part we're debating as 84 through 86.
Sorry, those are lines 82 to 86, which, no, there you go.
E was also replaced, so you could get rid of E. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we're debating now, are those D and then the new E.
So what does it read like in total? Not just what's being taken out, but what is being left?
Well, so it would be developing strategies to promote the examination of various viewpoints on a topic in an impartial and politically neutral manner, unless the motion from Cindy is moved forward.
Yeah, I know, we're splitting it now. Oh, are you done?
Good. We got a hybrid on screen share. Lisa, if you want to write.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You can talk to either one.
Okay.
I just didn't know if we were kind of silent.
This is what it's supposed to look like.
Ah, perfect.
So is that your motion to divide? Is that accurate, Member Davis, or are you, is? Remove lines 82 and 83, and number 2 is taking out. No, that's, Natalie, that's the underlying motion, district. That's Matt's motion.
But I think she wants to leave in. She just wants to examine the various viewpoints.
Yeah.
She just dividing.
Let's
Okay. Oh, yeah.
straight.
And in the middle of it. Right.
Right.
Got it. This is just to divide.
This is just to divide.
Don't slow us down with rules.
Yes. Right. Member Davis, is this your motion to divide? Okay, do we have a second on this? Second from Member Booth. We are now going to vote on this. No? Right.
It's just to divide. Are we going to divide?
This is just about the division. Okay? No. No, this is just dividing. Right. Okay, we're going to vote as soon as, okay?
Ready?
Okay, please vote. Voting's open. Member Green?
Yes.
Did you? We're missing one. All right, the motion divide passes by a vote 13-2. The noes would be Hymas and Klein. So the motion is divided. We will consider the first motion, which is remove lines 82 and 83. Does someone want to speak to that motion?
No, it'd be straight.
It would to be to strike. It would stricken. No, that was the motion. That was Member Hymas's motion. Member Wood.
Can someone help me understand? We voted to approve constitutional rights of students.
Correct.
Where did that go? That should be part A in our voting to divide, and then viewpoints should be part B.
It doesn't have to be. We asked Cindy how she wanted it divided. She divided it in 2, not in 3.
So that still, we voted to keep that, so that stays.
Okay, so that's still there. Okay.
So what we voted on, that part stays. We're not addressing that. We're addressing Matt's motion, which was to strike 83 through 86 from the original.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So
I mistook Member
Yes.
Davis's question because she said,
Right.
will it go away if we vote no? So
Right.
that was a misunderstanding on my part. Thank you.
No, it does not.
Thing. My understanding is that constitutional rights are in there, and they replace defending intellectual honesty lines. The only thing now by dividing is being able to vote to keep the political neutrality piece. That's how I understand it. That's why I divided, so that we could vote to keep the political neutrality piece and not lose the constitutional rights change we already made.
Where did we go?
What do you mean, where did?
Constitutional rights replaced this already?
D and E. And
Did it replace that? That's out. It didn't knock out.
It went in between. It went in between. She said D and E. She replaced D and E. We're only voting on F, right?
Okay. All right. There we go. Thank you, Member Klein. That is, well, we did deal with that part. Yep, take that out. Yes, and that means, AG Buse, does that, what do you, when it, okay, so a direct question is, when we figured out that we did an error and we only need half, we don't need to divide now because that's already been changed.
Which is what I asked in the first place.
I know. And I steered you wrong because I didn't
totally
understand.
Fine. It's all been,
What?
it's hard. It's lots
Okay,
of
so let's just
pieces
vote on the
moving.
motion just to get it taken care of. And
Which motion?
vote on two. Okay. So what we are doing is we are considering what is up there as number 2. Remove lines 84 through 86. Cindy, Member Davis?
I speak against it. I mean, like we're going to have so many different conversations in these classrooms and so many different viewpoints are going to come up, and we have been asked repeatedly to help teachers understand that these conversations need to be done or facilitated and led in an impartial and politically neutral manner. So
Okay.
I think we need to keep it.
All right. Member Klein?
Thank you. This part is, it sounds super well-meaning, but how it actually plays out in the classroom really doesn't go so well. We had this aspect in the original 328, this idea of political neutrality, which, I think we all think that that's possible and we want that to be possible in the classroom, but the fact is that we all have very different views, and we can try to act politically neutral, but the way it's being interpreted is many teachers think they can bring up anything, and as long as they present it in a way that they consider they're being politically neutral and say, I'm just presenting information. Well, they could be teaching LGBTQ stuff, and that's not really politically neutral, but how they present it, they try to present it as in a neutral way, and so but it still causes the harm to a lot of students that don't believe in those kind of things. So it gets really tricky, as well as the idea of you can't treat one ideology over another or put one above the other. That just makes it so we have this this equivalent. We are saying that things like capitalism and communism are on the same level, and we can't say that one is better than the other one. One is clearly better, and what our nation is founded on, and so then it brings that into question and allows teachers to plant seeds of doubt in kids' minds that certain things that our country was founded on are actually bad or systemically racist, and so that's how it's actually playing out. So the idea of political neutrality just allows them to advocate for moral equivalence among all ideologies, and that's just not an honest presentation of empirical evidence many times.
Okay. Thank you. Member Bogus. And then Member Davis after that. You're red.
Thank you. So,
You know, I would argue in favor of striking these lines for a number of reasons, but I would go to the word impartial straight off. There are certain things that I don't think we should be impartial about. For example, sex trafficking. For example, slavery. For example, a genocide. I think this opens the door to saying, and there is a culture still today where if they think people are lying, they feed them poison beans. And then if they die, they were actually lying. Like, I shouldn't have to be impartial that culturally that's probably not something we should be doing to humans. And so I would speak in favor of the motion as I hone it into that word. While we need to be careful, fair, and sporting in our classrooms, the idea of impartiality means that all these things are moral equivalents, and honestly, they're not. And I'm not going to be impartial when condemning slavery. And I think we need to consider that as we look into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis?
I mean, I'd consider it a friendly amendment to just take out impartial and keep politically neutral. I mean, because there are things, like you said, with capitalism and communism and whatnot. But I do think we need to leave something of this nature. And I had a parent call and say, you know, I was there, for example, when the Rodney King episode happened, and he was a police officer there, and he said, we had this conversation in class, and the teacher, he felt like was really, leading the conversation, and the son said, wait, there are two sides to this story, actually, and some other things happened that the world didn't know on the news, but he didn't feel like that viewpoint was necessarily appreciated or welcomed or presented in a facilitated in an impartial or politically neutral manner. So I think we have to be really careful. I mean, our kids need to be able to speak in their classrooms in a variety of ways. And while the teacher is facilitating, the teacher needs to facilitate in a politically neutral manner. I don't know how better to say that. And I don't know how that is can be misinterpreted, but
Okay. All right. I see no other lights. Let's move to a vote. Yes, the vote is to remove lines 84 through 86. And that is those lines that are right there and struck through. Member Green?
Yes.
Did you get hers up there? No, I need to change that. We're missing one vote. Oh, okay. All right. That does not pass by a vote of 8-7. The yeses are Member Carey, Vice Chair Hart, Vice Chair Earl, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Hymas, Member Bogus. All right. Where did we strike the top one? Yeah, that was already changed. All right, it is now.
No, we have to go back to the underlying motion.
No, we divided the underlying motion. That was it.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah.
No, I'm up.
Yeah, we're now at the rule, but I can tell you that we have 4 more people in line for amendments. It is Member Earl, and then up after her would be Member Klein, and then Bogus, and then Norton.
Okay.
So go ahead.
If there's a motion list, I'd like to be on it.
Okay.
Please.
Oh,
Did you not have
let me,
You had
let me turn my paper upside down.
Yeah.
I know, I'm not putting any, there was some technical changes where the rule does not read correctly. However, I believe that with this list, I think we should address those at the very end if there's still a problem.
If there's a technical change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
That's why I don't want.
Yes. Oh, it's not. Okay. Thank you. All right, Member Earl.
Yeah, do you have my amendments? Okay. Did we address this already? Sorry.
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Okay, my brain is. So on line
177.
Yeah, is that the only thing that's changed in that one then? Is that why? Is that the language when you guys looked at it? Sorry, that's why I'm confused. So it would switch out because we don't have anywhere in 261 that actually talks about group characteristics. It's all about different personal identity characteristics. And so we didn't want to go back into the group sphere. So this is just a change on this line. And if I don't have the whole thing in front of me, but that would be the change. To strike students within a personal identity characteristic group and just put students based on different personal identity characteristics. It's just creating an alignment with what they've brought out of 261. So we're not into groups, we're into individuals. So, and the reason why, do I have a second? Okay. And the reason why
Member Davis, second.
Yeah, that's in there in the first place. It's just to clarify that if you've got a club or you've got a group that you can continue those activities, but you can't eliminate others based on the fact that they're not, if you have Latinos in action, or I don't know, you could name other things, but that it can't be discriminatory in that manner. So take into consideration other people if they wanted to be part of those. So.
All right, Member Wood. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You're just looking.
Yeah, I appreciate any clarification we can get here. I've been texted by a high school in my area that they have a Polynesian club, and the kids were all freaked out after the passing that they weren't going to be able to hold their club. And I said, well, you just got to make sure everyone's included. And they said, we already do. And I said, then you don't have to change anything. So thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Member Klein?
Does this include biological boys being able to be in female-only clubs or on female-only teams?
Well, the law articulates specifically to sports. And so that point is already in there. That doesn't address it here, but I think that we include that in the law. The pieces that the legislature are addressed within the framework. And I don't have that. I should have printed off the recent 328, but it's there. No, 328. It's in draft. It's in 261, but it talks about for governmental interest, which is specifically outlined, and that's the reason why it's included in there. That's the caveat that the legislature themselves put into place.
And that government interest is specific to sports.
This is specific. Yes, this is specific to
clubs.
This is the only thing we're addressing here is the difference between groups and personal identity. So that's what the amendment is. It's not in those other items.
Right.
Okay.
All right. No other questions?
What about like a girls' choir?
That doesn't appear to be.
A boy can join the girls' choir?
We don't know.
So I can comment on that.
You can.
So the trending movement in the vocal realm is treble versus a baritone bass choir, and so an individual would have to be able to execute in a certain range in order to be a part of a certain group, and there may still be vocal music ensembles out there that do say girls and boys, but the trending movement is toward treble, and otherwise, Randy, help me out with the other name. It's not necessarily bass, but it would be like a lower voice choir or something.
Okay. All right. So let's go to a vote. The motion is to amend it to say designated specifically for a student based on a different personal identity characteristics. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Member Green.
I keep feeling like I still need to say thank you to Member Lear for casting my vote. I owe you. She should get paid double.
Okay, that motion passed unanimously.
When you read it before, there wasn't an A there. It designates.
Oh, it would be, yeah, it would have.
Okay, that's a grammatical change. We can. Thank you. It still passes unanimously. Let's go. Straight, you can go to the bathroom now. All right. Can you share your next motion,
Yes,
please?
what's the next motion? Do you have the next motion?
Can you scroll to the next motion, please?
So it would be just adding at the end of, an LEA may establish or maintain an office, division, employment position. This whole section, it just consistent with 53G 105, and that's in the new law, that is the section that comes into play here that LEAs may have. It's the student success and support portion. Yes, sorry. So all it does is add a reference. So I've had people say, where'd that come from? Or can we do that? That kind of thing. And the law, they put that language in the law and then they reference it in the LEA section. So I want to make sure it's referenced here so people know where it came from.
And I thank you as a practitioner because I look for those references in order to know what to pull. So thank you.
Yep.
All right, I see no questions. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
Yes. So can I just jump back to that last one really quick and ask, Jenny, if the previous motion, does that include Powder Puff? Because Powder Puff girls football is not fall under UHSSA.
I have no idea.
So if you had a boy playing Powder Puff, that could be a big deal.
So that has, I don't, those are like things we can talk about after this. But
All right.
those are relevant to
But
sports, not, yeah.
I do have an amendment for this one that is up. And I would move to strike after where it starts provides. And I have a motion to that effect if you just want to bring up my motion that's already written up. But yeah, so you would strike to the end on that and then add. So you're going to strike starting at provides and strike to the end and then add. Yes. And
Hold on. Sorry. Are you clarifying?
Well, and we could keep the consistent with 53G 105 on the end.
Okay. Let me get a second on that, and then you can speak to it.
Second that.
Okay, second from Member Green. All right, now you can speak to it.
So again, we talked earlier that not everything has to be, that's in the law has to be written or rewritten into our rule. Everything that I have covers all students, and that they all have services available to them through those offices or divisions within the LEA to provide help to students. It's just simpler, more concise.
I would just say this seems to eliminate the initiation by the education community themselves. If you wanted to include something like includes parent and student request, that may be appropriate. I don't, at this point in this whole, I'm not done. In this point in this whole process, I just feel like I would like to go with where the legislature has already taken it. I'm not sure I want to go modifying theirs. To me, this suggests that guidance comes after a parent or a student makes a request, and not necessarily as an educator or the education entity letting parents know that there's a need for something. So,
All right. Hold on. Let me get Wood and then.
I appreciate the addition of the consistent with 53G, but I would speak against this just because we had been poring over 427, 261, 328. I mean, we probably spent 15 to 20 hours on this. And when Vice Chair Earl put this language in, I said, wait, can we do this? Because we had missed this portion. So I think it's super important as we're moving through what our LEAs can do. There are 22 pages in HB 261. This is a huge, and a lot of it is irrelevant to our LEAs because it's higher ed. And so to just narrow it down and say, look, you can do this is so helpful. So thank you.
Okay. Member Klein.
Yeah, so the language upon student or parent request so is in there so that this parent and the student are the drivers of their own education. The parent should be, they're the primary and the school is secondary and supposed to be supportive of the parent. So it makes sense that it would be the parent and student driving those requests and not the school. The school makes these resources and their help available so that they can support all students that need that support. And so this just adds that component. We have another part in the rule where it says to work actively to increase parental engagement. And this is one way that we can do that is by allowing them to be the drivers of the help that they request and receive. And the school can certainly let families know what is available. So it's not like we're trying to, prevent that help. We want parents and students to know what help is available, but it needs to be on the parents and the student to request that. And yeah.
Oh, okay. Is this going to add to the conversation, Chris? Are you?
Yeah, I always add to the conversation, ma'am. So at first glance, I really like this, but I have to relate these to my own experience as an educator. And oftentimes, it is the teacher who calls the parent and says, "Hi, my name is Ms. Bogus. I teach your child at such and such an institution, and I'm observing X." And that's, I don't make that phone call upon parental request. I make that phone call as a duty as an educator to inform that parent, and then I let them choose whether or not we want to pursue that option. And so I'm, in my brain, I'm actually searching for language that would accommodate both, empower the driving of the parent, but also not enjoin the teacher from engaging in a way that would be totally appropriate. And so I would ask the maker of the motion, how do we reconcile that? Because sometimes students don't know they have a problem. And if parents aren't in the classroom, they don't know that their student has a problem. And I say sometimes, not always, but sometimes. And so my question would be, through the chair to the maker of the motion, how do we reconcile that?
You can either respond or not.
Yeah, so I would be fine amending to makes available to offers. So an LEA to offer upon, well, let's see, or another unit of an LEA that to offer support, and I would put the clause upon, maybe take out upon student or parent request, and just leave it with offers.
Okay, the motion belongs to the body. Is there an objection to that amendment? Was hearing none, that is the amendment now.
Unit of an LEA.
Okay. Yes, please, absolutely. I was going to, but you can. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, yeah.
So I do like that language much better. Thank you, Member Klein. I think that this covers both, that we still have the opportunity to reject the offer, which keeps people in a place that's stable and appropriate. I need to cogitate on this for a minute, but I thank you for the amendment.
Okay. So I'm going to read it again just to be ready for the vote. Give you a minute. The motion on the floor is to amend the amendment to say an LEA may establish or maintain an office, division, employment position, or other unit of an LEA that offers support, guidance, and resources for student academic success and career goals without regard to an individual's personal identity characteristics consistent with 53G 2-105. All right, let's vote. Member Green, voting is open.
Yes.
No harassment. Are you harassing? Member Lear is out, so the amendment fails 9-5. The yeses are Vice Chair Hart, Green, Bogus, Carey, Klein. All right, so that moves us back to the motion as amended, which would read, an LEA may establish or maintain an office, division, employment position, or other unit of an LEA that provides support, guidance, and resources that equip all students, including all students in public schools at higher risk of not completing high school, with experiences and opportunities for success in each student's academic and career goals, and without excluding individuals on the basis of an individual's personal identity characteristics consistent with 53G-2-105. Please vote when it opens. Whatever it meant in the law. In the code. The code might define it. I don't know. All right, the voting is open. Member Green, the voting is open.
Yes.
Member Green's vote is a yes. We're at 13, we need 2 more. We are at 14, we need 1 more. All right, that motion passes 14-1. 14 with 1 abstention. The abstention is Member Davis. Member Klein, I'm sorry. Okay, where did it go? Okay, so Member Klein abstained, just for the record.
So my amendment here is that in K through 12, that we add these 2 provisions of law here that, of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and then this Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. I know that they dealt with primarily higher education, and so 504 is relevant to public education, and it would seem appropriate to have it in there. So.
All right, the motion on the floor that has been seconded by Member Straight. Any comments? Seeing no lights. Go ahead and we are going to vote. Oh, question? Okay. Member Klein?
So recently I was involved with a parent that had filed a Title IX complaint and about he was not comfortable because a boy was using the girls' bathroom at the school where his daughter went. And the Title IX specialist that he met with on his claim insisted that this comes in on that last part, receive adverse treatment, be advanced, or receive beneficial treatment because of the individual's personal identity characteristics. So when you have gender identity and sex both in that definition of personal identity characteristics, which is what was passed in the law, you run into a problem where the two come in conflict every time because.
So, Board Member Klein, I just have to say this is not relevant to my motion. The other items are already in the law. So,
yeah,
if you want to argue those, you might have to.
I think it's important that we in this room understand how this is playing out in the field, because he was told that his daughter could only have an accommodation, meaning the boy could still go in because otherwise he was not. His daughter would be receiving.
This is not relevant to the motion.
You would have to speak after the amendment because the amendment's about 504.
Yeah.
So you can speak after, but not to this motion. Okay. All right. No other questions about the amendment? Let's vote. Is it up? Yep. Voting is open. Member Green?
Yes.
Okay. Member Green is, yeah, okay. All right. So that passes unanimously. That concludes Member Earls, and that goes now Member Klein.
Did you want me to finish what I was saying before or just move on?
Make a motion, and then you can talk to it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I would move to on line 16, add on number 2, the purpose of this rule is to provide, and then I would amend the rest to read, provide the superintendent, LEAs, and educators with standards for equal opportunities, educational freedom, and prohibited discriminatory practices, including in professional learning, course standards, classroom instruction, and materials. And if I get a second, I'll speak to that.
Do we have a second? Second from Member Carey.
Okay, so you'll notice that this expands the purpose of the rule to cover what happens in the classroom, not just professional learning or training, what can be said or not said in a professional training. It also includes what can be practiced in the classroom where these things, where the rubber meets the road. And so I think it would be negligent on our part to not make sure that these things apply to the classroom as well.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking a clarifying question. We're not, if I'm understanding this right, we're not doing professional development on how to do professional development we're doing professional development around the broader items in here, which would naturally include those, because when you say you can't promote X, Y, and Z, it's not just promote that in professional learning. Does that make sense? It's promote that in all areas.
Okay, but it doesn't explicitly just because they receive training on these things doesn't mean that it doesn't that because no, I don't think it says anywhere in here that they are prohibited from doing this in the classroom. They're just prohibited from it being in the training.
Okay. All right, so let's go in order, and
so it's a
Member Davis, and then Member Davis, and then Member Cheryl.
Yeah, just an explanation of why this was taken out in the first place is because it's narrowing, because educators are expected to do this everywhere, on the playground, everywhere. There's no place where these laws do not apply. They apply in the classroom. They apply in after-school activities. They apply everywhere. And so that's why we really wanted to make sure that was understood, that this is all-encompassing.
Okay. Member Earl?
Yeah, and I think that I'm not going to repeat what Cindy said, plus 427 itself is encompassing of those, and so it's referenced in here. So when we start, I think we end up narrowing, going just what it said, narrowing going that way instead of leaving it the broader. We're not teaching people how to do professional development. The professional development's on the items that are in the law, so it's encompassing.
Okay, Member Klein, is your light on? There you go.
That isn't how I read it, so I don't think it's clear in that regard. To me, it's a professional development standard for professional trainings, and that's why the teachers, or it mentions in here that those trainings can be requested by the parent. But that leads to another point in the fact that, and I don't address this in my motions because I'm not sure how to do that, but a vast majority of trainings happen outside of or from entities outside the USBE or LEAs. There are trainings available everywhere for teachers now, and so they go to conferences, they go to association trainings, USBA, UEA, conferences all around the country and online, even conferences trainings put on by the U.S. Department of Ed and other companies, ed tech companies. And do we have anything that prohibits them from attending trainings that promote these very things?
Hold on. Member Davis, and then Member Bogus. Go ahead, Member Davis.
Yeah,
No, you're okay.
I think the conversation's, really good for clarity, and I think it's just important to note that no matter where anyone goes ever, they are legally, when they are teaching in the state of Utah, responsible for these things. The LEAs must train them and teach them that they are responsible for these things, regardless of any other places they go or people they talk to or things they hear anywhere else.
Hold on, Member Bogus, and then Member.
Thank you. So I agree with Member Klein in many capacities. However, we can't tell teachers they can't go to a training. We can tell them whether or not we will pay for it. Mm-hmm. And I could be wrong, but maybe that's where she's going. But there are a lot of trainings that teachers attend, and they have every right to do so. This is America. But what we pay for in our LEAs should be consistent with the law. So if we're receiving LEA or state board funding for professional development, that training should be consistent with the law. But I have a great issue with telling people, hey, you just can't take this training. That just seems weird to me. So I think that's my comment right now, and I may have an amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Klein.
I totally agree, and that's why I didn't address it, because when you think about that, we have the right to go and be a part of whatever we want. It is a free country in that way. But we also, to your point, to Member Bogus's point, state funds shouldn't be paying for it. Our contracted associations that receive state funding, like the USBA or the UEA, they should be held to these too, if they're receiving money from the education budget. The other point is what I'm trying to address in here as well is that you have all kinds of curriculum and materials through the ed tech, and whether it's curriculum or platforms that students are increasingly using that come from outside of Utah that don't have any way to modify what they are offering based on what our specific law says, and yet so it's just ubiquitous. It's everywhere. So how do you rein that in and make sure? I mean, it's one thing to tell a teacher they can't instruct in these things, but there's nothing that says the teacher can't, or isn't forced to use a platform or ed tech company that brings these things to the students because the teachers are becoming more and more facilitators of tech instead of giving direct instruction. So that is why my motion, I hold to what it is.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Are you ready? Seeing no other comments, let's vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Green is a yes. We're missing two. We're actually missing one. You? Okay. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah.
Not Matt, the person with the face.
Okay, so that fails 12 to 2, which makes 14. Okay, yeah. And the yes votes are Green and Klein. All right, back to Member Klein. Hold on.
A letter E to section 1. So 1E, that would, about line 14 is where it would be added. And it would read section, as part of the authority of the rule, section 53G 10-206, which requires the board, LEAs, and superintendent to ensure that instructional materials and classroom instruction are consistent with certain principles of educational freedom. It would be put in right after line 11. Would be an addition. E. It would add an E. Or I guess it would be, line 15, after line 15.
So basically, yep. All right, do we have a second? Yes. Second from Bogus. Speak to the motion.
I think it's important to reference the code that surrounds these issues and defines those and requires us to act to ensure that that our materials and classroom instruction are consistent with that piece of code.
Oh, okay.
The code is 50.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any other comments, questions? All right. Seeing none, let's vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Yep. So voting is closed. That passes 9-5, with the noes being Member Straight, Member Hart, Member Norton, Member Reel, and Member Lear. So next. Oh, sure.
Can I ask a point of clarification? When we say superintendents, LEAs, boards, doesn't that all fall under LEAs? And if not, shouldn't we be putting in charter directors?
Well, so When generally, correct me if I'm wrong, but generally when we refer to the superintendent, we're talking about Dr. Dixon and her staff. Yeah. Yeah. And then charters would be under LEAs, I believe, because they are an education agency. All right, go ahead. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I move to unstrike classroom instruction and amend the definition as follows. Classroom instruction means any instruction or information to a student, including direct teaching, course material, unit, class, lesson, activity, or presentation.
Can you tell me where this is? What line?
It's in the definitions and line 22.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a second? I'm sorry. Do we have a second? Okay, second by Member Carey. Member Carey, do you have?
Just a point of, for the maker of the motion, do we know where classroom instruction is referenced in the actual rule?
The previous motion just added it, referenced it, classroom instruction.
Okay, hold on. Was that your answer?
I think it's in one of my other motions that's coming as well.
So it's in that motion and other motions.
Thank you,
All
Vice
right,
Chair.
member, okay. All right, seeing no other, okay. Go for it.
So if it pleases the maker of the motion and the body, I would love to entertain where it will be used before I entertain the definition, or to entertain them at the same time.
So the first place it's used is what we just approved.
Yes, but that's in the header, and unless it's used in the actual body of the rule itself, a definition isn't necessarily needed.
You're saying the E is the header?
The E would be in the authority and purpose.
Okay.
And so I would love to entertain this definition, but if we don't have usage of the word, I'm inclined to vote against it. And so I would just ask the maker of the motion if we could do them together.
So
I'm wondering.
Thank you.
I have a mic. Okay. So I would add to the motion these two amendments. The first one is to amend lines 89 and 90 as follows. The professional learning, course standards, classroom instruction, and materials provided by the superintendent or an LEA may not include, and then that's the end of that amendment. You'd have to look at the lines 89 and 90 to see what follows that, since it ends with the word include. And then the next motion that includes it is amends lines 144 and 145 as follows. The professional learning, course standards, classroom instruction, and materials provided by the superintendent or an LEA shall be done in accordance with all state and federal laws. And I'll just glance.
Do we have a second on that motion? Second?
Yeah.
Member Davis, while you're looking, Member Davis?
Yeah, I feel like this rule is to provide training on anti-discriminatory and harassment practices, and not to teach critical race theory and the things that are in 261. And we had a debate earlier about getting it bigger and bigger and bigger into classroom. I mean, it's the language is there to encompass all of this, and now we're going in and putting all the specifics in again. And I just think it's going to get all convoluted. And I'm on the prevailing side. If I need to go back and take out the reference, I wanted to put the reference in to the earlier spot, but I don't want to now start changing all of the language and getting it wordier and wordier and wordier and wordier.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I'm stalling. Member Bogus?
I need a minute.
Okay. She made it one motion. She made it all one. So, so she's gonna need time to type it anyway. Okay, hold on. Okay, Member Bogus has the floor.
So,
Hold on, Member Bogus. We'll get everybody's attention. Thank you.
so I have some consternation, and maybe it's unwarranted consternation, but I have it just the same. One is we just struck federal laws because it was kind of ambiguous and it's inerrant in what our teachers should be doing. We should not be training people in contravention to the law. And so that seems to me to be duplicative. I don't know. And then I don't disagree with the amendments as they're written, but if we're going to cite 206, this is the direction we have to head. Because 206 is a big, large umbrella and it's all encompassing. And so when we cite 206 in this rule, that means we've got to go there. And so to that end, I would argue in favor of the motion because once you bring in 206, you bring in a big umbrella. So I would argue in favor of the motion with the understanding that we're going to go there. Because I think if we're going to bring it in, we need to go there. And since we're here because of that, we should probably go there. Thank you.
Member Davis?
Yeah, maybe someone can help me with where all this is, but I think the citations of a lot of these laws are just citations to the piece that's in the rule that needs to be included in the training. They're not citing the law in and then saying, now this particular training has to be about all of the different things in that law. The rule is saying you need to train on this, and this is where the citation comes where you can also find it in a law. But so I guess, I don't know, Member Bogus, I guess that's my question, because if there's like 500 pages of 750, I mean, and this would be, the whole school year would take, you know what I mean? So I think we have to clarify. I think this is getting way out of control. And if we want to really focus in on the things that we've included in this, which is the anti-discrimination and harassment, and also the 261 prohibited discriminatory practices. Those are the very narrow things that this training requires. So if we need to go back and take the reference out, well, I move that we go back and take the reference out.
Oh, dear. Okay.
I mean,
Sorry,
because if it's going to put all this in and we're going to do 3,000 pages of training, then I don't see any other way out at this point.
Okay, so that is.
It's understood. It's legal, but it's not in this training. We train on it 5,000 pages.
So are you presenting a thought or are you presenting a motion?
Well, there can be no motion because we're still entertaining. Well, it would be an amendment.
Oh, wait.
It would be a call to reconsider because
it would be, but is that what you're doing right now, or are we moving forward with this first?
I guess I'll just, I mean, if we want to leave a reference in there, just to have a reference in there, but if all this doesn't pass, I won't reconsider it.
Okay.
But maybe I need to, because then it would just take all this. It's just, this is one training on 3 things, really.
Why don't you think about that, and we'll go to Member Lear.
And I think it's presumptuous because classroom instruction is in the citation for the board to decide how to define it. And I think if the legislature wanted to define it because it's in their code, then we look to that. Otherwise, we take it at face value. You read the plain language of the law. And I don't think we need to put in we don't need to put a definition in of every phrase and every word that's part of the code that's cited.
All right, thank you. I see no other lights. That means that we are voting on this motion. This motion has a definition of classroom instruction. This motion would unstrike classroom instruction and amend the definition as follows. 2, classroom instruction means any instruction or information to a student, including direct teaching, course material, unit, class, lesson, activity, or presentation. Motion number 3, the professional learning, core standards, classroom instruction, and materials provided by the superintendent or an LEA may not include. And number 5 would, lines 144 and 145 would be amended to say 5, the professional learning core standards, classroom instruction, and materials provided by the superintendent or an LEA shall be done in accordance with all state and federal laws. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Yeah. I have to. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. All right. Yeah, the voting is done. That fails 11-4 with the yes votes being Member Green, Member Carey, Member Bogus, Member Klein. All right. I gotta add myself to the list now. All right. Do you have another one, Member Klein?
Yes. No. Are you just trying to see what we've covered already? Kind of jumped around.
Yeah.
Instruction.
Okay.
Okay, yes, okay, so I would move to amend lines 165 through 171 as follows. So, I don't know if you can put that up there. So you can see, does someone have that one? Okay, all right, so it would add where in place of the the blue stricken language, it would add the part in green. So it would read, no part of this rule shall be construed by an LEA or an educator to prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts except for those expressly prohibited in this rule. And yeah, I think that's all of it.
The motion's been made. Is there a second? Okay, we've got a second. First, would you like to speak to your motion or hear the amendment first?
She can make the amendment, that's
Okay.
fine.
Go ahead, Member Bogus.
I would move to amend the lines expressly, except for those expressly prohibited in this rule, or in 53G-10-206, and 53 Halls Code 204, 201. I don't know what the code is. I knew it a minute ago. Let me look one more second. Halls Code is 53G-2-104.
All right, the motion to amend is to add after,
No, I'm not unstriking anything. I'm just adding after rule the words or in those two codes.
okay. The motion is to amend to add after rule, except for those expressly, wait. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm reading it wrong. To add after, except for those expressly prohibited in this rule, quote, or in 53G 10206 and 53G 104, 53G 2 104. I got it. Thank you. Did we have a second? And Member Klein will second that. Comments to the motion? Speaking to the motion.
So I would speak to the motion to amend in as much as there's a lot in the 206 code that we don't include in this rule, but we reference it. So I think we need to loop it back and put it in. And I don't think we should copy and paste it.
Just reference it. Okay. Seeing no other lights, let's move that to a vote. It is yes. So what we are voting on is the motion to amend the amendment to add after, quote, except for those expressly prohibited in this rule, add or in sections 53G-10-206 and 53G-2 104. Voting is open. Member Green.
Yes.
Okay, did you get?
So I just need a clarification.
Okay.
When I'm sorry, Board Member Bogus. What part of 53G 104 are we saying yes to? Is it the success pieces? Is that were listed earlier? Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand exactly because that's code I'm not in and out familiar with.
So we are prohibiting that which is prohibited in the rule and in those two code lines.
Okay.
Yes.
So just by this rule and section. So
So it's whatever is prohibited in this rule and in those two sections. Yes.
So our rule's going to prohibit what's already prohibited in the laws?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
It just, for me, it just provides a roadmap of where to go to see what I'm prohibiting.
Right.
Okay, because the reference, if I'm
Well, you can try. We can see if there's, oh, well.
I object.
We're already voting. Yep.
Can I offer a technical change once we're done?
We can probably, well, it depends on if it's a technical change or not. Hold on. There you go.
Just to be clear, I'm just looking, and it does talk about the prohibited training, which has to do with the discriminatory practices, and then okay, so I just wanted to make sure that's what you're referring to, right?
The prohibited training.
Yes, the prohibited, yeah.
Okay.
The prohibited is the modifier.
Yep. Okay, so we've got 11 up there. Let's get to 15.
So, if acceptable without objection, oh, we're voting, never mind. But I would like to move,
Hold on. Let's get a vote. Be straight. And who? Norton? Wood?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm
Others
abstaining
did.
because I haven't found 53G-2-104. I would love to know what it says.
Okay. Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl, where did you find that in 102?
Okay, 102 or 104?
I mean 104. I'm sorry, 104.
I'm looking at line 530 if you're looking at the 261 bill. It's new code.
Can we get, oh, look, yeah, that passed. Yeah. Well, that would be appropriate for an amendment. So let's just,
I think she was only amending that top part. It didn't have to do with this.
Yeah, that's already in there. Okay. I don't know what.
She was adding to the.
she's adding words. Nope, she's adding words. We still have that.
May I offer to our staff?
Hold on. I am going to
Read out
close
the
this out by reading out the vote. This passes yes, 12 yeses, 1. Oh, what is are you the abstain? Now you're a yes. Okay. So it is now 13 yeses, 2 noes, and the noes were Real and Lear. Okay, so that vote is completed. Now, do you want to offer a technical change? Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you. After I looked at that for a while, I think it would be more grammatically correct if our staff could just change without objection, expressly prohibited in this rule, comma, sections, dot, and dot.
Okay.
The or in
So-
doesn't necessarily need to be there.
Can you just make that a compound maybe sentence? I don't know.
Whatever they choose to, I just think technically it's.
One, comma, another, comma, and there. Using the Oxford comma.
I don't like Oxford commas.
Too bad. Okay, so next motion, Member Klein, please.
So my next motion is, would be to add subsection C below line 171. And it would read, and again, this is under prohibition, so it would be prohibitive. Allow for differential treatment of individual students based primarily or solely on disaggregated group data.
Hold. I
Okay. Yep,
jumped
you're
ahead
right.
again. I'm sorry. I have a tendency. All right, let's go to the original motion now. The amendment passed, so the motion will be to amend lines 165 through 171 as follows. 2, no part of this rule shall be construed by an LEA or educator to A, prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts, except for those expressly prohibited in this rule, sections 53G10-206 and 53G2-104, and B, prohibit oh, that's already there. Okay, so that is the underlying motion as amended. Please vote.
I'm sorry, I can't see that very well from here, and it's not right there. So all of the language about from the general sharing and participation in the marketplace of ideas, all that is struck.
That is still struck.
But it was struck in an earlier motion?
It was struck. It was struck in an earlier version.
Not draft 2.
It's not in draft 2.
It is in draft 2.
In draft 2, as.
Right, right.
So when was it struck?
It
is
was-
in draft 2.
If you adopt draft 2.
If we, at the end of all this, adopt draft 2, you will
Looking at
accept.
draft 2. It's not struck in draft 2.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Struck it though. Oh, the yellow, the purple part. Yes, that would be what we're voting on.
What we're voting on right now to strike that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That is part of our
Kind
motion.
of lost the thread. It's been a few 502-3.
It is, it is, and I have to get, okay.
Purple
is yours.
And the green.
Purple is yours, green is Bogus's.
We already covered the purple part. Oh, I should be on my next. So I have a question. Can I?
Right.
For my own clarification, I do believe I know, but Member Wood, did you look up 10202 and 10206?
Okay.
Didn't I recall that you just looked those up? Oh, the other one? 10202 and 10206. I'll go look for them real fast.
Okay. Hold on, we have a habit of not using our mics the later it gets. Go ahead, Member Davis.
Would the motion maker consider it friendly to present those as two separate amendments so that we don't have to divide the question and take time?
It's already been amended.
So if
So
we
you
want to
would
vote
have
for
to
Member
do-
Bogus's, then we also have to strike down all that other stuff?
No, you have to amend the
Oh,
amendment
geez.
because we
I'd
just
like to
voted
amend the
to
amendment.
accept the amendment.
I didn't understand. Did we just vote to strike out all that?
No.
Oh my gosh. I'd like,
Yeah, go ahead.
This.
Go ahead.
I failed to address the stricken out part because I didn't realize that that was part of
Okay.
mine. But that, it doesn't need to be there because we already covered it in that amendment, the B, the constitutionally protected part of that we already approved. That's covered in that constitutionally protected speech. So
Okay.
unless it's expressly prohibited, it's free game. So it's just unnecessary.
Okay, so that qualifies as speaking to the motion, the part of the motion that we didn't do earlier. So do we understand what we're voting on? Or? We are in the middle of a vote, so you will have to vote on the prevailing side and bring it back. Thank you.
You can make one amendment and you can make another.
Okay, you can do another amendment after this goes. Right? Yes.
Are we taking votes? I'm so.
Yes, the votes are back open, Member Green. I'm sorry. Can you see what the
No, that's
amendment?
okay. I can. I'm a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're voting on the amendment. The things that are highlighted in blue.
Carol,
Highlighted.
Member Lear,
Member Lear?
will you put for Emily for yes in
Yeah.
favor, please? Thank you.
Jim, would you vote? Yes. So that fails with the vote of 10 noes to 5 yeses. The 5 yeses are Vice Chair Earl, Member Carey, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Bogus. I think we are.
Yes.
All right, so we're back to the original language. Oh, yeah, Member Klein, how many more do you have? Like, we still have, Bogus, Norton, and Carey. We can go to, limiting conversation to one comment, or we can do a 2-minute. All right, Member Klein, your next one? Well, that failed, so we're just moving forward. Yeah.
Again.
I
Okay,
don't think
so my next motion would be on what I read before, on to add subsection C below line 171 to read, allow for differential treatment of individual students based primarily or solely on disaggregated group data. And again, this is under the prohibited section.
Do we have a second? The motion,
Is there a second?
is there a second?
This is under the prohibitions.
Yes, is,
But I would like to hear.
is,
Yes.
are you
Explanation.
seconding?
Yes, I would second it, but I want to hear the.
Okay. Can you speak to your motion, please?
Yes, so a lot of the work that we do, like if there was this B that's just before that, says that that you can't prohibit disaggregation of data based on personal identity characteristics to meet state and federal requirements, including those in sections, and it gives 2 sections. So according to federal law, we have to disaggregate data by groups. But that doesn't mean that we have to treat individuals differently based on group data, because we do a lot of disaggregating by different groups, and then we make assumptions or stereotypes about groups or about individuals based on the group that they fall in, and that itself is not fair, because you will always have more disparities or differences between individuals within groups than between groups, because you could have, a very wealthy, very academically talented Black student and a very poor white student that has lots of issues, and just because they fall in a group that may make it look like they are on a different, if you take a broad brush based on the group they fall in, you may make assumptions about that student that are incorrect.
Okay.
And so this is just eliminating that
Disaggregation.
you just can't treat students differently or individual students differently based primarily or solely on the disaggregated data from their particular group that they fall in. You have to look at the individual.
Okay. Member Earl?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you would, I just, whether that takes place or not, it would be hard to show that that's taking place or not. And I'm just saying, because we do primarily things based on individual students, which most of this is based around, and we're out of the group language for that very reason. And I think that the law itself speaks to that. So to me, I don't know how you would show that. That's why I'm trying to figure out what you're saying and see if it's relevant, but I'm not really seeing where you could prove that it's, does it make sense? Like, this person's here because of the group data instead of what the individual needed, because that's where we're focused. Even though we use the group information, like third graders, right? We may say third graders got this percent, but we don't, we make the adjustments based on the individual or the needs, right, but that's what we make. Well, we're not into groups. That's why we changed it earlier. It's back to the individual.
So that's what this does. Don't use data based on groups to determine how we treat an individual student.
Okay.
Otherwise, we could be being discriminatory or holding them back. Thomas Sowell, for example, he's brilliant, and when he would go to try and get a job at a law firm, they assumed that his scores were high because he had been treated differently, not because, and they figured he wasn't as smart as his scores showed. Does that make sense? And so they were making assumptions about him based on how many that fall in his group were treated by giving them different advantages or not. And so if we treat every student as an individual and we treat them the same, and then they can achieve on their own merit and not have people question if they got in because of the color of their skin or or something like that, which actually causes barriers to be put up for them.
Okay. Member Davis, please. No? Member Bogus, please.
I don't think I wanted my mic
Okay.
on.
Thank you. Let's go to a vote on this, please. All right.
Green is a yes.
Member, there you go. Thank you, Member Green. You beat me to it. All right, there we go. So that passes 8-7. The noes being Member Reel, Member Straight, Member Davis, Member Booth, Member Norton, Member Hart, and somebody else. Member Lear. No, that was 7. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Member Klein, how many more do you have? Let's get Member Bogus, some of Member Bogus's.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
My preference is that she finishes.
Okay. All right.
Because otherwise, my amendments may not make sense.
Okay. All right.
And
Fair enough.
I want them to make sense. Norton does have.
She has 3 more. Okay. Member Norton, did you want to ask your question right now?
Yes, and this could be a question that was answered at the beginning, in the middle, right now, or at the end. I just want to know if the overall draft has been looked at by legal, and does this align with code?
Okay. Has legal looked over the AAGB? Okay, so no, it has not. No, that's the answer to your question. All right. Member Bogus, how many do you have?
Angie, 7. I think we combined 7.
Okay, and Member Carey, how many do you have?
3.
Okay.
Like 4 subsections.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Member Norton. I'm looking at
Klein.
Member Klein.
Thank you. Okay, I would move to amend line 174 as follows. It starts, has an important governmental interest, and then I add, including protecting the safety and privacy of individuals on the basis of sex, consistent with section 63G 31301, or. I guess or was already there, but. Okay, and yeah. I know Member Earl mentioned that this phrase referenced, I think, sports specifically, so that could be another addition that could be added, another reference, if she would want.
Okay. So do we have a second? We do.
Second.
Okay, hold on. Member Green, no, you're fine.
Can we hear about it before they second it, or is
Mm-mm.
that seriously against, then I'm just gonna keep seconding.
Well, if you're not into the idea, please don't second it.
Yeah, so.
But,
To know whether or not I'm into it.
Member Green seconded, and now you
Yes.
get to hear about it.
Okay, in the bill, HB 257 that just passed, Representative Birkeland's, there's a section for protecting the privacy of students based on their sex. For schools specifically, there's a section in that piece of code. And so it simply is a reference to that, to make sure that that's included in an important governmental interest to protect those sex designated privacy spaces.
Okay. Any comments? Member Lear?
I'm just wondering, maybe to the maker of the motion, why you'd single out one compelling governmental interest.
Okay. Would the maker of the motion like to address that?
Why? Why would you choose one compelling governmental interest?
Because it's one that just passed in law, and it's an important one in order to, because it's just in law. It just passed, so we.
Like 850 other important governmental interests.
Member Lear.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Let's take it to a vote.
Can I ask a clarifying question before you vote?
Absolutely. Well, yes, because the voting hasn't opened yet.
I'm sorry. Well, I just was wondering, I mean, we're making the rule, you know, towards a bill and now two, and we've also referenced another new law. So I think it seems that this is applicable in my opinion, but anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Yeah. Voting is open.
I mean, yes.
Member Lear. Yes for Member Green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two more? One more? Okay, that fails 11-4 with the yeses being Carrie, Bogus, Green, Klein. Member Earl, do you have
I just had a comment because I just looked down where we are in 328 because I wanted to read that before voting here. But the reason why it has an important governmental interest is pulled out and not added to is because they defined it specifically in 261. So it has a very specific definition, and I don't know adding to that. But then it says right after that, which is where Board Member Klein's thing would apply, where she was saying that and speaking to Board Member Lear, is complying with state or federal law. I'm just saying it falls under that category of federal law, of state law. So it doesn't exclude that provision. Well, thank you for rhetorical. No, I'm just correlating it. So sorry, I shouldn't have used your name then. There was someone that spoke that I'm trying to correlate it with. That has an important governmental interest. The only reason why we include it because it did reference that within the code that just 261. So that's the reason.
Okay, Member Klein.
Okay, I would move to amend line 179 as follows, striking out the first two lines and then adding the superintendent shall submit an annual report to the board that the professional learning course standards and materials provided by the superintendent are consistent with this rule and 53G 10206.
Okay, do we have a second? Member Bogus? Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would just say that it would be helpful for us as a board to have that report, and that would provide some kind of feedback for us and regular oversight to make sure that we are doing our due diligence to ensure that professional learning and course standards and materials that we provide to the field are consistent with this rule and the provisions of state law.
Okay, comments? Member Lear? We can come back to you. Oh, you're waiting. I'm sorry.
This time it wasn't me. I don't need one more report from Superintendent Dixon. I'm assured that if there's a problem, she'd bring it to our attention.
Okay, thank you. Member Straight? Oh, I'm sorry, Member Bogus.
So I understand that the annual assurance is already in code. And so I would understand this to read that we're not actually taking that away because we can't. We're just creating a report to the board that tells us about what's going on, kind of promoting transparency. I guess I would like to query the maker of the motion.
You can ask and I can ask, but the maker of the motion does not have to answer.
Okay, well, that's what I would ask.
What?
If I could ask.
No, go ahead with your
What I
question.
just said.
I know, but I wasn't paying attention very well.
Okay, so we're striking the line, shall submit shall submit an annual assurance, but we can't nullify code, so that would still remain. So we're replacing those lines with transparency upward toward the board, that we get the information that is coming up through those assurances, or I guess I don't
Okay.
fully understand. As this is written, maybe I'm missing something, maybe
Okay.
I'm misreading it through this microphone. I don't
Okay.
know, I just don't
Okay.
fully understand.
Can you offer some, or would you like to offer some clarity, Member Klein?
So according to Superintendent Stallings, she said that the assurance is something that LEAs do, not that the board has, or the superintendency has never done anything with assurances. That's strictly something for LEAs. Is that correct? Yes. So that's why it's just a report that the superintendent would give. And again, there are trainings happening at the LEA level by LEA personnel, and there are trainings that are happening at our level by our staff to those in the field. And so both, if we want one, if we expect LEAs to submit an annual assurance, it would be good to also have that from our side as well, so that we are covering our bases. And you can see my next motion up there is similar to that.
Okay. Does that
But for the
answer
LEAs.
does that answer your question, Member Bogus?
It does answer my question.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, we move to a vote. On Member Klein, motion to add subsection 6 below, yeah. Wait, no, we're doing, I'm sorry, no, 5. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the one that's highlighted, yes. Yes. Voting is open on the motion to amend line 179 as follows. The superintendent shall submit an annual report to the board that the professional learning, course standards, and materials provided by the superintendent are consistent with this rule and 53G 10206.
But it's more than that. We're actually striking the provision.
And we're striking,
Okay.
yes, an
That's-
LEA shall submit an
So that's the
annual
problem.
insurance to the board that the LEA's professional learning is consistent with this rule and 53G, yes. Member Green, did you say your vote?
Not
Member-
yet.
Okay. Well, we're in the middle of a vote.
But it's that's.
I'm a yes.
Staff broke that up to make it two different things. It was all mine to begin with, and then they struck.
Okay,
So they could
so
break it
it's-
out. So superintendent
It
was
is-
separate from LEA.
It is important to note that the next amendment addresses the LEA.
Yeah. So it's not just taking that out.
Yeah,
It just was,
that is-
they just broke it up into two different pieces.
That's it. I think that's a good clarification.
No, that was never the intent. It's in my next motion. They just broke it up into two motions. Just for rewording's sake, but it's not taking anything away.
Did,
Did I vote? Did it?
where are we missed? We're done? Okay. That motion fails 11-4. The yeses are Bogus, Carey, Green, Klein. All right.
All right, my final motion is to add subsection 6 below line 180 to read, an LEA shall submit an annual assurance as required by 53G 10206.
Okay. Do we have a second? Yes. Second by. Second by.
Okay, so are we doing this green one on the bottom?
Yes.
So then why would we need that if the other motion failed? I'm asking, I'm trying.
Because it's worded differently? I don't know.
Well, we probably don't need it if that's because it's not struck anymore because
Okay.
it didn't pass.
All right.
So.
Sounds good.
Good job.
All right. No, does anyone object to that withdrawal? I don't think we actually. Okay, it wasn't seconded. All right. Member Bogus. You are up.
Okay, so could we go from the bottom to the top maybe, Angie? I'd like to start at the beginning and move to amend lines 16 through 19. Yes, please, if possible. So I move that the board amend line
just a second. You don't have everybody's attention. Okay, can we get everybody's attention, please? Thank you. No, it's okay. I just want a quorum. All right, go ahead, Member Bogus.
I would move to amend line 16 through 19 to read as follows, and hopefully you can track that information. It does come out of draft 2, and it would ultimately read that the purpose of this rule is to direct LEAs to use Utah State Code with regard to instruction, training, coaching, evaluation, or professional learning of instruction or administrative personnel aligned to sections 53G-10-206 and 53G-2-104.
Second by Member Klein. So
it could say of. If I would not oppose that. I'm not going to force us where it says professional learning to. Maybe a professional learning of.
Yeah,
that is totally fine. I'm not going to force us into a vote on that.
You said of, so I figured.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with a second, I would be happy to speak.
Yeah,
to
you
the
already
motion.
have a second, so go and speak to it.
So if you look at the vast majority of this rule, we copy and paste code. And so I think that we need to realize that we're really trying hard to direct our LEAs back to code. And ultimately, the green words there come from 53G-10-206. So it takes that umbrella that's present in 206 and it puts us right here in the authority and purpose and brings us back to what that code is about: instruction, training, coaching, evaluation, or professional learning of those two personnel as defined in the codes. So that would be, I would put the motion to the body. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Member Klein, did you want to speak to this? Did you want to speak to this one?
No, I agree.
Okay. All right, then are you ready to put it to a vote? All right, voting is open. Member Green, voting is open. Can you see it, or would you like me to read it into the record?
I can see it. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Okay. We're missing two. Who? Who? We're missing, oh, there we go. All right, so that fails 9 yeses, 5 noes, 1 abstain. The abstention is Member Davis. The yeses is Carrie, Klein, Green, Bogus, and Hymas. All right, next up. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I made that one member. I don't need to strike those lines.
But do you still want to add the definition?
Oh, no, I do need to strike those lines, but I guess it would be 27 because 22 to 26 is already there. So maybe I mistyped. I apologize. And add the following definition. So ultimately, it would be removing those lines and adding the following definition of professional learning.
All right, the motion on the table is to strike lines 27 through 42 and add the following definition. 1, professional learning means teacher training, professional development, coaching, remediation, and counseling of any administrative or instructional personnel as defined in 53G 10206. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Member Hymas. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. I think it goes without saying that we ultimately don't need some of these things. We've made amendments, and then I think as we're talking about professional learning, we should probably define what that is. And with that, I would offer that I have a motion, and if I need to loop it into this to make it make sense, I do have a motion to restore the lines that would make HR issues. So if I need to bring that back, then and conclude it in this, I absolutely, Superintendent Stallings has the language, and I'd be happy to pull it together.
Okay, Member Wood? Sorry?
When we explicitly voted to, and the vote to strike inclusion failed, can that now be brought back again? Right, that failed.
Oh.
That we specifically voted on that.
So we already voted on that, so no, you cannot bring that back. Did we vote on those exact lines? Can someone look back and see if those were the exact lines? If it's different lines, we're good.
So even though it includes that we voted to strike inclusion and that failed.
Well, we voted to strike the definition of inclusion, and that's the definition of inclusion. It was part of a larger, it wasn't, there was one part of like 4 parts.
Right, but were they the exact lines?
No, it was part of more lines.
Her, do you want me to say?
Yes, will you please say on the record what we did already vote on in terms of inclusion?
Yeah. Okay, so Member Klein did have an amendment to one of Member Hymas's amendments speaking. Member Hymas's amendment was originally to strike lines 70 through 75. Member Klein made an amendment to the amendment to strike lines 70 to 71, add ensuring before line 73, and strike the definition of inclusion.
So the definition of inclusion was included in that. Then we can't bring it back unless somebody votes that voted on the prevailing side. And that would need to be a separate, so. But it includes the exact same thing that was in a different motion. We already voted on part of it, so we need to.
Did anyone divide that motion? No, because without a division, it's a different motion.
You can't subsume a part of just to make it a different motion. You would need to take out the part that we already voted on and vote on the other. And then whoever was on the prevailing side can bring back that part.
Vice Chair.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. You're on.
Oh, thank you. Just a point of clarification then. So the definition of inclusion that was struck, it's my understanding those were in line 70 or 74, but the definition of inclusion as reflected in the actual draft are lines 33 through 36.
Okay, so it's different lines?
Well, I thought Ms. James just said that it was line
70 through 74 were definition.
This amending, and then the inclusion, it was a separate of striking definition.
But then it referenced the.
I never voted.
right. So I don't think we actually addressed this particular definition. So I look at it as a separate
So we didn't
matter.
strike the definition of inclusion?
The motion was never just to strike the definition, so this is a different motion.
Correct. There are different lines that were
Okay,
referenced.
they're
in-
different lines.
It includes the same lines, but also other stuff, right?
Does it include the same lines, or is it?
Definition of inclusion is that definition that Member Vargas is referencing.
So
It
this-
also included other lines too.
Okay, so regardless of the fact that it included others, it did include these lines in particular. Yes, then we're not going to do that unless somebody on the prevailing side, because that's a very dangerous precedent. If we just add more to it and then say it's a different motion, we could be here a long time. So what I advise is we can either not do this, or we can limit it to what hasn't been considered, and then somebody from the prevailing side can bring this back if they would like. Yes.
Just point of information, can we have a breakdown of who was on the prevailing
Sure,
side?
sure. Can you read out,
The actual motion and then,
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
you, Vice Chair. And if that's going to take a bit, may we take a break?
I don't, is it gonna take a bit?
I have it right now.
Okay,
They're too efficient.
they are.
Regardless, she's already, we already have a motion on the floor. So either it can be amended to do the lines minus this, and then someone can bring it back.
That's true.
Or she's not to do it at all.
We would have,
Vote on one of those.
we would have to finish with this motion first, and then we would have to bring it back. We can still give you the information, but it wouldn't be part of this motion. Yep. Go ahead. Can you read into record who voted on that? We can share the information, and then they can make a decision.
Okay. On Member Klein's amendment to the amendment, which included strike the definition of inclusion, that motion failed with 6 in favor, 9 against, and the no votes, so those on the prevailing side would be Vice Chair Hart, Member Lear, Member Hymas, Member Straight, Member Norton, Member Reel, Member Wood, Member Booth, and Member Davis.
Okay, so now let's move forward, or what would you like to do?
Superintendent Stallings to break up the change in the motion, the substitute or.
Okay.
Well, whatever, I think this is number 2.
Well,
I think there's 7. They combined them. And if you want to pull the definition of inclusion, I don't care. We can battle that out later.
Yeah. All right, so the motion on the floor is to strike lines 27 through 29 and add the following definition. 1, professional learning means A, teacher training, professional development, coaching, remediation, and counseling of any administrative or instructional personnel as defined in 53G 10-206 and the same as the term defined in 53G 11-303. Did we have a second?
Matt seconded it.
Okay, Matt, Hymas,
He would
is your
have to
second
affirm.
still good? No, striking lines 27 through 29 that exist already. They are below for your reference. It's the definition of equal.
Yeah.
So, is there a second? Okay.
Yeah, Matt already did.
Well, you did again too? Okay, thanks. All right, now she gets to speak to her motion and then you get to comment.
Okay, so I think first of all, if we're talking about professional learning, we should define it, and I'm just directing us back to code with regard to that. And then I don't see this other thing ever used in here at all, so I don't know why we have a definition for it.
I think because it's the title of the bill.
Required.
Well, I understand that, but where in our other rules do we define the title?
Hold on.
And I'm asking a question, I'm not being rhetorical.
Right, okay. Well, I don't know the answer to that, so hold on. Member Klein? Because I don't know who would answer.
So that was, to strike that definition was actually one of my motions that I skipped over on accident. And my rationale for that is that we don't need a definition for the phrase, because if it's the title of the rule itself becomes the definition of the title. The rule itself, the different parts of the rule define what the title means. So we don't need a separate independent definition.
Okay, Ms. Nui?
Thanks. Elise Nui, Policy Advisor. So equal opportunity in education is used in the text on lines 50 and 51, just as reference.
All right, there you go. It's on 50 and 50 and 1. 50, ugh. It's not just the title. All right, so we now have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? All right, let's go to a vote. A vote, please. Voting is open. Member Green, voting is open.
I'm a yes.
Did you get a yes? Okay. All right, the voting is closed. That fails 11-4. The yeses being Member Bogus, Member Hymas, Member Green, Member Klein. All right, Member Bogus, your next motion, please.
Superintendent Stallings is going to pull it. We just need to give them time. They're working hard.
Sure.
So I just need to bring to the attention, we have, and we may need to take a break and come back to this. That's why I asked how many more Member Bogus had. We have our math people, we have some professors that have been here since 2:30 or something. And we may need to see if we can postpone this till after dinner, so we can address those people that have been waiting here. So I don't know, what would I need to make? What kind of motion? I would just make a motion that we postpone until after dinner. And that we on our agenda, we move to the math standards, or the math recommendations.
All right. There's
So-
a motion on the floor. It's a motion to table until after dinner. That needs a second.
Second.
Okay,
And
there's
it's to move to the math
And-
item, just because we have people that have
Move to the
been waiting
math.
this afternoon.
So postpone this item until after dinner and move to report of standard. Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is it a postpone or is it a table? It's a postpone, right? Oh, it's table?
Because it's later.
Table.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
it's
is a
table.
table. Okay. The motion is to table the current item and move to the report of standards review and committee and board recommendations. Item 12 on the agenda. We have a second. Let me know when you guys are ready. You're ready? Okay. Ready? Okay. Voting is open. Member Green, voting is open on motion to table. Until after dinner?
Yes.
Okay. Till after dinner today.
I thought a motion to table had to be for a motion that is coming up, not one that we're currently discussing.
Oh, do we need a, what's the one that's the current?
There's technically, well, I guess technically the motion table would be to
There's a motion to table, but I thought that could only apply to a pending action.
And we're in the middle of an action?
Right.
So what's if it's in the middle of an action? Oh, it is a postpone. Okay. Would the maker of the motion be okay with changing it to postpone from a table?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Is there anybody that objects from a motion to table to a motion to postpone? Okay, let's vote. It's a postponement, not a tabling. Okay, it's fine. Okay. All right. One more vote, please. One more vote, please. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are postponing that item so that we can move to number 12. And if the Standards Review Committee Board recommendations, who's leading out on that one? What staff is it, oh, here it is. Can we call up Lindsay Henderson, the secondary math specialist, Christina Barrera, preschool education specialist, Molly Basham, early learning mathematics specialist, and Trish French, elementary mathematics specialist, please? Or whoever is here to represent. Thank you, and our apologies for the delay. And Director of Teaching and Learning, Jennifer Thrutson. All right, we'll need you to share microphones if you don't mind. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Go for it. I have no idea how you would do that, but feel free. Again, our apologies. I think you should work from home tomorrow.
Table is the action we have going on.
I was going to go there, but, you know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, we are ready when you are.
All right, I will get connected.
No worries.
If it pleases the body, we'd like to start with just a review of where we are in the process, so you know what this step is. And then we'll move into 4 sections of the recommendations based on the committee and then the board members, and try and do it in chunks so we can hopefully pass large parts of it at one time. You can make small amendments or large amendments throughout those chunks, and then we would pass the rest of the chunk just to see if we can get through this today the best we can. So with that said, let me get on the internet and we'll be all set. And then Board Chair Moss, we have a copy of the recommendations. We thought it might be easier, having been in committee or in board before, to have a paper version in front of you of what we're doing. So if you are okay, we'd love to hand that out. Share my screen. And this is really, it's available digitally, but what I have seen is sometimes it's just nice to have a piece of paper and you can write on it and edit it and write your amendments as needed. Just going to share my screen. All right, let us begin. And I will make this larger so you can actually read it. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. I will help to facilitate just the process and the where we, here's the part we're going to offer. these folks are here more from the math expertise. So we have a couple of our review committee members as well as our staff. So if it's a math question about pedagogy or curriculum or standards, if you will allow us to field it to these experts, and I'll just do more of the standards process, try and get through the amendments and such today. So we are on step 5, which is the report of the standards review committee. So we had our review committee come together, selected from the board chair, as well as the House and Senate. They all give us recommendations. We convened those stakeholders into 2 meetings. They gave their recommendations. You've had those in board backup already, and have reviewed those. We also got board member input based on those recommendations, and have tried to take those and see where they align with the recommendations, where they differ, and give you the opportunity to make those votes. So this will be by the body. You all have to approve, at least the way that this was written, the standards review process is you will approve each recommendation. But we are hoping that we can approve multiple recommendations at once to make this process as most efficient as possible, but also get the needs of the board of what they would like the writing committee to attend to in the actual construction of standards. So specifically, we'll present a summary of the committee's comments and their recommendations to you, and then the board will accept or reject those committee recommendations. And this is different for those who have been on the board for a while than the past. This step is new in terms of we've always brought you the committee recommendations. You haven't approved them, you've just accepted them. In this case, you're actually going to accept or deny those recommendations, so that as staff, we don't do this thing that you're like, we don't want you to do that. Do these things. So real clarity there up front when we're building the standards. The other part that's new in the process now is that you as board members got to review those recommendations and give your suggestions on whether to keep those recommendations, to change those recommendations, or to bring your own recommendations to the body. And that is what we'll try and walk you through today. So with that said, any questions on process to start?
I have a question, if I could. Are you still running?
Go
You're
for
still
it.
in
Sure,
charge.
I was just eating carrots.
Okay. Just to be clear in terms of process. So after this, the writing committee does its work. They bring back the actual revised standards. We review in committee and then at the full board. Right? Just
When we'll do public comment and all of
public
those things.
comment, all that good stuff. But this is one opportunity to weigh in. It's nowhere near the final opportunity. It's sort of giving input on the work as it gets started.
Absolutely. It gives direction to the writing committee. So if you're like, stay away from this, we know now instead of you having to clean it up later. All right, well, let's proceed. So in your backup, you have this in front of you. I'm going to refer to the document in front of you throughout the day. The first page are the Standards Review Committee's recommendations that there were no board member comments upon. And so the request here would be for someone to make a motion to approve these or to make amendments to these. We just didn't receive any board member edits or changes to these particular recommendations. And so we're hoping to do a bulk load of these seem okay in terms of what we've received feedback on thus far. So the first page here, until the blue section, so you'll see the green header. Those are the ones that we didn't receive any feedback from board members on, and we'll propose to you to move those forward as accepted and as presented.
Excuse me. Member Earl?
I just have a question. Tell me, we have standards are written as learning goals. Tell me the difference between, what does that really mean?
I'm going to
And is that different than writing a standard with clear objectives?
Expectation.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I defer to my math expertise? Tyler's like, he's ready. Is that all right with you? All right, love it.
So generally, standards are written for the professional, the teacher. Oh, sorry, yes. I am Tyler Haslam. I teach at Granger High School. I coach. I'm a mathematician with a mathematics master's. But addressing this, review committee member, that too, sorry. This is my first time being in this room.
Yay.
So. I was here last time, and it was fun watching. But so when you write standards, they're generally for the professional who reads and interprets them on a much higher level than, say, the student would or a parent would. So this recommendation was to put some language in there that would be more accessible to the general public in addition to what the teachers are given.
So what would that, I just want to know what that looks like.
Usually, so when we teach, we're supposed to have learning standards on the board, which are usually I can statements or things like this is what the student is expected to learn. Whereas the standards as written, they're very technical, very professional, very long and precise to help guide us in that direction. With the students, you probably wouldn't be as technical, as precise. You would be more in their jargon, so to speak.
Okay, so I just don't know if this convolutes our standards by starting to add other mechanisms to it. And that would be my concern here. My understanding, just from some of the things on here, is that we want clear, concise standards, right? That's what I read. There's somewhere on here, and I don't know, somewhere in this document where it says we also want standards that stakeholders can understand, and I added in additional language to that so that it was clear that when a parent read it, they could understand it too. Not that they necessarily know the math. Right, yeah. But so it's clear. So how is that? We're going to start writing it. We're going to do the standard, and then we're going to have little I cans.
Because I'm like, I have no idea.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Is green go? Yes. Lindsay Henderson, Secondary Math Specialist at the Utah State Board of Education. It would be a recommendation to the writing committee to take that into consideration, that we needed language that was more accessible to a variety of stakeholders. And the way that this is written, the review committee's recommendations would be to leave the power to the writing committee on how to do that. But just put in there that it's a recommendation of the review committee members that we need accessible language, perhaps language that has standards as learning objectives, language that can be understood by stakeholders, not just educators with a math degree.
Okay, so that is learning goals different than, is learning goals different than making the language accessible and understandable to stakeholders?
Lindsay Henderson, Secondary Math Specialist. Oh, thank you. I'm good. One time we're done. The answer is I don't know. The review committee didn't discuss it, and they just put it across as a recommendation. But I felt like as the leader of the review committee, the consensus, and perhaps Tyler or Dr. Lee could speak to that, was that the language needed to be more accessible and not just to be understood by educators with a math degree.
Okay, I would agree with that. I just don't know if, I don't know what, I'm not sure what learning goals are versus making it, the language accessible to stakeholder, right, to parents or whatever. So, anyway, sorry. Okay.
So I think the difference would be the audience. So if you're making the standard more accessible to adults that are looking at it, it's still a standard. It's just plain English standard. If it's a goal, then it's written towards a student in student-friendly language. My question kind of extends on that. If you are doing that, is that compromising the standard in any way? If it's compromising the standard in any way, then I want it two separate. I would be interested in two separate, because I don't want the standards compromised just for if that's what a math teacher needs to hear, those words, in order to do what we expect them to do, then that's got to be included. But I do understand that it's got to be in clear language, because our adults are very interested in what our students are learning in math. So if we talk in a language that's not understood, we're not going to get any standards passed. So I completely understand the conundrum, but I don't want to compromise the value of them. Member Booth.
May I ask a question?
You can ask a question, and I'll ask.
I'm just wondering if we could just have just a quick review of how the standard, as it has been there for a long time, or if it's a new standard, how that standard then progresses in the process of getting it from academic standards in mathematics for the state of Utah to classroom.
Okay. Can you, kind of reminds me of how a bill becomes a law.
Yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock, can we have a song, please? Thank you. Can you really just talk about how teachers take a standard and how it ends up to be a...
Or how committees
teach it.
and the writing committee versus the review committee, or
Sure.
whoever's going to do it, and it'll come back to the board. But I don't think we need to be afraid of the process.
Right.
And if that's the process, it's breaking it down, figuring it out, making some recommendations, and then at the individual level, they're creating curriculum and
maps,
and figuring out how that's all going to happen at every level. But I wanted to see in their mind. I think it would clarify the questions that are being brought up in terms of how much is this changing? Are we rewriting? Are we dumbing down? Are we what are we doing?
Okay. Would you be willing to answer that,
so,
please?
And from a process standpoint, if there's the intent of this section is like, we think we're okay, but if there's a couple of things you're like, accept all minus standards are written as learning goals, just for process, that would be the kind of motion you could make. From a learning goals perspective, so we write standards. Standards are the mathematics we want kids to know and be able to do. How teachers then implement that are, you might... Oh. You might have a standard that takes weeks to master, and even then you're spirally reviewing to make sure kids have truly mastered it. So you have daily learning goals, right, of what, to accomplish this standard, we're going to do this part of it today. But by the end, we have this. And I think that's the challenge with standards as written as learning goals. Your learning goals is dependent on your students. It's dependent on where you are in that lesson or that unit of instruction. So to Board Member Earl's point of view, I wonder if that might be one you want to say, let's amend, because a lot of that's where your kids are. So if I say the standard, half my class may already have that standard. We don't know the students to be able to say, here's the learning goal for you. Teachers would love us to write learning goals, I will tell you that, because it's like, they're hard to write, especially as you're learning new standards. The biggest piece of feedback we've gotten on standards over the years is, I don't know what that standard means. And that's the part that I think the committee really articulated well, like with standards are clearly defined, actionable, and formally accessible. They want standards that are clear, that can be understood, and that they can go take action and teach to kids. And so I think that's the major charge that when I look at this summary, is the clarity of what a standard is, what it means to have mastered that standard, and then we leave the teacher up to the pedagogical moves and the daily instruction needed to make that happen, which is where the learning goals come in.
It's right here. Okay, I would move we take the learning goals off, though. I worry it gets into the pedagogy. Teachers can do that. To me, that's not clear and concise. We still have the stakeholder language in here. It'll get where we need to go. And then accept the elementary and secondary ones on this first page.
Do we want to do motions right now? Okay. All right, there's a motion and there's a second by Member Hymas. A comment? Member Davis?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Member Earl saying to take out the more accessible language, because I think that's actually really helpful.
Take out the learning goals. Yeah. I think there's
Personally.
other places in here where we talk about conciseness and we talk about language access for stakeholders and parents. Yeah. So I think learning goals, I don't want these convoluted. I don't want them to start
Where's
directing
the other
pedagogy.
place where we're going to get samples of what teachers can put on, like, today I'm learning this? I mean, where is that? Where is that in the other place?
If I remember right, we do core guides, we do other things that create opportunities if people want to use it, but the standards need to be clearer and concise. That's what I would say.
So you're fine with a companion piece to it, you just don't want it written inside the standards?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, and that kind of goes along still with the recommendation from the writing committee, Chair? I mean,
Yeah, I would just removing learning goals and then the rest of it's in there.
Do we want to vote on that? Okay.
So do we have a motion?
Yes, there's a motion on the floor to remove standards as are written as learning goals and accept the review committee recommendations. Oh, wait.
There are 14 other recommendations in that first
Yeah, that
page.
first page.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, yep. The 14 other recommendations on the first page.
Good.
How's that sound?
Great.
All right, and we had a second from Member Hymas. All right. Are you ready? Oh, okay. We pause for a moment here. Just type what's on there.
Environment where all students understand.
No, you need to focus on just.
I'm just going to share it first.
Yeah, that way you don't have to type and you can just talk.
These ones right here.
You're ready? Okay. All right, voting is open. Member Green, voting is open. Remove standards are
Yes.
written as learning goals and accept the 14 other ones. You're a yes? Okay, she's a yes. We're almost there. One more.
So I do have another question, how we're going to proceed. I just,
Who are we missing?
what are we doing next? Because are we going through each one of these? Is that, yeah.
Are you prepared to vote on this one? Uh-oh. Hold on.
If you search
Then you probably need to vote no.
And I'm just wondering, I put all my recommendations together. I wonder if I move that, and if people want to take stuff off or add anything to it.
Okay, hold on.
Versus going-
Oh, okay.
Versus going, I mean, this is like 2 in the morning. I just don't know how.
Yeah. Our votes. Yes, please. The votes just disappeared, so.
I just wanted to comment that I agree with the review committee in keeping that and what Member Booth was saying about the process, but it's not a deal breaker for me, and including the 14 from the first page. I wanted to make sure I said yes on that, but I do think we need to trust the process and remember that as we go through this.
Okay. So do you have a different motion? Okay.
Can everyone revote?
And
I'm a yes, but mostly
Gotcha.
because it also included the
Include the
14 from the
14.
page, but I
Okay.
would have disagreed with what Member Earl was saying.
I see. Okay. All right. So we have to revote. It disappeared. You've got to revote. Well, is your vote still the same? We're at 11. Please don't make me shame you. Straight, real wood. Carrie?
Nicole was a yes. She said she was a yes, but I don't know. It's just straight.
All right, people, one more. Member Straight, oh, okay, he's out of the room. This passes 12-2. The abstentions are Bogus and Klein. So we are to the, was there a question about the process?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out here because I'm not sure. Are we just going to go through each one and then up or down? Okay, you're chunking it and then we pull out, or we add 2?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the hope. So just to try and,
Okay.
I'm trying a new way to do this. So the next section is going to go from review committee recommendations with board member suggested edits. So you'll see the RC stands for review committee. You'll see their initial response. Then if a board member had feedback, you'll see that below. So let's just look at the first one, for example. So the review committee said, create space for mathematics in depth and context, presenting content in a relevant and age-appropriate manner. Board member Earl added, this will be accomplished by clearly articulating math proficiency at each grade level, and then proficiency equals fluency with calculations, conceptual understanding, and the ability to solve problems. So she kept the recommendation and added clarity to that with her additional language. And there's some more language below. It's to give more context, and you'll see that. If there's times, like the next one is in cut, she didn't want to keep that recommendation. Is this referencing had some questions that might need to be discussed. But basically what we were hoping is we could do this section, so you'll do all the way through secondary, it's page 2, on to page 3, and into page 4, until it gets to amendments that are different than what the review, so they're like, have a different perspective. All of these are in line with them with some small additions. They're minor kind of changes or ways to enhance the clarity, whereas the other recommendations didn't have any of that feedback. So you could take it as a body and say, I want to amend this part, and then we can accept it just like we did with the standards without learning goals part, or we can go one by one. We were hopeful that there probably wouldn't be that many amendments and that we could take it as a larger body, but that will be up to this body.
Okay. Yes, I've got member Booth, member Davis, member Klein, member Lear, and then Vice Chair Earl. Oh, and then member Norton. So,
It's Klein, Norton, Booth, Lear.
thank you. Okay. I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
So a number of us submitted recommendations that I don't see reflected in here, probably because they don't match up with what the staff is trying to do. My recommendation was that we go back and we adopt the California 1997 standards. Pre-Common Core, before what is it called? Integrative math, or what's it called? My mind's a blank. But before all of these new fads were introduced into math, when math was math and kids were doing consistently well in math. And I don't know how to build off of this, because it seems like that recommendation was just ignored, even though several people made comments.
okay.
All of your, yeah.
Okay.
So,
go-
but as
I just
far
wanna-
as the recommendations from staff, I mean, I see that it was included in here, but not within their recommendations. So, and how they're building this out. So I don't know how to amend what they have brought to
Okay.
us, because it's so different.
Okay, let's hold. Do any of the people that have their lights on address this issue? Do you have a question or a comment about this?
I do.
Let's make the comments and then I'll have you respond, just so that we can try to consolidate some of them. Okay. Go ahead with your point of information. Go ahead with Davis.
Okay, my point of information was, I thought I had understood that these were not recommendations from staff, but they were recommendations from the review committee, which are members of the field.
Okay.
Correct?
So that is a clarification that it is from the committee, not from the field. Or
And-
from the field, not from the staff. So
And
that-
then, yeah, and then my second question was, this next chunk that we're voting on up to the middle of page 4, am I understanding that these amendments were provided by member Earl, but the review committee was,
So,
so they were close to what the review committee?
okay, so hold on. We have a separate issue. I'd like to address that on the floor first. Member Norton, did you want to address the California standards issue? Okay. All right. So would you like to, can you answer this one?
Absolutely. So-
And then answer Member Davis's
So
question?
that's in the section that didn't cut, there was no discussion from the board, from the review committee about that. So we didn't have anything to attach it to.
Okay.
So it's in the collection that is like, this is new idea. It wasn't something that we had a connection. So you'll see the section prior is review committee said this, board member enhanced it with this. Then you have the things that didn't come up in the review committee at all, such as the 1997 California standards. So it is in there. It's just a different section because it didn't come up in the review committee conversation.
Okay. So that, and now, can you address, please, the question that Member Davis had? Do you need it repeated?
I think I understood you to say that these were kind of minor. That wouldn't cause a lot of consternation across the state for our
This just
students
added
and our
more
math
clarity
teachers.
of like, and whether you agree with board member Earl's
I thought in the
and yours.
process, we asked for board member amendments to go to the committee to come back with an opinion of the amendments from the field. But is that in a later step in the process after writing
It's
committee?
never part of the current process. So
Yes,
it-
I know we amended the process.
Oh, when we get to the writing committee,
That's
when
where
there's
it is.
standards, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then I move that we adopt these up through page 4.
Okay. Did you want to give some clarity? What are you seconding?
Her motion.
Oh, can you repeat the motion, please?
I move that we adopt the writing committee recommendations with Member Earl's
Input.
review committee's recommendations with Member Earl's input up through page 4,
Okay.
or at least where it says board member amendments.
Okay.
I just want to, okay,
Hold on. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
Okay, that motion is seconded. Did you need to say anything else, Member Davis, to that motion? Okay. Do we have other people that would like to weigh in on that motion? Go ahead, Member Earl.
so we're accepting their recommendations, but if my recommendations are contrary, how does that work?
They're not, that's what they said.
So my understanding is
But I'm in the first section. Are we on just page 1 still, or are we on page 2?
well,
Because I'm looking on page 2, and it said, I would cut I don't know what the practice standards are, and are those not the standards? And if the practice standards are the mathematical practice standards, then I have a concern, right? And I can tell you specifically what that is, but is that what they are? On like this top one, it says, add a synopsis for the practice standards at each grade level. Are the practice standards not the standards, or are those the mathematical practice standards? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
the mathematical practices. So can I just add on that so that I make sure that I'm clear too?
Yeah.
So what I understand in the second section is the first section was no suggested edits, so those are easy.
Yep.
The second part was board member suggested edits, and when the team looked at them, you were okay with moving forward with those. So
okay.
So it's an agreement that that is and then we go to the next harder ones, which are kind of the ones that are, so they're accepting those.
So you're taking on
they're in our minds, they were minor adjustments, and so we were like,
okay,
that's what the review committee was, and then we have the additional part where you're like, if
so
we're
I don't
gonna
need
cut
to
that,
ask for all the clarifications because it would be the
we're
recommendation.
going to do what
coming
you said, which okay.
This is perfect. Yes. Okay, so, yes. All right, so then we have a motion on the floor and a second that we accept the second tier of recommendations with board member suggested edits. That's the motion on the floor. And we have a second. Member Lear has a question.
These are not accept or not accept, they're questions. So when do those, you're just
They're
saying?
taking them into
Yes,
account.
we will clarify them and do what you're saying.
Yes, this is the
And
trust the process.
Board
And the
Member
work
Earl's the
that
only
the-
one that's
the
giving
writing
you these.
No, there's other ones. It goes
In,
down
on the
into
first
one.
section.
Yes.
On the first section. I get that. I just want to make sure that that you're seeing that and you're accepting them. There's not any that you take issue with. You meaning the,
Yes.
okay.
Artie was going for.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted that clarification.
It's
Thank
the
you,
trust the
Molly.
process part.
Okay, so are you clear? Okay. Do you have a question, Member Klein, about the motion that?
Well, I just don't know how to proceed because none of this is built off of the 97 standards, and that's what I was.
Okay.
And I don't want to build off something that I don't agree with
Okay,
fundamentally. I want to
so-
get back to something
So-
solid.
So
instead
you
of-
have, so you have the right as a board member to make a substitute motion.
So I would make a
Oh,
substitute
hold
motion.
on, hold on. Is a substitute motion in order right now, or do we need to vote because of where we're at? Right now is a substitute? All right, you have the ability to substitute right now.
So my motion would be that the writing committee or the review committee, whoever this is, put together something similar to this. I don't know how to word it for this. Something similar to this based on the 1997 California math standards. So at least if you want to create two different, you already have one, and make another one so that we can compare and see the difference, and because there's been enough input from the field, from parents, as well as board members that would like to see this option as an option, because I can't vote for anything that is built off of this when it's the other that I am looking for.
Okay, so Member Klein, speak this way
Okay.
so that I can.
That the
All right,
review
so-
committee put together something similar to the current document.
So are you
but based
talking
on
about
the
a
California-
crosswalk between the standards
Not
you're
a
referring?
crosswalk, two
Separate documents, okay.
completely different,
Okay.
not something that can be crosswalked. No,
Okay.
I do not want a crosswalk. I want two completely different visions that we can choose from as far as what direction we want to go moving forward for Utah,
Okay.
for math
All right.
in Utah.
So the motion is that the review committee put together something similar to the current document, but based on California 1997 math standards. Do we have a second to that?
Yes.
So there's a motion and a second from Member Bogus. So that, okay. All right. Anybody want to comment to that motion?
I do.
Okay, so we've got in unison, Chair.
Whatever. The guy that used to. I just have a process question. So, I'm very interested in looking at these 1997 standards. And my understanding would be that if this goes into the writing committee for consideration without the motion, we would be recommending that they look at that and do an analysis of everything that we're putting in as recommendation. Again, it's a process question. And so I understand Member Klein's motion would go further. It would ask for something very specific write-up. But I guess I'm asking, if that doesn't pass, are they going to look at this and say, okay, we're going to see what we think about the 97 standards anyway? I'm seeing nods, but okay. It might not be quite
Okay,
as
hold
formal
on.
as what's being requested, but it's in that process if we make the recommendation here.
Okay,
Thank you.
so go ahead and address that item.
So yes, if you all agree when we get to that item to ask. So our assumption was if that one passed, we would bring the 1997. We've already acquired them, which was
Just
challenging
a second,
to
we don't
do.
have everybody's attention.
You've already
We've acquired the 1997 standards, which was difficult. Even California had a difficult time. But we think we have found them, and so the goal would be if board member, excellent. Board member Klein's amendment that's later passes, then we would have the writing committee looking at those to develop our next set of standards.
Okay, and we would continue to move forward with what is here, but we would also
Yeah, so we
add
still
that
have like
piece to
clear
it.
standards, and we be leveraging
Okay.
the 97
Perfect.
California standards.
Perfect.
I just need a clarification. I'm not sure what the 1997 standards are. There's 1999 standards that are approved. The 97 am I right? The 97 standards were the ones that.
Was it 7 or 9?
It would be 1999. The 97 standards actually were not, those were the pushback because of what went through the 90s where we ended up with all the math wars. It's the 99. So I think we better clarify on here. Is that what we're referencing?
What we found was 97. So if there's a 99 and that's the one we want, please let us know.
All right, Vice Chair Moss.
Sorry, just one more point of clarification. So you have acquired the standards. And
Maybe.
so maybe, I guess there's a question of 97, 99. Okay. So if I'm trying to get the difference between the recommendation that's on here, among others, to consider the 97 standards along with a bunch of other things, and what Member Klein's motion would do. So the standards are an intact set of standards. I presume the motion is take a look at what that set of standards would be. You've acquired them. Presumably you just bring them forward and say, here they are. And even without that motion, you would be considering how those compare to what you're working on, correct? So either way, we're going to have the 97 or 99 standards and some analysis by the writing committee of how this factors into what else we were thinking about. Is that okay? Thank you. Sorry.
Member Klein? Oh, I'm sorry, Member Reel, and then Member Klein. And then, okay, you got to tell me the order because, yes, you are.
No, August?
It's August, Klein, Real.
All right, I apologize.
So I would just speak in favor of the motion. I think I've received over 100 emails talking about the 1997 math standards out of California. And when we're talking math standards, that's a high number of people interested in math standards. And it's something that comes up in casual conversation up at the Capitol. I think it's something that our public is very interested in. And so I would support the motion so that we can make an informed decision. If the public is greatly interested in that, I think we need to have the information before the board. So I would support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, who was that?
Klein.
Klein.
Okay, so I'm just looking at my motion, and I don't know that it's appropriate to put something similar to the current document because the way the math standards were done back then look very different from what we're doing now. So I would just like an opportunity to vote on the 1997 math standards and adopt those. Well, they're done. They're already done, and they were proven effective. So I would amend my motion to accept the 1997 math standards.
It now belongs to the floor, so you would have to amend it, and it would have to have no objection. So can you state what your amendment would be, how you would change your motion?
That the board adopt the 1997 California math standards.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
Yes.
Okay, then
So
that
go
would
back to
be,
the former
it would be
motion?
that motion that's on the floor, and then we deal with that and then move forward. Member Reel.
I too have gotten a lot of, thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I also have gotten a lot of emails about the 1997 California standards. I did my research. I went through all of the articles, pros, cons, and I do think there are a lot of elements in those standards that we could integrate into our math standards that could be beneficial. Do I think we should copy and paste standards from 2 decades ago, where during that time, California used those standards, Utah outperformed California in the NAEP every year. And not to mention, currently, with our current math standards, when we were at NASB, we were applauded for our performance in math. And recently, I think we're touring, Lindsay was recently at Stanford, where they were asking her how we do it, how we have students that are doing so well on math compared to the rest of the nation. So I am not willing to go back 20 years. I am, however, willing to take pieces of some of the fundamental math pieces and standards from the 1997 standards and integrate them. But highly, highly discourage us just copying and pasting standards from California where at the same time Utah outperformed those students with our own standards.
Okay, thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, I agree with that in that I do think there's some conciseness. I don't know if you got my document I sent, and I have other grade levels I did too, where you can compare the two, and there's just a conciseness to language. I think there's some benefit to that. There's benefit the other way too. So I don't think just copying and pasting is the direction to go, but I think that using those key components, I think there's things we can compare and we can learn, and that's what, yeah, well, so it is I don't think they were approved till 99, but maybe they are the 97. Is that, I'm just sorry, because I've been looking the document. Okay,
so the
I don't
97 were approved in 99, so we've clarified that.
Sorry.
No,
I just
that's
wanted
good.
to make sure, because I've been looking at 99 standards, and that's
We outperformed them from 2000 on, so it was 1999. But I also really believe, having spent a lot of time in a lot of standards meetings, I really believe in the process, and I think it's really important that we stick to that process as well.
Okay, Chair Moss?
I was just going to say the same thing. I very much want to look at these, but I also very much want to see that go through the process. So I'll vote no on this, but I hope we hear something about how these relate to what we've got going and who performed well, and it's a significant part of the discussion when it comes back up through the committee.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. We've commented. We are going to go to a vote now. So the motion on the floor is that the review committee put together something similar to the current document, but based on the California 1997 math standards. Please vote. Member Green, voting is open. Did we lose her?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. All right, the voting is in. That fails with a vote of 12 to 3. The yeses.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The yeses being Green, Klein, Bogus. All right. Do we have another motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion along the same line, but not confined. My motion would be to review the key components of California's 1999 standards and use as a framework for clear, concise standards for K-12 students in Utah.
Okay, do we have a second? Yes. The second made by Bogus. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Member Klein?
I would support that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Member Lear?
I just want to make sure staff understands what they're being asked to do and if it's doable without creating two different pathways to math standards. You think it's fine? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? It's either straight, it's Norton. I can't tell visually. Go ahead, member.
I don't know if this is a friendly amendment or not, but I'm wondering if we could add on something, and apply as applicable. It's right now it just says review them. But, is that all we're going to do?
I have use as a framework for clear, concise standards. It's the conciseness of the standards. So do you want?
I don't know if I want to go clear to framework. I mean, I'd like us to have our own thing, but apply their standards as we see.
As applicable?
Review and apply key components as applicable.
I'm not good at
Okay, so I'm open. What would you like?
Review and apply. Review
That'd be
and
great.
apply the key components
as appropriate.
California's 1999 standards as appropriate.
There we go. Is there any
Hang
objection
on,
to that?
I'm looking. Yeah.
All right, member Davis, is that your light, please?
To the framework thing got taken off.
Okay. Yeah, to the standards for K-12 students in Utah, I just think we do need to put it's applied to. So if you can put.
Well, when it says review and apply the key components of the 1997 California math standards as appropriate, it sounds like we're applying the standards before we go through the writing process. So wouldn't it be consider application or review and consider the key components of the 1997 California math standards as appropriate? Because we're not applying anything yet, right? We're just asking. I just review them and let them know what your opinion is of them.
This may be presumptuous, but I think y'all got the vibe, right? You got the vibe. I think
We're not applying, we're not, adopting the standards, applying the standard.
I think the concern was that if they read it literally, they would simply review them and go, oh, nice, and do not anything with it.
No, bring back their
No, it's the clear and
opinion of
conciseness
them.
of it that needs to
I think
be
that's
applied.
just,
Yeah.
that's what we're looking for an action verb. That's all.
We're looking for an opinion from the writing committee on the 1997 California Math Standards.
How they,
Yes.
Doable?
Is there any objection to that rewording of this motion? Thank you. Can we please vote? Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a clarifying question.
Sure, Member Green.
So are we looking for a review and apply, or are we looking for an opinion? I do see those as two very separate actions.
this works for me.
And if we have to clear enough.
Board Member
Maybe
Green,
we
it
just
does
develop
say
that.
apply, not opinion. So is that a clarifying for you?
That is
Yeah, I hope how this is moved forward, that they'll understand that we're not maybe looking so much for an opinion as rather how it would apply if we adopted those.
Okay, so what the motion is right now, because what I'm hearing is a unstated objection, I think, is it says right now, review and apply the key components of the 1997 California Math Standards to the standard writing process as appropriate. That is what's on the floor. If someone would like to amend that, please bring an amendment forward.
Or I don't know if this is an amendment or if it's friendly, but review and apply applicable insights to the key components of the 1997 California Math Standards. Because I want to know the insights of the writing committee about the standards.
Is that an amendment you're proposing, or are you just throwing it out
If
there
it's
to
not
see?
friendly, then yes.
It's not
an
friendly,
amendment.
and I don't think it's necessary. I think the review of it, and then they can consider those with the other recommendations that are coming forward and apply as appropriate, just as it says there. Yep.
Then can you do it the way you just said it?
Know what I just said? I think I just read what's up there. I
Review
think.
and consider the key components with all of the other input. Review and consider the key components of 1997 California Math Standards to the standard writing process with all of the public feedback.
Okay, consider applying. I think that leaves it still in that realm.
Okay, if we add, consider applying, we have now included every single word somebody has brought up. I think we're good. I think we got it covered.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. So, Member Booth? Yeah, hold on, you're not on mic. No, he's speaking. I called on him. It's okay.
Vice Chair Hart,
Yes.
I feel like there needs to be just a little clarification on where we're going. We're not even to the writing committee yet.
No.
I mean, and so that's something that in the process, we voted on the process, we've worked on this. I mean, we're way at the beginning, and we've got the review committees, they've been pulled together, but the review committee is not the writing committee. And so what I don't know why we're getting into such detail right now.
Okay,
that's the
so
question.
what this is the review committee brought forth their recommendations, and we are now talking about those and considering those and adding our clarifications and mulling through those.
That's great.
So that,
To the review committee, back to the review committee.
No, it goes to the writing committee. So we are creating, the review committee created their recommendations for process, basically, kind of. And we are adding our flavor to that and sharing it with them. And
And
they
then
are
they will
taking
take it
it
on.
to the writing committee to do the work.
To do what they would normally do, and
what-
we'll have input along the way,
So
like the process.
problem that we are solving in this, if you were to say, you know, what problem are we solving here, is that we don't want our practitioners to go down the road of writing things only to find out that the board was looking for a different direction. And we have found that that is unfair to our educators who spend so much time. So the process was amended to add a step where the board could talk about the process and the big ideas on the front end, rather than having them do all the work and then find out that, my gosh, they wrote all the standards and now all of a sudden
Would
something
it
else was
be
wanted.
presumptuous of us at this point, with the limited work that we have done, to dictate to them how they approach their process?
That's why we need to carefully consider the recommendations and make sure that, that we are clearly articulating the big rocks and not micromanaging the small rocks. So that's
Okay.
that's what we're debating right now.
I'm just asking these questions so that we don't lose the great benefit of amazing mathematicians and teachers of
Right.
leaders of learning in the math field that we have here congregated and
Yes.
that will be in the near future
And-
congregated.
And this might be a little presumptuous, and please, I would love someone to correct me. Educators want to do the work, but they want to know the lane in which they need to drive.
Great.
We are helping them form the lane so that they can do their best work.
I'm good. Thank you.
Is that okay? All right. So what we have on the floor is a motion to review and consider applying the key components of the 1997 California Math Standards to the standard writing process as appropriate. It's been seconded, it's been debated, it's open for voting.
I actually have a question, please. Vice Chair Hart?
Member Green?
I'm so sorry. Can you not hear me? I was just trying to get a question in before, and it was just
I
to
saw your light, but I
clarify-
didn't hear.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I heard you very faintly say, "Can you hear me?" So can you just yell it?
Yeah, I'll speak a little louder. I haven't changed locations, so it just be bad service. But I just want to clarify to this motion. It looks like it's passing, but was it, to the maker of the motion, was that a friendly addition to add consider applying? And if it is, how will we know if they've considered it? It seems like review and apply would give us tangible results to
friendly because there was no objection, and I do believe, and I hope I'm not. Please correct me if I'm wrong. In the material that they forward, it will be apparent, and because they understand what the board is asking for, and so it wouldn't help them not to give us clarity in that way. Would you like to add to that? No, Thronson.
Yes, thank you. So step 6 requires our staff to bring you bi-monthly progress submissions. So as part of that progress, we will say, during this committee meeting, these ones, we've been looking at the 1997 standards. So you'll have some evidence that these things are happening. Or like we reviewed the recommendations and we've been pulling these pieces together. Like that will happen in the bi-monthly progress updates from staff.
Okay, so the answer, did you hear that, Member Green? There's regular reporting back.
Okay, as long as we have the
Are you
opportunity
prepared to vote?
I don't know if you can still hear me. I'm so sorry.
We can't hear you. Can you text somebody? Oh, we can't. She's got to say it. You gotta scream it, girl.
I'm a no.
Okay, I hear you. It's a no. All right, so by a vote of 14-1, with the no vote being Member Green, that motion passes. Do we have another motion for the floor? Member Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I know. And
did we?
Oh, yeah, we did.
I always skip over the original motion. I thought that one passed. Yeah, we didn't. We haven't voted on that? Okay. All right, so we are returning to the original motion, which really wasn't, that should have been a substitute. Anyway, the motion on the floor is that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with Member Earl's input up to page 4. Did we already have a second? Yes, we had a second. Do we have more discussion to that motion? That means that. So what happens to the rest of the page? No, we're just going step by step. We're doing them chunk by chunk. The first chunk were the ones that weren't at all contested. The next chunk were the ones that were easy for the committee to say, yeah, we'll do that, no problem, because a lot of them just added clarity. So that's where we're at now. Next up, we'll discuss the ones that are different from what the review committee, significantly enough that we need to make a decision on them. You have a substitute motion? Okay. It's up.
Okay. So I would move that we postpone voting on any of the math standards process until we hear back from staff or from the review committee, whoever, with the information that we just passed in the previous motion.
Is there a second to that? Second from Member Bogus. Do we have any? No, it's motion to postpone. Can you substitute? What's it? What?
It's just a motion. It's not a substitute. It's just a motion.
I know, but can you put a substitute after a motion to postpone? Where's that little chart? We have.
Can you substitute and postpone?
What can you?
Is this to postpone?
What is allowed after a motion to postpone parliamentary?
Of recommendation?
You can't, it's not debatable, it's just postponing? Okay, so you can't adjust that kind of motion, you can simply debate and vote on it? Mend it? But it would still be a motion to postpone. You cannot substitute a different motion. All right, you cannot substitute a different motion. It will remain a motion to postpone. You can adjust the conditions of the postponement. So I see no lights except I do, no. Okay. So let's go ahead and vote. You ready? Okay. I thought I stalled enough.
That's what I thought, but what is highlighted is different, so I wanted to.
Yeah. So what you are voting on, and that's a good clarification, Member Klein made the motion to postpone, that the board postpone voting on any of the math standards process until staff reports back on about the 1997 California math standards considerations. Now, we have already voted, so those things would remain. It would just halt at this point, okay? So let's be real clear about that. All right, are you ready? Oh, sorry, I didn't see your light.
Because I didn't push it just now. I'm just curious again, is this something that works for staff? Do you need to move more quickly on this, or would you typically? Or rather than waiting and reviewing the California standards, Lindsay is saying.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
So I'm going to clarify for our understanding, what you asked for that was passed so far was to bring the 1997 standards to the writing committee. What is being proposed in the motion now is to bring it back to the review committee to make more recommendations for the board's consideration based on what they find.
No,
that's how it's.
What she's saying is she doesn't want to make any more decisions tonight on the rest of the packet until the material from 1997
goes to whom?
So you're saying it. Yeah. Do we have a writing committee?
Yeah.
Do we?
We're still working on that development.
I just want to know if that works for staff. I don't want to throw something at them that says
I understand.
we've never done it that way.
I understand.
I didn't know who it should go to. They put staff on there, but who would it go to?
The recommendations generally would go to the writing committee next. So the review committee has, in our minds, in the process, has done their work.
Okay.
Now it's for them, because it's the writing committee who's going to actually take the 97 standards and say, here's how we think we would incorporate those.
Okay.
So you could have either proceed on. The nice thing is the writing committee can get started with all of the things, and we don't have to come back to you and do the rest of these. But we could also come back and report to you and start with the 1997, but have all the recommendations in place. And we could report on the writing committee's impressions of incorporating the 1997 or earlier in the process. We can make that its own a standards and assessment committee bring back, or we can postpone, whatever is best for you. Obviously, every month we delay is another month on the process. This already takes over 2 years to get standards through. So that's the only thing. I'm always cautious on the timing. We've had the current standards for a while. It'll be over a decade by the time this is done. And I know there's some urgency by different board members to move on to new standards, but it just delays the process. That's the only thing.
Is it appropriate to put staff reports back, or is it appropriate to say the writing committee? Staff's fine. Okay. All right. Other questions? Did that answer your question? Okay. Member Clyde.
I just think we should wait to continue the discussion until we have that in front of us.
Okay.
I don't think it's wise to move forward on stuff on this when it is lacking what we've asked for.
Okay. Any others?
Yeah, I want to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't agree with this process. And maybe because I've spent a lot of time over the last several months looking at doing a thorough analysis, considering everybody's comments, considering just things going forward. Anyways, I don't think this prolongs the long time before we can actually get new standards. I'm not sure what this is even going to take, maybe 6 months or something. I don't know. We've got to put a writing committee together, and then we start the process, right? I'm concerned that this becomes lengthy instead of to where we need to be headed. So that's what I'm going to speak to there.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, are you ready for us to vote? Okay, voting is live. Voting is live. Member Green for the motion to postpone. If you can see it, can you share your vote?
I'm a yes.
Okay. We're waiting on one more. Oh, he's stepped out. Okay, the vote is 10 noes to 4 yeses. The 4 yeses would be Member Carey, Member Green, Member Bogus, Member Klein. All right, so we are back to Member Davis's motion. And after we do this, I'm going to ask that the pizza is now cold. So go get your pizza and come right back. We're going to have a working lunch so the whole world gets to watch us eat. Dinner, I mean. So let's get through this vote, and then we have 7 minutes, no longer, to get your pizza and get back. All right, so the motion on the floor is that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with member Earl's input up to page 4. Motion's been made, seconded, debated. Do you have it ready? All right, let's put it up. Member Green, the vote is open for the motion that's highlighted on the screen.
No.
No? I heard a no. She had to change devices. I'm just repeating. I'm just repeating what she says so that it's... Okay, we're at 13. We're missing 2. We're missing 1, actually. Member Straight stepped out. Who are we missing? Oh, okay. That passes 11-3. The noes are Member Bogus, Member Green, Member Klein. So that passes. All right. We'll take just a 7-minute break. I promise no longer. we need to come back into, please, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get extra bonus points, y'all. It is warm, but understand that that corner of the room, when we do that, they will start shivering. But Member Green is not here today. It is boiling over here. You know what I might? Yeah, no, it's this room. It is so hot over here and so cold over there. It's so warm front, cold front. We need to just put a fan over here, I think. Oh, yeah, sure.
Board members, if you can hear me and you're in the hallway or in the back room, we are going to get started here. Thank you.
No. Y'all, we really do need to get started. Do we have 8 now?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does she count in real? So yes.
Okay, we're gonna get started. We've got 8. We don't have time like this to burn. This isn't social hour. She's. Hold on just a second. I want to make sure we have 8 people paying attention at least. Okay. Okay. We need our 8th person right there. Can you bump Randy? He'll talk forever about art and music.
Randy's not our 8th person.
Oh, he's not our 8th? Okay. All right.
I'm moving my recommendations forward.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Are you ready?
She just needs a.
No, it's, oh.
No,
25, 26? They're in backup. Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, the motion is in order.
So on the board thing, whatever, backup, whatever, I submitted it the first of the week. I went through, looked at the writing committee, looked at feedback coming in, took into consideration board member Hymas's, who else submitted? Board member Klein, board member, who else? Wood, Cindy Davis, took into their consideration, and I simplified those into, well, first thing, just direct recommendations for math standards, and then a handful of things to avoid. I just kind of touched base with our staff on this. Is there any glaring things that they're like, no, don't go that direction? So I'm going to move that we move forward with those recommendations that I consolidated, and I can speak to those if someone seconds it. Okay,
Motion's been made and seconded. Would you like to speak to
yeah,
them?
let me speak to it. And if you read my comments initially, it was I had this series of I envision, and similar to the reading literacy movement that we've had, I envision kids that are highly successful, that enjoy and love math, right? Maybe that's utopic, and I love that, so that's fine. But then I said, what does it have to be to do that? And then, like I said, I went through the writing committee's recommendations and others. I've incorporated those in here. Cindy Davis, I'm just hitting a couple of those. Cindy Davis had specific recommendations for specific standards. So I just recommend that the writing committee consider those. Who else? So it says, take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with the integrated approach. Allow for additional changes in the upper level integrated math courses. I do make a recommendation that we allow districts to choose whether they do integrated or not, whether they do a normal, when I say normal, more traditional, I guess that would be the word, right? Pathway. I know Wasatch School District, there's other school districts that are engaged in that already. Yeah. So it'd be an LEA to choose a non-integrated sequence in high school math program that they can choose that if they want to. I know that there's a pilot program running in Wasatch School District. Anyways, so I'm moving this recommendation forward. I know there's one that will be some discussion on it, and would you like me to just pull that so we can have a separate discussion about it? Is that the best thing? Okay, so I will tell you, it's number 24. I would not include this in my recommendations. We can have a separate discussion.
So is the motion already on the floor?
Oh, I would have to, is that a friendly? Does anybody have any problems removing 24 so we can have a separate discussion?
So without objection, is there oh my gosh.
If you go right to, well, it says member oral recommendations for Utah math standards. It's not, so you're going to actually have to go to your document. Okay. And then we'll have a discussion about this if this is what on 24, well, I'll talk to that in a minute. Most of these overlap and we've already voted on. So they're already there. But I just want to, what am I saying? So when these get moved forward, clearly they overlap. You wouldn't be duplicitous in it. So, okay, that's my motion. It's on your civic clerk. It's not here. It would be hard to separate them out here. I did. I spoke to it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or are we already voting?
No, we're, so the motion's been made, and then, so the motion is to accept these minus number 24. All right, so we are,
mine, but
yes,
I'm running this
you're
on
behind Member Klein and Member Reel.
Tee up then and then get
Yes,
myself. in
Member
order.
Klein?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't.
You don't want to, okay.
Except I would.
Did you have oh, okay. Did you have something else you wanted, a point of order? Okay. Member Reel.
Oh.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I have a question about this integrated piece because, and maybe some of the folks here can help me understand, because I'm wondering why, if that was one of your recommendations, it wasn't considered, and if the integrated math is at all a key component in our success on some of our math scores. Because if it is, then I would hate to have LEAs going away from it if it's something that we find that is successful. But I don't know the answer to that. So if I can ask staff to discuss why that part of the recommendation wasn't explicitly accepted, and if integrated math is something that they find is important to the success of our students in math.
Go ahead if you want to.
Whose light should I? Oh, let's see. Where am I? Public forum? Oh, you got it. I'll leave it to the experts.
Yeah, I would love for you to come in. Hi, I am Dr. Elise Lee, and I'm an assistant professor up at Weber State University. I have a doctorate in mathematics education, so I'd love to speak to this, actually. I came to Utah about 4 years ago as a professor, actually, newly graduated, and I encountered the integrated standards for the first time. Okay, I have worked with schools in other states that have not chosen an integrated pathway. And when I came here and I started teaching university students here in Utah, I felt like they were probably better prepared. And I say that from a humbling experience, right, where it was my first time teaching university students in Utah, and there is a totally different culture here. I came from Colorado. It was different. And so I will say that I do understand that not many states have these integrated standards, but I think that the way that they have been aligned and set up across the grade bands has benefited our students here in Utah. I think the way that the state has structured things and has provided guidance for teachers in implementing those standards within those grade levels and integrating them has done them wonders. Now, I'm sure there are success stories in other states that don't do integrated standards, but what we have is working from my perspective. So I would caution us against doubling that work and complicating things and making those, complicating that matter and confounding those things. Thank you.
May
I
I
appreciate
add to
that. Thank you.
In
Yeah, go
terms
ahead.
of, it did not come up in the review committee.
Okay.
I was asking Lindsay, like, because I sat through both review committees, like, why do you think it didn't come up? It's the assumption that that is what you do. It's our fabric now. We've been doing this for 13 years. This is what our math looks like. And so it wasn't a point of discussion in the review committee for whatever reason, but it was, I think that's what it's going to be kind of thing. And then our data, Utah is one of the top performing states in the country. We are one of 2 states that has integrated standards. So can't say it's because of that, but there's something that makes us stand out that is unique and different. Lindsay, is there anything you want to add if Vice Chair would allow?
Please. I would just say that I would support what Dr. Lee said and what Dr. Thronson said. And I also, there's in board backup, there's an infographic that shows a lot of great data points about our system. And just like Dr. Thronson said, we can't claim causation or correlation to any one particular thing, but integrated standards statewide is a uniqueness of our system, and it deserves some attention. There's one other state that has integrated standards statewide. They don't perform as well as we do, so we do integrated really well. And some of these statistics, like Dr. Thronson has put on the screen, our stakeholders take a lot of pride in, particularly the course completion of students with disabilities earning their grade level math credit in 9th grade has doubled. And we have students who are taking an extra math class, a 4th year of math, that has tripled since we were on algebra 2, and we moved to integrated standards. We've increased the number of students who are taking a 4th year of mathematics.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, Member Earl or Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll fix it.
Is knowing that, because in part of my research, the integrated part, and when I heard Deputy Superintendent Norman speak as well at a conference, that was like such a key component. So I'm interested in understanding why you think it's important to allow that flexibility or to eliminate something that is the fabric and something that we've found be successful for our math students.
Sure, and I can speak to that. I actually know of a number of districts that already don't do the integrated math standards. And they've got reasons for doing that. They chose to ask their boards to they still do all the standards, but they do them in a more traditional approach. I don't think we can say, which has already been saying, that the integrated math is what makes it what it is. I think it's really good math teachers in the state of Utah that makes math really good. There's only a handful of people that even do the integrated math around the nation, and yet there's a number of states that are very successful at their math programs. So I don't think it's the integrated or the lack of integrated. All I'm asking for is an option that if people choose that, or a teacher or a school chooses that they don't have to be hiding somewhere doing it. Does that make sense? They can choose that option and they're able to do it. So that's what I'm asking. I think there's people that are highly successful with that program, right? But I do think that there's maybe some, I know there's schools that are doing the more traditional path. They're just making sure they cover all the things so that when they take the ACT, they've got, the broad coverage.
Okay, I'd follow up. She wants it. So to follow up on that, I'm wondering if let's say hypothetically, we move forward and removed a lot of that piece, that integrated piece, and would there be an impact in our math? I think there could potentially be an outcome change because we're hearing that it's something that helps us be successful, but like
in resources, in our data, in our, like, are there impacts in, if hypothetically we moved forward and ended up eliminating that integrated math piece?
I didn't, and just to be clear, I didn't say eliminate. Those that are doing it and want to do
Just
it.
an option.
Yeah, that you allow for that option to take place. Right now, we don't have that option. People have to create the option themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Okay. Well, I guess if there is a motion on the floor, then I'd like to divide it so that we can vote on, because I'd like to move forward all of your other pieces. That part I'm a little hesitant about, so if I can divide that.
I'll find the number if you want to amend to move it off.
Yeah, I'd amend to just divide, pulling that one out, but then voting on the rest of them.
Okay. That motion is being created. You're looking up the number?
I believe it's 18. Allow LEAs to choose a non-integrated sequence in math high school programs.
So the amendment is remove number 18 from, did someone writing this? Okay. Do we have a second for that?
How are you guys?
Second, the removal of that one from, that we're not. Yeah. Well, the original motion had 18 removed. Or 20, yes. And then now we're adding 18. So what we would be doing is voting on that amendment. Chair,
To amend it to pull it, she said she wanted to vote on it separately.
yeah,
Divide it.
it's a motion to divide.
Yes.
Yes.
That's not what that says.
Oh. Yeah, it's a motion to divide.
It can be, we can divide it and vote. Yeah, so I guess it would be better to say that the motion is to adopt the review committee's recommendations with member Earl's input, all but 18. I guess that is what it was saying. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do it as an amendment then,
It would be, and then, but separate it out and then vote on
the amendment.
the two that were pulled, 24 and whatever, 18.
All right, Member Davis, did you have something for this amendment, or is this separate? Davis.
I'm not hot. I texted one of the best math teachers that I know last night, and I was like, what are your thoughts about the California standards? What are your thoughts about the integrated math? But the piece on integrated math, she said, I never, ever want to go back to the algebra sandwich. Integrated math is, in capital letters, the best with 4 exclamation points. Literally every other country in the world teaches that way except the U.S. I have seen much better results with understanding the big picture when we don't separate geometry. So I'm not a mathematician, but I would like to, but I don't want to discount the idea either to possibly look at tweaking this or changing it or giving LEAs the option. But I would like to make a motion to ask staff to bring additional information back to the board.
Do we have amendment to, and we've got.
Amendment to the amendment. I'd like to know how many LEAs are not using integrated math. I'd like to know how, if given the opportunity, they would prefer to move away from integrated math. And I'd like to know what the cost would be for materials and such to move away from integrated math back to traditional math.
It can be a request.
So I'd like to just hold on that one particular recommendation until we get some more information of that nature. So I guess that's a motion to.
You don't need a motion because that is my motion, and then you request staff.
Okay, so then I vote for your motion, and then I also need to move to make the request.
No, you just make the request.
But the board as an individual, we should never direct staff to do anything.
No, you are
So-
directing it to the board leadership, and we will.
But don't we have to vote? I mean, I can't just ask. And they can decide if I'm going to get the information or not? What if I want the board to vote that we want the information?
Then you can make the motion.
I make a motion that we ask for that information to be brought back.
Okay, does anyone object to adding to Member Reel's motion to add 18 to the exemption and request that staff bring back the aforementioned information? Is there an objection to that on the floor? Okay, hold on. I hear no objection, so that is now the amendment. Do you want to make an amendment to that amendment? Okay. Go for it. Oh, well, you can't.
Okay, so I would move to add number 25 to that list as well. And I have some more information I would like from staff if, so I would like to, like I asked earlier about the literacy, the reading scores pre-2010 compared to now. I would like to know what the math scores are now compared to pre-2010 and even back to 2000 if possible, so we can kind of see how they compare.
You're the chair.
And then as far as the integrated math component, I would like to know if our state assessments are dependent on integrated math. Are they set up to ask questions in a way that it would require a student to be in an integrated math class in order to be able to take the test? But just state assessments.
Correct me if I'm wrong, our state assessment is ACT and Aspire Plus. Is there additional ones? Unless a district does it independent.
It does. So 9th, 10th, you've got Aspire Plus, ACT 11. The trick is if you let people choose, our standards, we either have to write standards for both, that you're choosing an integrated pathway or you're choosing a traditional pathway, and then we need 2 sets of standards and you need 2 assessments. Because we build assessments on standards, and what you get in 9th grade is going to be different than what you get in 10th grade than what you get in 11th grade. They're grade-based, or they're course-based. But if you're going to teach Algebra 1, we need an Algebra 1 test, and we also need a secondary Math 1 test. So you're going to be adding to the test bank to be able to do 2 sets of standards.
The ACT test bank?
Not ACT, the Aspire, because Aspire is course-based, and so it would be course-specific standards. And if you're going to allow LEAs to choose not the traditional versus, integrated, then you would need assessments that would allow them to say, we took the integrated course, that's the assessment we're going to take, versus we took the traditional course, that's the assessment. So you're going to be doubling your assessment bank or assessment tests at 9, 10. And remember, this is not like a review committee piece. In the review committee part would be, if you say we want to be able to allow both pathways, that's a board rule making. Right now, we have a board rule that says you have to do it this way. It would actually be amending board rule rather than standards. The standards recommendation that we probably need more clarity on is, do you want us to write both sets of standards, or do you just want to allow flexibility, but we're only going to write integrated standards? That's the question that staff we have around, happy to do it whatever you want, but right now, I'm not sure if we're writing both standards or we're writing integrated and allowing people to not do them in an integrated way.
Can,
I'm still making my motion.
We're still making a motion. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so my other question on that I wanted information on, which, maybe I should just ask and they can just give it here instead of adding it to the motion, but considering Board Member Davis added informational things to hers, I thought it would be a good time to ask. But much of the math is now being taught on computers through ed tech. And so I'm wondering, is integrated math integral in math ed tech? And is there a way to make an option of doing it on, if there was a pathway for the traditional, could it be a pencil paper version because the traditional way merits paper, that traditional process and not on ed tech. But I am curious if the ed tech is integrated math based.
Okay. Would you like to, or, I mean, the ed tech and math is really, teacher determines what they're teaching, and then the tech supports them in that conceptually. It's not a series, it's not like the whole course is developed. And I really shouldn't be answering for them, but I don't believe in secondary that we've got full courses of math technology. We have technology that assists in practice and other things. Would that be a correct? So really it's like item-based or topic-based. It's not full curriculum-based.
Absolutely. So like Alex is one of the most used educational technology softwares in the state. And it is like there's a pie and you're doing your algebraic equations and then you're doing your geometry and your measurement. And so it can work for either, because if you're teaching all those in a course, then you're teaching all of them in a course. Teachers use, at least the way that we intend technology, to enhance the instruction. But if they're not using, hopefully, software to be the instruction of mathematics. It's usually meant to be an enhancement or a remediation technique for students.
Does that make sense? It's not a course.
So I guess my motion is just to add 25 onto that, since we just got information. But I would still like to see the comparison between the Common Core math and the.
Can you clarify which number it is?
Sorry.
Is it 25?
25. Yeah.
Okay.
What Works Clearinghouse.
Okay.
That 24 is.
24 is already on the list from
24
from Vice
and
Chair
25
Earl.
talk about What Works Clearinghouse.
Okay.
They
So,
both say it.
well, the point is that you've put 24 on and you're putting 25 on.
Yes.
Is the end goal. All right, so you
that's
have
the
made
motion?
my motion go away, so I can't repeat it. Oh, there we go. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the amendment. So this is an amendment to Member Reels. Yes, to member, it's a amendment to that, to amend the original motion above by adding 25 and for staff to report back on the math scores over the past few decades.
Is there a second?
I need a second. Member Bogus seconded.
Okay, and can I ask a quick question? To staff, earlier when we were talking about the comparison for reading, they made it sound like that's a really hard ask because things have changed over time and you can't compare apples to apples. Is that the same for math, or is that more objective measure?
Ready. So because you asked that question in reading, I leaned over to Darren at the end. I was like, NAEP, that's our common assessment. It's been the same since the 90s. And so NAEP is going to be your assessment, the National Assessment of Progress. And so we can look at 8th grade math every year since I think 2000, actually before that. You can go way back to 1990 to compare how were we doing in 1998 as a state in math, maybe. Oh, it won't let me do that year.
And has the test changed?
No, so that's the thing about the NAEP. It hasn't changed over the years. That's the nice part of NAEP is you can compare across, unlike our state assessments that they have changed and the standards have changed, you can't. But NAEP has held constant. So as you look at, here's 96, there's the dark blue is we significantly performed higher. But if you even go to 2000, we were actually in the medium blue, which would be we performed not significantly different than the national. So we were kind of average in 2000. So this is a site we could send you, all of you, if you'd like, so you can go and kind of compare, like how were we by 2007? That was a couple of years before we went to Common Core. We were still that medium blue. And today, just a quick forward to the future, 2022, we are in the dark blue. We went back up to where we were in the early 90s at the dark blue color. So we're actually doing better now than we were in the 90s and early 2000s.
So proficiency scores in Utah are very low as an average for math. So I'm trying to reconcile, what you're showing us as looking like we're wonderful and the low proficiency scores on the data gateway.
Yeah, so our state assessment, I think Darren talks about this all the time, we have a rigorous state assessment. What we expect for proficient is very high and seen as like a truth and transparency across the country. And so the rigor of our assessment, if you lower the rigor, we'll have more kids passing. But if you look at the percent passing and that are proficient on NAEP, they're usually very similar. So although we're scoring higher than the nation, the nation isn't doing all that well, if that makes the difference. And I've always struggled with this too, because you're like, we're number 4 in literacy in this area, but we only have this percentage, we only have 37% proficient on NAEP, but we're number 4 in the country. So it's kind of like being the worst of the best of the worst. Like, it's not good, but that's what NAEP is. Like, we have the highest percentage of proficient, or one of the highest.
So
but
their test
no
isn't
one
very
is-
rigorous.
It's rigorous because we only
Compared
have
to our
32% of kids proficient. Yeah, I think when you look at our tests, like we have 45 to 49 any particular year proficient. Our test is pretty rigorous too, but as you're looking across the nation, how kids perform nationally, we perform at the better than most, if that helps.
So why don't we have one test that we can go off of, that we can compare over the years?
That's what
the NAEP,
people call the NAEP for this.
But why isn't our test here in Utah?
Because
like that,
we
so
change it
don't-
every time the standards change, and so we don't have a consistent assessment.
Well, if we find some standards that are tried and true, and we just stick with them.
I hear you.
Math is one you can stick
I was
with.
following along and wasn't paying attention to my job. Go ahead, member.
Quick comment to number, is that appropriate though on 18? Can I speak to 18? Is this all a combined motion or what?
No. So, do you want to speak to 25?
I'm
or
on
do you-
18. We didn't move on 18.
Okay, then you need to wait.
We didn't move on 18 yet, did we?
Okay, no, but you will be in
Okay,
line.
we'll go back to that.
So let's, are the lights on for 18? 25. Are you speaking to number 25?
Yeah, well, I'm speaking to all of it. Well, we have.
Uh,
I have a question about integrated math.
okay. Okay, are you speaking to 18 or 25?
What?
Okay, well,
I would rather speak to the 18, but yes, I am speaking to the whole motion.
well, they chose not to do a divide. They chose to do an amendment. So we are actually voting on it. So we need to speak to it. If we divided, and then we would.
Isn't it just to pull it off?
Yeah, it's just
So then you could, others that are being.
And then you can bring.
So we'd vote on the top one, but with these taken off, and then we'd go back.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it's basically.
We-
No, you have to do the amendments first.
Right.
All three.
Okay, so what you need to ask yourself, and what, if you have questions because you can't decide whether or not you want to add 25, then answer that right now. Ask that right now.
Can I make a substitute motion?
No.
I don't think you can. We've
Okay.
already amended out.
Okay, it's out of order right now, all seriousness. Okay, do you have a question that helps you vote on
On the amendment to the amendment? No.
this? Okay, then we are going to vote. Are you ready? Okay.
We're just voting to
We are voting to add number 25 to the list of what we are excluding.
which will then be considered separately.
Yes,
Okay.
we
So it's
still
separate
have,
ruling or dividing. We're not ruling on the merits of whether this
No.
goes into the system.
you are simply adding this to the original underlying motion that we will still have to vote on as amended. Voting is open. Member Green, do you wish to add number 25 to the list of exceptions?
Yes.
Yes. Member Green says yes. We are at 14. Are we still missing somebody? We are done. Okay, that passes 10 to 5. The noes were Davis, Lear, Hymas, Reel, and Vice Chair Earl. Okay, so now we are back to Member Reel's motion to amend the motion above by adding 18 to the exceptions and request that staff bring back the aforementioned information. You had something you wanted to say about 18.
18? Okay, one comment on 18. Sorry. So we've been talking about scores from back in 2013 and even further back. We have one live pilot going on. I worked with my home district, Wasatch, a couple years ago to get exemption from the sequence for Math 3, and specialists Henderson and Ock helped with that. So there's a pilot program they signed off on. That actually fits into this discussion because they asked for an exemption in year 3 to do transitional math, followed by 1010 concurrent enrollment with UVU in the junior year, and then 1050 in the senior year. And their objective was they wanted to see if they could get better ACT scores. They felt that they had better ACT scores back in 2013, and get more kids completing college math while they were still in high school by getting them on that 1010 in the junior year and then 1050 senior year. So they've actually been doing that thanks to our office approving that this fall. So it's kind of a live pilot experiment. So they'll have ACT scores in the spring. I think that's probably part of what's encompassed here, and getting information about that, I would hope, is to check back with them and see how that's going, because they've got pretty heavy enrollment. They've got kids in the sequence for that math. And so it's intermediate algebra 1010 in the junior year, and then college algebra in that fourth year of 1050. So just want to remind you, thank you for again authorizing that. I think it's helpful now with the timing of trying to consider some current comparisons on test scores. They should have those in the spring. Thank you.
Some other questions on 18. It's Lear, Davis, and then Bogus. So Member Lear. I don't know why it should be Lear. I am just going on what the screen says. Member Lear, will you please, are you speaking to 18 or do you
I have a question about
Okay.
integrated math.
I'm going to have you go with your
I
question
don't
first.
have a motion. I'm just.
Okay.
I'm a non-mathematician.
Okay.
I just do.
I would.
So
ask your
my
question.
question is to the staff. I'm concerned about our increasingly mobile population in Utah, nationally, and I'm concerned, and this is why I'm asking, if a student it starts with integrated math, or spends 2 years in high school on integrated math, or I don't even know when it starts, and then moves to Wasatch District where they don't have integrated math. How confusing is it? How able are students' families to go back and forth between this kind of math and that kind of math and another kind of math?
I think so.
There you go. So it happens a handful of times every school year, but it's mostly students coming from out of another state that have the algebra, geometry, algebra 2 sequence and moving into integrated. Secondary math 1 is 85% maps to algebra. Secondary math 2 about maps to algebra 2, and secondary and the secondary 2 and secondary 3 is algebra 2, the algebra content, and then geometry is sprinkled the whole way through. So it doesn't cause a huge issue when a student comes in, especially if the LEA that they transfer to is doing demonstrated competencies, and they can really pinpoint which standards the student has fluency in, and then which standards they need additional personalization to learn.
Okay. That makes me feel better about more choice at the LEA level, that it doesn't completely confound students as they move around, because I think that's an increasing, Wasatch, maybe all people live there all the time, but that's not true in Salt Lake. So, thanks.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. I think that we need to, as we look at number 18, and I may move to amend, but I would just offer that we have code that says that our school communities have guaranteed local autonomy, and they also have flexibility. And so when we remove 18, it seems to me to be in contravention to the directive in legislative code. And so I would offer that
We're voting on it. We're not removing it.
We would-
Pulling it to have discussion separate from the other list. Like a pulled item and considered, and it's just moving it.
well, I don't think we should move it and vote on it separately. I think removing it is against the direction of our legislature. They've moved us in that direction. They've made it clear that that's what they expect. And so, I don't know, that's just what I would offer. Thank you.
Okay. Member Davis?
Can I make a motion, a substitute motion now? I thought we already voted on the number 25. So I can amend the amendment?
You can amend the amendment, but you can't substitute.
So let me tell you my motion and you can tell me where it, but I would like to amend the amendment that this kind of is a sub, but let me just read it and you tell me what it is. That the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board members' feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports with special information given for integrated math and SMPs as to how they are currently being used.
I think that would be a sub, which means it's not in order right now, but it might be in order in a few minutes.
But if this,
No, we're just voting to take it off.
okay,
So let's get out from underneath the layers.
can I be in line and you tell me
You
when
are
it's
in line.
appropriate?
You are in line now. So the motion that's on the table is the amendment that adds 18 to the exception and requests that staff bring back the aforementioned information. Are you ready to, is that motion ready? All right. Is that motion ready? Yeah. Okay, we're going to vote now. Voting is open. Member Green? We're voting on whether or not this gets added to the underlying motion. What? So we've added 25. Now we got to see if we add 18, and then we vote on the underlying motion. We haven't voted on 18 yet. Yeah. We're voting on 18 right now. We've already voted on 25. And then we will vote on the underlying motion.
We're voting to split it out.
We are adding to add it to the exceptions, so
It will
yes.
be voted on separately?
If someone makes a motion to, it just hangs out there. Member Green, what is your vote?
Yes.
It's a yes?
Yeah, I just figured out what was voting.
Oh, thank you. You want to abstain?
Not sure if I got it right. I'm just kidding. I think I know.
We put this on 25. Now we're voting on 18. Then we're going to take the motion that's been amended as amended.
Okay.
All right, so that passes 13-2. The noes are, who are the noes?
Member Moss and Vargas.
Member Moss and Member Bogus. Okay, so now we're to the underlying motion, which is Member Earl's motion as amended, that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with Member Earl's input, with the exception of 28, 24, 18, and 25. We are at the underlying motion. Yes. There you go, Member Davis.
Thank you. I move that the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board member feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports with special information as requested, given for integrated math and on SMPs as to how they are used currently and what is recommended. I'd like to speak to the motion if I get a second.
Hold on. I think Elise, Miss Newey might need a second.
I have it written down. I could text it
So
to
you
you.
have a
Want me
long
to
time
text
to
it
speak
you?
on it.
Well,
Motion.
is there anyone prepared to make that second, or would you like to wait to see what it says? You'll second it, so Member Lear seconds it, which means that you do get to speak to your motion now, and it gives Ms. Newey a minute to type it.
So we may need to
Would you
start
like to
some-
speak to your motion?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Thank you. I might have edited it a bit on the fly. I'll have to fix it at least when it gets up. Yeah, I just, several of us contributed by the deadline feedback for the math. I'm seeing, I know I did, member Earl did, member Klein did, member Hymas did, member Wood did, and we are going to be here until kingdom come. So, and I think it's fair that all of our feedback be considered. And at least in one of the very early reports, we get an idea of what the professional opinion is based on this feedback. And then we can continue again to move forward if we want to adjust in that meeting or the next following meeting. But a lot of us have participated.
Are you talking, hold on, are you talking about the feedback on the numbered items,
I'm
all of those?
taking all of the feedback on the math standards in
So
this
you're
packet.
talking about the packet and the list?
Her list is embedded in the packet.
So can I
okay,
speak to
thanks.
this? Because
Isn't it?
Hold on.
Okay.
But is this to the writing committee? Is that what you're saying? Put
This
all of
is
to the writing?
Well, read
for the writing committee when they convene to consider our feedback and to report back with their professional opinion about the feedback that we have submitted.
All of the feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
Advance that to the writing committee.
In this packet, if it's inclusive of Member Earl's, what she submitted, if it's in.
So the motion on the floor is that the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board member feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports with special information given for integrated math and SMPs, which stands for
Standard math practices.
Standard math practices, as to how they are used currently
right?
and what is recommended. The motion's been made and seconded. The floor is open for discussion. Member Earl.
Standards of math practice.
Standards of math.
Speak against this, and this is the reason why, Cindy, I included everybody that contributed. Theirs is here. Yours is 19. Take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with integrated approach. Allow for additional changes to the upper grade integrated math classes. Every one of those is in there. If you, I don't know, are we going to wait another 4 or 5 months, wait for them to go through all this, then make some, do you see what I'm saying?
Committee's recommendations also considered.
They are considered.
Concluded.
The ones that we already passed that whole first section, which are a duplication in many regards here. I can highlight those if you want. I started doing that earlier, but we were doing other things. So
That's fine. I guess my motion would include all of your things and the writing committee's recommendations. The review committee's recommendations, and have the writing committee look at all of it holistically and incorporate all of the board members' feedback, or at least give us an opinion as to what they can professionally do.
that's what
Am I right?
Yep.
Is that just the initial motion before the carve-outs? Is it going back to?
No, because this has everything in it, including the review committee's
I think we're adding
recommendations.
things that don't need to be there, but I would
let's-
speak against this.
Let's hold on. Let's please hold on. We've got a queue here. Member Carey.
Am I in line to make a substitute motion?
No, there's already a sub on the floor. You can make an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
And it may be a friendly, but I just think this may be a friendly, but I'd just like to strike the word professional. I think it just implies that sometimes we get unprofessional feedback, and I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
So that's all.
Is that a friendly? He wants to strike professional because it implies that we sometimes get unprofessional feedback.
Fine.
Okay, we're good. It's a friendly.
So I meant no offense by that.
All right, so Member Klein, you're next.
Okay, just based on, I just had a comment on what she said. That's why I said I didn't want to go forward with this, because it didn't look like it had taken into consideration or that they had incorporated our recommendations into it. And that's what I thought this session was for them to, because we submitted our stuff a long time ago to them, and I thought that that's what they were going to do, is incorporate it before they came to us the first time, and it doesn't look like it was incorporated, it just was stuck at the back. And so what you're asking is what I was expecting for this meeting, and it didn't happen. And that's why I didn't want to move forward, because it hadn't been taken into consideration or figured out how to incorporate.
Whoa, hold on. Member Davis hit her light first.
Yeah, thank you. I think I appreciate that, because I think that's what everybody expected. I think it did happen too, in an overarching general sense. Like, this has been divided out in board member feedback that came back that was very similar to the review committee. The next feedback that was different, but just kind of a minor tweak. And then those of us who are on the pretty different from what the review committee had recommended. I would like the writing committee to be able to look at all of this and say, look, what do the review committee think? What do the board members think? Where do they dovetail? Where do we see we can incorporate in a more hearty document, and help us with that? I would like all of us to be considered.
Hit your button. I'm going by the list.
Okay.
Member Klein.
I just want to say that is what I perceive board member, what board member Earl was trying to do with this list, is doing what wasn't done by the review committee. She was trying to do in order so that we could have a productive conversation where everything was taken into consideration. She tried to do it on her own, it appears, and I appreciate that.
I speak to that.
That was a big lift.
Whoa. Click your button if you want to speak. And where did it go?
I got it. Earl?
Vice Chair Earl.
All right, so the committee that submitted these, wasn't their job or responsibility to go through and mesh them. They were just to bring those forward. They were to submit those. Then the board members could submit theirs too. I took those, taking into consideration Matt's and every single person's here, trying to mesh those in. That's why they're concise, elements here. I think I would vote against this, because what we're now asking is, put your writing committee together. I don't know how long that's going to take. Maybe 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, depending on, you got to get that organized. Then they start meeting. Then you're going to say, now will you look at all this stuff and decide what you like and what you don't like, and professionally we're starting to go all this, instead of saying, we're interested in these items, because these are the things that were submitted both from the review committee as well as members, and then take those into consideration. I just think we're going to be adding, I think, in my view, another 4 or 5 months on the process, instead of, I think, yep. And the step isn't to have them mesh it together. Our staff have provided that feedback so that we could, and that's why I tried to make the recommendations as concise as possible, so that they overlapped, and many of them will overlap. But
So I'm up, and I think we've given, they obviously have a lot of feedback. They're obviously taking the feedback. Let them go and do what they need to do. We don't need to amend the process on the fly and add another step when we've clearly given the feedback. For them to bring feedback back to us and then do it, I we should not be inserting ourselves at this point. We made a process. We should follow the process. If we don't like the process, we amend the process again. But I have full confidence that our folks can take feedback and figure out where we're going with this. And to ask them to give us feedback kind of puts them in a bad position. I don't think that's an appropriate position for our staff or our writing committee. I think that puts them in the middle, and they've got enough information to move forward. Now, if you don't feel like you have enough information to move forward, please let us know so that we can make a better decision. But I feel like the signals I'm getting are you have the information to move forward, and adding that step isn't necessarily what you need in order to move forward. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I value our process, stick to our process. If we don't like it, change it later. Who's next?
Member Davis.
Member Davis.
So it seemed when I listened to Member Earl speak that we're saying the same thing. So I'm not sure if I have the disconnect or if she does. One of us do. But my question is, do we need to know when there are conflicting pieces of information? So in this motion here, it says we're moving that the board adopt the review committee's recommendations with Member Earl's input. So with the exception of these. Well, what happens when the review committee has one input on S&Ps and Member Earl has a conflicting input of S&Ps? Does this board have some kind of expectation that they go with mine or hers or the review committees? Or are we just saying, hey, consider all of it and do the best you can and bring us what you think is best for kids? I mean, I guess that's really why I wanted that extra piece, is because I want to know in the conflicting areas. If the board's saying, hey, we're okay if it's conflicting, and just make us your best product and bring it back based on everything you know and do and have and incorporate what you can, okay. But I don't want to get back and then have someone say, well, you didn't do it the way I wanted, but we also moved to the review committee's recommendations. So as long as we're clear, then fine, but I would like special information on S&Ps and integrated math standards. Because I need to learn
speak to
more.
that? So the SMPs,
And then
right,
after that is.
we are going to address that with number, whatever. I don't know which one it is now, 24, 18, 12, 24. Okay, so 24, we carved it out so we can address that specifically. I took it out so there isn't a conflict. Because there is a conflict currently with me and probably with the writing committee and maybe others. And so I want to be able to address that, right? And maybe that single piece we need to have come back to us, but we don't need the whole thing. And the same thing with the integrated. Maybe that needs to come back as a mechanism in moving forward while they're putting the writing committee together, whatever. So the other things I don't think.
And then all the rest of our feedback is to be considered. There's not an expectation. It is going to be
I have it in
if it's
there.
in conflict from the writing committee.
That's what the motion is. Member Bogus?
You got it, drops.
Drop me.
Oh,
There you go.
Yes, ma'am. So, through the chair, I would like to query Member Davis. It seems as if her motion seeks to nullify the carve-out of 24, 18, and 25 and put them back in.
No, it doesn't. Well, it could.
But if the substitute motion passes, then we can't vote on those separately. Yep. So it's a full-fledged substitute motion, and to me, it pulls back in what Member Reel, Member Klein, and Member Earl carved out. And I just want to make certain that that was the intent.
Are you in withdrawal? Okay. Member Davis?
with the clarification that we just had with this whole entire board and understanding when there's a conflict, what's expected and how that's going to move forward, and that the review committee recommendations are going to move forward along with our input, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, is there an objection to that, with that motion being withdrawn?
Yes, I have an objection because I tried to withdraw a motion. You said it belongs to the body and you have to vote.
Well, because someone gave an objection.
Well, so I'm going to object. Okay.
Oh, my gracious. So we need to vote. We're going to vote. No worries.
I have a
It's all ready to
comment
go.
or question if there's
No,
other than the lights.
no. You're done.
I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
Does this bring it back to us before they can go ahead?
You mean Davis's motion?
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the intent of this reporting back that the writing committee has to freeze its work until they report to us and we say go ahead and resolve some conflict? Or is this just a midstream report that they tell us what they're finding as they consider all these recommendations?
Well, they couldn't do the work. We've made a bunch of objections. We have to decide on them.
This sends everything to the writing committee, correct? Okay, everything. And then it reports to us how they're doing on a couple of specified items on which there appears to be some tension.
She withdrew. It's done.
So you've withdrawn it?
Yes, it's
Okay,
dead.
So
Um,
I have no idea who's moving what.
Okay, can you make your objection withdrawal on record?
To avoid confusion, I withdraw my objection.
Okay, all right. So that is withdrawn. So what we now have is that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with member Earl's input, except for 24, 18, and 25. And a clarification, or for Chair Moss, this would allow their work to move forward.
I just want to be, it's the recommendation from here, right?
Yes.
Okay, because when you say that it may not be all of, does that make sense? It's the recommendations for
Yes.
math standard. Okay.
Yes,
I just want to make sure
absolutely.
I understand and not just all the
Yes.
recommendations and then.
Director Thronson, on behalf of the committee, is there any objection or anything we need to know that's concerning? No. Like, do they need more information from us to be able to do what we're asking them to do? Yeah, I didn't mean it like formally,
Yeah.
like.
Many of these have already been covered in what you guys approved already. So that's, as long as they're not in conflict, we might have one or two that you said this, but now we said this.
Okay.
Those might be parts that we might come to committee when we're
When you're
working
doing
through
the
the
report?
recommendations and being like, it said this and this, what do you
Okay.
really want?
Okay.
But I think we can navigate those as we come to them.
Okay, so you don't need any other information. Okay, Member Davis.
Would it be friendly to say incorporating board members previously submitted? Because right now the motion says member Earl's submissions. I know you have a list, but then can we clarify that it's the list that's inclusive of all board members' feedback, or just replace your name with board members' previously submitted feedback instead of it just saying board members' Earl's
No.
feedback?
I mean,
Tell me.
the reason why, once again, is all of your feedback, Cindy, is on number, and I can go down the others.
I get
Math
that,
is
but the
on this.
motion
There's
only
no-
has your name on it.
The reason why is because and it's not worded correctly. It needs to say board members' recommendation for Utah math standards. That's, not that it has to be
That's
board
fine.
member Earl, but it's the recommendation
that's
for
great.
Utah math
Then
standards.
let's write it like that.
Okay, so let's write it so it's clear what we're talking about and not
You
just.
condensed all.
Yes, condensed it. So it's recommendation for Utah math standards. It's not just board member Earl.
Yes. Was any of our input altered, or was it written verbatim what we submitted?
Cindy, let me read it to you again.
I'm just asking you
I
for
know.
yes or no really quick.
No. I'll
You didn't
see if I
take,
can
like,
find
what I
Matt's.
gave, you kind of adjusted it?
They're going to have to go, it says, take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with the integrated math approach. Allow for additional changes in the upper level. Actually, that is changed because you said don't make any other changes in the upper grades. on your document, and I said, allow for changes in the upper level for integrated math. So take into your considerations the specific stuff, and then allow them to make changes as necessary. And then Matt's, I could find Matt's, if you want, you can
I
locate
just
yours.
would like them to use both of these documents, that one and this one.
All right.
Is that an amendment? Is that a motion?
No, it's just a request that they look at both, just to make sure they get our, how we
The mo-
submitted it, yeah. Okay, great. Okay, that's my question.
All right, are there any other amendments? Okay, so what we've got on the floor is Member Straight.
Don't have an amendment, but if I'm understanding, we're asking them not to consider 24, 18, and 25.
That's correct. They are separate. They will be after this vote if we make it.
Okay.
There. Okay. All right. Are you ready to vote? Okay. We're going to vote, guys. Voting is open.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. I'm sorry. That's what text is for.
I have a question. That's not, I don't think that's the language. Is it this right here, that the board adopt and review committee recommendations for Utah math standards with board input?
So I put with board input because that's all I fit. I thought your document would be named.
It needs to be named. That's why that's what I just said just a minute ago. It needs to specifically be named. Recommendations for Utah math standards, so that is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
We are missing one person's vote.
Did you vote? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. It's a point of order. Point of information.
I believe the second B should be capitalized because it's referring to our.
Okay. Capitalize the second B.
And the small b does reference a different.
Yeah. Capitalize so that it's clear that it's our board. It's the board. Yep. Okay. Is that right? Member Carey?
The voting is open.
But
On the official motion.
that's what's going to be in the record right there. Yeah. Thank you. Are you going to? Okay. All right. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Is there another motion for the floor?
Yes.
All right. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approve and forward number 18 to the writing committee.
Okay. The motion. Do we have a second? Second from Clyde. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I just, I kind of already did. I think we've got code that says we allow for flexibility, we allow for LEA autonomy, and I think we need to forward this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need to give you the opportunity. Anyone want to speak to that? Member Davis?
I would just continue to like to postpone it until we get some more information.
So you're speaking against the
Yeah,
motion?
against it.
Okay. Any other comments? I see none. Do you have that ready? Do you have a comment?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to clarify, I think if this is forwarded, they will receive information in the process of review, as I understand it. So I think it all goes into that funnel if we push this ahead.
Very good. All right. Any other comments on 18?
I just want to ask for clarity, and Member Davis, I'm going to ask for clarity for both of us because your comment made me question here. We pulled 3 sections to have discussion right now separately, not to postpone. Is that's
That is
correct?
correct,
Okay.
but she would rather postpone. She was speaking against the motion.
Okay. Right, so there's no these aren't to postpone these three, it's just to pull to
No.
have discussion right now.
That is correct.
As an individual item.
Now, if somebody makes a motion, then it's a motion, but right now, it's not a motion.
Member Bogus made the motion.
She made the motion to move it forward. If somebody wanted to do something else, it would. All right. The motion is to put 18 back on the list. Any other, were you commenting on that? Okay.
Did I not formulate that language correctly?
No, you did.
Putting it back on the list before it is right. Yes.
Yeah. Are you speaking to it?
All these till we get the additional information.
Okay, so you would be doing a substitute motion. A motion to postpone. Okay. You doing a motion to postpone? Okay. Do we have a second on a motion to postpone?
Second.
But I also have something else.
Wait, what?
Second.
I want to make it clear that they're going to also use this document for the review committee recommendations.
Okay, so, we will address the motion to postpone first, and then you can make whatever motion you want to after. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to postpone those three
Not you.
items until there's more information.
So, may I speak to that?
Hold on, did we have a second?
Second.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Did you speak to your motion?
I just would like more information on those areas.
Okay. All right, now, till we have more information.
As soon as we can get that information we requested, it could be in one of our Thursday meetings or a month from now.
Okay. Now, the floor is open for speaking for or against this motion to postpone. Member Bogus.
Yeah, so I would speak against the motion for a number of reasons, some of which were presented by our staff. They said in order to get moving, if we delay, then we're going to delay month after month after month, and then we change our minds and we shift gears like a bad old transmission. I just don't think it's fair to them. I think it's safe to say, if we want to say that we approve and forward 18 to the writing committee and ask them to report back with more information, I would be amenable to an amendment, but I'm not amenable to a postponement. I think that the argument has been made by our staff in this room that that's not something that is going to work well.
Okay. Other comments to the motion?
Okay. The reason my understanding is that it's come to us because they want our feedback. And then we're sending it back to them saying, we want your feedback. And we could go back and forth all day long, that we're in the space where we are supposed to be giving them our feedback. So I don't think that what we're doing prohibits you from digging and getting more data, but we're here to vote on what our reply is to them, because they're looking for our feedback in this step of the process.
And, yeah, that's.
Right, so we
yes.
just need to move forward and do our part.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board that they are going to be communicating with some reports to us regularly. So if they run into trouble, that's going to be part of their reports. So they can if something's problematic, like number 18, they can bring that in a report as they go through their work. And I would anticipate that they would run into things that they might want feedback on. But seeing no other lights, I do see a light. Member Davis.
Yeah, thank you. I would like the information, like the data on who's using what and how prior, because we've just moved two conflicting things. We moved two opposite recommendations in these spaces, and I think we need to postpone and get some more information and flesh out what we're really saying in these areas.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights, we are ready to vote. Voting is open. The motion is to postpone items 18, 24, 25 until more information is presented. And there's a clarification that it is contingent really on data, just FYI. Got 3 more people thinking. Member Green, do you have a vote for us?
My vote is no.
No? Member Green is a no? We got 1 person thinking. Okay, here we go. That fails 13-2. The yeses are Straight and Davis. All right, so that brings us back to Bogus's motion, which is the board approve and forward 18 to the writing committee. Do we have any comments to that? All right, seeing none, 18 is the traditional versus integrated. To give LEAs flexibility. The writing committee can come back with a report that is problematic and why it's problematic and how it's problematic and data on that, or they can just tell us that it's peachy keen. That is up to the writing committee. All right, so, we do, Member Klein, do you have a comment to that motion specifically?
Yes, hang on, I'm just finding it here really quick. I just want to add a reference a code in there based on.
Is this the same code that Member Bogus read?
Yeah, so that they know when it goes back that this is what it's based on, that this integrated, the choice is up to them based on what Utah code says.
Okay.
That they have to allow for that choice.
Okay. And
if we have to make, another set of standards or whatever.
No, she's.
I just want it referenced, the code 53E2301-3 that guarantees the LEAs have the choice in how they teach their what pedagogy they use and
she's
curriculum.
Essentially supporting your motion by referencing the code that you
Just
read
strengthening
earlier.
it.
Okay. Oh, you doing an amendment?
I just want to add it to, so your motion is to move it forward based on that piece of code.
So you want to make an amendment?
Yes, I want to make an amendment.
Without objection, I'm fine. We don't have to vote on that unless somebody's done.
Okay.
Is there objection from the
friendly.
body to reference the code?
53E2301-3. Yep.
Anybody? All right, I hear none, so let's vote.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Green is a yes.
Are we voting?
Yes, they're typing it in.
Oh, okay. Just to,
We changed it, we added a reference to code.
Gotcha.
Now voting is open. Oh, I gotta do my own vote. All right, we're at 12. We need 3 more. 1 more. Someone look to see who that one is, please. Oh, I'm sorry. She did. Just so everybody remembers, it's not the last vote. Just like it's not the goalie's fault. There were 7 people before them. We are a fan of not the goalie's fault, as the mother of 2 goalies.
I'm going to start voting for you, Joe.
Okay, that passes 8-7. The noes would be Lear, Booth, Wood, Reel, Norton, Straight, Davis. All right, so are there any other motions?
I do have a motion on 24.
Okay.
And this is my recommendation. I just want to just throw it out there why that recommendation's there, and if people want to amend or whatever. So it's use recommendations and language from, and I'm using What Works Clearinghouse.
Slow down.
It's up there already.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know if it's up there, but it's 24. So.
Oh, okay.
What Works Clearinghouse to combine standard for mathematical practice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 into a simple, usable practice related to procedural fluency when solving problems. Those have to do with problem solving. And then simplify language around SMPs on 6 and 7. And I have recommendations, but if they have, I guess I'm leaving this fluid.
Okay, hold on. Do we have a second on this motion?
Okay. Uh-huh. No, I'm asking it to put it on the list.
There is a second from Member Hymas. Would you like to speak to your motion now?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah. So just in its the simplification of the language, attend to precision, calculate accurately and efficiently, and I'm giving what I would do, accurately and efficiently, and use clear and concise notation to work using standard algorithms. Look for and make use of structure, and then simplifying that. And then I have the standards should reflect expectations of practice. So my recommendation is that the writing committee look at those items, simplify the language, and condense it down, and then actually put it into the standards so that if it's a standard on precision, we don't have something separate. We're actually saying this is where in this standard, you're going to adhere to calculating accurately and efficiently and use clear and concise notation for whatever it is. So there's a direct application of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. There's a lot of repetition in there from patterns to whatever. I just think condense it to what is the most efficient problem solving. I referenced What Works Clearinghouse because I found that it's interesting. Math has research on all kinds of levels. They seem to be pretty solid on research that has strong evidence there. At least that's what I found. And if I'm wrong, you guys can make an amendment or someone can suggest otherwise.
So we've got a motion and it's been seconded. And are there comments to that? Is Member Bogus?
So if I could query the maker of the motion.
Okay, hold on. All right, go ahead.
So
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Your question.
So my question.
This question is going to be directed towards the maker of the motion. The question's going to come your direction in just a minute.
Okay, so as I searched for What Works Clearinghouse, I only get a Facebook page. And I'm a little concerned about what this organization really is. Could someone direct me to a place where I could get more information?
Is it
What
on
Works
air?
Clearinghouse, it's the Department of Ed. And unless, I do want to add strong evidence to that.
There it is.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So unless there's any problem with that from anyone, just make sure it has strong evidence, not just the moderator.
Okay, so hold on. Click your button if you have a, hold on. Member Davis and then Member Klein.
I'm in queue for another.
Okay. Member Klein?
Somebody pulled that up. I don't know who has it up, but I've looked on their site before and found the different levels of evidence, like their definition for like evidence informed, evidence based, strong evidence, and if it's anything less than, I think strong evidence is the highest one. I just would like to see their definitions and have everybody see them, because the others, the evidence based and the evidence informed, are such loose definitions as to almost render them meaningless. And so just because it says evidence based or evidence informed, or So I just want to verify that strong evidence is the highest and what their definition of that is so that we know what that actually means or that it even means anything at all before we vote on that. High quality casual.
It's causal rather than correlational, correct? Or casual. It's not casual.
That's what strong
And
evidence
it's not correlation, it's causal.
Okay, whereas the others are possible correlation, so it makes it really loose.
Is it a lower effect size? I don't know what the. Yeah, actually.
So, to be, I'll just yell, use my coach's voice. To be causal, it has to be done with an experiment where you're actually implementing some different effect. And so then you know that the difference isn't just circumstance or coincidental, it's actually what you did that is causing it.
Well, I Dr. Ali Lee, I remembered sort of. Only once. Okay. So I want to add to that in this particular, like Clearinghouse is doing randomized trials, and that can potentially be inequitable in where they're locating their randomized trials from. And so even though it's saying that there is strong evidence, looking at where they're selecting from their population is actually very important here. And so looking beyond just the fact that they're saying we're using these wonderful designs is very important. And so Stats Guy would agree with me, he's nodding. So I would caution us to not just say, oh, it's strong evidence because it fits this research design, which is how they classify strong, moderate, and whatever.
So they don't take that into consideration in the clearinghouse?
They look at how the design, like which designs these researchers are reporting, and they're looking at they're like doing a meta-analysis of the research that's out there in order to determine and put them into buckets, and then look deeply at what's going there in those buckets, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Member Klein?
Yes, so one of the reasons I pulled off number 25 and I have concerns about 24 is because of the What Works Clearinghouse, and in researching their website, they give a lot of grants. Like that's what they do. They give grants so that local schools and districts can implement their latest research project, which equates to experimental programs on students to see what works. And I am not a fan of our students being guinea pigs for the government's experiments and calling it research.
Okay.
So I would be opposed to sending both of these forward.
Okay. Thank you. Member Davis. Member Davis does not have. Okay. I see no other lights. Let's take this to a vote. Member Green, the motion on the floor is, oh my goodness, that the board adopt recommendation 24 from the recommendations for Utah Math Standards. Do you have a vote?
I'm no.
Okay, Member Green is a no. And what is recommendation? Oh, yeah. We're at 13. Two more, please. One more. Okay, that passes 11-4. The noes being Lear, Green, Klein, Bogus. All right, do we have any other?
I would make a motion that, what's left, 25? That 25 be added to our recommendations moving forward.
Is there a second for that? second from Norton.
And I'll speak to that real quick. All these recommendations for assisting struggling students in math have strong recommendations. I've looked down through a number of these. They have some great examples. The research is sound around these, and I would just encourage us as we're looking at these to just kind of take those into consideration as we're working with making recommendations and standards that could be assisting our struggling students. And anyways, that's what I'd say.
Okay, see no other lights. There was a second. Norton seconded it. Member Lear?
I just, maybe you said this and I was not listening, but what is the What Works Clearinghouse?
Yeah,
Never mind.
It's right up here.
Lazy listener. Like I could see that.
Well, it's a clearinghouse that the Department of Ed runs. They give it red, yellow, green, based on the strength of the experimental design.
Yeah, and you can look down through it. It gives you the actual experiment, what took place, what's going on,
But
the
it comes
research
from
was
the
associated with
U.S. Department. It doesn't
Yes.
come from some random weird researcher.
Yeah,
well,
no.
they are random researchers, but then they collect the random
At least
research.
you're connected to the Department of Education.
That's right.
Yeah, it is. IES.
It's part of it. The research is outside.
But they count the votes on Facebook and Instagram. All right, we ready? Let's, ready? Okay, voting is open.
Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green.
We're going back to 328.
Yes, we will. Okay, we're waiting on 2. That passes 11-4. The noes are Carey, Green, Klein, Bogus. All right. Any other motions? Thank you. Hold on.
So awesome. Good job. And
okay.
There are still some board or review committee recommendations that you haven't covered.
We have to go back to the list.
So we have to go back to page 5 of
Yes,
14.
we do.
We can get through the board member Earl ones quickly because they were combined into the other, but some of the other ones may not have been, or we just haven't addressed it. Unless there's a way you want to handle it differently.
So this is, I think, what Member Davis was talking about. Were you wanting to move the whole document? Is that what you were doing?
I have no internet, so I can't see it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
back in your paper packet.
It's
need
your
it.
paper?
Page 4, bottom of 4. This is a
So,
great time to have no internet.
Emotion.
But I still have no internet.
I just want the committee to be able to use this document in addition to Member Earl's list.
right.
So they can clarify and cross-reference between the two.
So are you moving the entire document forward?
To be used.
To be used? Okay, the motion on the floor
Well, considered.
is the whole document is to
Considered.
be used and considered. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Well, you would, okay.
In conjunction, not in place of.
Right. Okay, a substitute, that had a second? Yes, you can sub now.
I would move that we return to our amendments on RT 77328. Pick up where we left off.
Wait,
Do we have to
don't we
vote?
need to
Okay,
vote first? on
so, well, I thought it was going to be a sub, but that's not actually a sub.
It's not.
No, because
motion.
it wouldn't, it's on a different item. It's a different agenda item. So we would have to do something with the agenda item that's open.
Let's vote.
So, all right. Let's
Instead of
vote.
move the agenda?
Well, if we've got to close this out, and the motion
I
that's
would-
on the floor is to
I would motion to postpone indefinitely this
Okay.
item.
postpone indefinitely. Do we have a second?
Which item?
moving the document forward. Okay, so it's been moved, seconded by Bogus. Any comments, or would we like to
This
move
to postpone.
This is to
Question.
postpone this document indefinitely, which means it comes off.
I have a
Member Davis.
question. Oh, I see.
You're next, Ben. Oh, yeah,
I thought I had it.
you
Oh.
did have her.
Nope, here, kill myself. There you go.
No,
No,
now,
no, I
now you
did-
gotta
did it
take
work.
it off there.
Rookie.
Yeah.
I would vote against this motion because this, I mean, if you don't want them to use this in conjunction with Member Earl's list to cross-reference and clarify the committee's recommendations and such, then you would vote no, but we deserve an opportunity to vote if they can use both documents to look at what has been recommended by board members and by the review committee.
Okay, any, you wanted to speak to the motion?
Could I just ask a question? What would be excluded? I've gotten lost in the.
Nothing, she wants to move the rest of it forward as a whole.
I know. What would be excluded if we didn't do this?
The review committee.
The review committee would not use this document.
Well, we approved the first page, didn't we?
We
Yes.
approved up
Okay.
through page 4, but
Through
then in
page
the
4,
next,
that's my question.
in the next motion, we approved the review committee's recommendations based on Member Earl's list, which is fine. But she said she included everything on this, but it is summarized a bit differently, and I think they should be able to have access to both documents so they can cross-coordinate what the review committee recommended and what board members recommended and such.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
All right, seeing
As
no
a
other
reference.
lights, the vote right now is to postpone the document indefinitely. And will you please open the voting? Use this one.
So no.
Emily, Member Green, what was your vote?
No.
She did say no. Member Green is a no. We're missing one. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. That fails 12-3. The yeses being Bogus, Klein, Earl. That means we are back to Member Earl's motion. Wait, no. Member Davis's motion that the entire document is to be used and considered by the writing committee. I see no lights. Let's vote. No, I know. I know our closed caption closes at 10:30.
They're all in conjunction. When you move this, they're all in.
Yeah, it doesn't nullify any previous vote.
We aren't simplifying, we're saying it's way too much, it's overload. Yeah.
Green is a no.
Member Green is a no. Thank you, Member Green. Okay, wait, are y'all moving it? Is anybody else going to switch? All right, that passes 9-6. The noes are Chair Moss, Carey, Klein, Green, Earl, and Bogus. All right. Do we have any other motions?
I have a clarifying question. Am I done with this?
Unless you want to keep it for reference. For the purpose of this meeting, unless you have another motion, that is done. All right. Thank you, writing committee, review committee. We look forward to your service on the writing committee because this is so much fun. What? I know. So are they going to be on the writing committee? Who made that rule? All right, we are back to 328. Where did we leave off?
Where's the leave off? I don't know, but are we taking a break?
Yes, let's take like a 5-minute
Go.
We just are we taking a recess? Is that what I'm observing? Yeah. We're taking a 5-minute break.
I didn't give them a break, but they're taking it anyway.
I'm not. I'm just standing up. You tell me what to do.
I can show you where we're at.
Okay, thank you. I'm for 5. I got to get where we're at. I can't lead because I don't know where we're at.
So this was the motion to postpone that came after the failed amendment. So because this amendment failed, we're back to the underlying motion that we, all the way up here, that we draft to as amended.
Okay.
So we're open to other.
Okay. Will you put that? Can somebody put that up so I can just read it?
Yes, I'm gonna
Okay.
get right. You're right. So, and I try to make the recommendations. I'm feeling weird tonight. I'm sorry. Well, no. What you just did is here we just voted on these very precise things, and now we're saying, no, precise is not really. Can you get by me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, you're not. Use this as a cross reference. If you took everything, it won't be a cross reference. What it's gonna be is we'll take this and we'll just use whatever we want in here now, because now we just open it up to everything. It won't matter what the 25 things that I went through. And there are 25 things for all. Yes. So there's additional things, why did they separate this out into different areas? Because there's a discrepancy. These are not an equal match. This is not the same. These are different from the review committee. And there's so. Sure. No, I do not. The reason why I went through it is to get a very concise item. So, but now it's like, whatever. Concise means to me, you can go through it, right? Because, like, yeah, I'll show you. They have, for example, where is it? Balance the debt with the quantity of standards. No, we don't want that. Now, what they're gonna take, the review committee would submit this. I don't care how many standards are in there. What I care about is whether it's quality standards. So now we're gonna say, no, we've got 2 competing ideas. That's what I think they're saying. That's over in the standards that matter, rather than having. I don't care if they have standards. I want the number of standards to cover what happens. That's what I said here. There's a difference between simplified and the number of standards. I want the numbers, I want the standards simple.
We are coming back to order. As soon as 8 people are present, we are moving forward.
We're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, so the motion on the floor is not projected. The motion on the floor is draft 2 moving forward. So, but it's going to, the last motion
Draft 2 as amended.
as amended with every amendment that's passed so far.
We still have work in the
We are in Bogus's, and then we have Norton, and then we have Carey. Norton is off the list, you are right. But then someone told me to add him, and I didn't have my pen with me. All right, so the motion on the floor, why is this, Mr. Cannell, why is this not showing?
Because he's getting connected. It'll be
'Kay.
20 seconds. Count. Only 13 seconds.
All right, the motion on the floor is the substitute motion made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Norton, that the board approve R277328, educational equity in, it's not educational equity in school draft 2, it's. Oh, yeah, until it's amended, okay.
Equal opportunity in education.
No, we voted on.
We voted on 1 billion amendments, but the underlying motion is this, so now we pick up with Member Bogus's amendments. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just reminding everybody what the underlying is. I know. I know. I have to be Zoom. He's.
3 of us will be here. I know Molly has a conflict. Need to zoom in.
I'm going to be zooming in. I don't know, and we have 8, so we're moving forward. Member Bogus, do you have another amendment you'd like to put on the floor? Hold on, I've got to now do.
Quiet. Sorry. You can get a little quiet.
Yeah, can we get some quiet, please? Thank you. All right, Member Bogus?
So I move to amend the motion via substitution of the following language, and they have it to put up there.
Okay. Oh.
No. It's in your email inbox, Elise.
Yeah, the underlying motion is draft 2 as amended, and the floor
So,
is open for
Elise,
amendment.
it's in your inbox. I want to start with the one sent at 8:40.
All right, is this the one that are you doing a substitute now?
Nope, I'm moving, they just passed it. I'm moving to amend by striking all the language and replacing it with what you see there.
Okay, so all what language?
All the language.
So you're, No, she is not saying that. She is saying that
I move to amend the motion via substitution of this language.
no, she's substituting the entire rule with this language.
So you're moving another draft.
Nope.
Right.
Nope, I'm not moving another draft. I'm moving to amend the motion by substituting this language.
Motion and seconded. I don't know if that's an amendment, though. That is substantial, which would be a substitute. That would be a substitute motion.
Okay, actually, it's not.
Why?
And so I would appeal the ruling of the chair and ask you for your line and verse that says I cannot amend via substitute.
Why would it be a problem to be a substitute? Oh, I see. So now we need to.
I'm moving
will
to
you-
amend the motion by striking all the language
Okay.
and using this language.
Can, AG Buse, I don't have my book. Is she looking it up? Okay. Because there's already a substitute and she wouldn't be able to do a substitute. Can you turn on your mic, please?
It's usually a paragraph or more. Can you use your light, please, and say that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
You're good. You're on. It's generally if it's a paragraph or not. It's a substitute rather than. Hold on. She's not. I'm sorry.
We gotta get you on the mic, sorry.
I can repeat it
We're
if you
trying to
give
get you
me.
hooked up here.
It's not a substitute motion, it's a motion ultimately to strike and replace.
Okay, I will just say in Robert's rules that if it's a substantial amount and it generally says more than a paragraph, then it's a substitute rather than an amendment.
Does that have a citing? She asked for a chapter verse.
Sorry, I don't have that right now.
Okay. Do you have a point of order or a point of information? Go for it. Oh, sorry. I told you to go for it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So, if I may, to the maker of the motion.
Sure. Well, you can ask me and she can answer or not.
Okay.
It's her choice.
So my question would be, is this you're not making an amendment, you're making a motion to strike, is that correct?
If you want to frame it in that language, the language I used was.
Well, I'm just trying to give clarity to AG Buse on what she should be researching.
So I moved to amend via the following language.
So I can read to you, it's 12.8, 3B, to substitute, that is, in effect, to strike out a paragraph or the entire text of a resolution or a main motion and insert another in its place.
So this is not a main motion.
So that is a substitute when you take out the entire text.
Of the
Okay.
main motion.
Okay, so my RRO says I can do this.
Well, where?
He's a national guy.
Oh, no, I mean, if you can give me a reference, I'd be willing to consider it, but this is the entire text.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
So the chair needs to make a ruling. The chair needs to make a ruling on
Yeah,
it.
that's a substitute. That's not an amendment. You're not amending something, you're absolutely substituting it. That's not in order. It would be the whole rule.
So that is not what Robert's rule says.
Well, that's my ruling.
So then I would appeal the ruling again.
Then we vote. Okay.
What's the vote there? Let's take it, I'm sorry.
No, go for it, please. I don't know. I don't know any better.
I'm curious.
I
remember there's a process, I forget what the vote is.
Whether we agree with the chair or not.
It's majority or two-thirds. I remember, yeah.
We've done it. I just don't remember it. It needs a majority. Does it need a second? What needs a second in particular? The appeal? Is there a second for the appeal? You're going to second? Okay. Motion for the appeal has been made and seconded. Second goes by Terry. Yep. And now it's a majority? All right, will you cue that up? No, we're voting on the, at this point in time.
Motion is to overturn the chair's
The-
decision to block substitute, correct?
The motion is, can someone type that up, please, so it's in the record? Yeah, you can. I just want to get them typing first.
I'm trying to.
You got to take someone off to turn. She's got a point of information. Member Klein?
Yes, I would love to consider this, but I'm just curious if she's being told by somebody she can do it, if they've cited where.
We just.
Well, I know, but is there a citation from the maker of the
That's what I
motion?
asked. And I think she's looking it up.
We just read it from. Well, I know, but I understand. But she seems very confident, so I'm wondering if she has other information than what was shared by. Well, but if she's so
Michelle,
certain,
I'm
then
sorry.
there must be, she
AG
must have
Buse.
something to back it up.
Could I ask for your citation?
I gave you my citation already.
Yeah, but I didn't
And
catch it.
so now you're on an appeal, and so you're voting on the appeal, and it is a majority vote. It did need to be seconded. You can debate this, whether you're going to vote yes or no on the appeal, and then you vote on the appeal.
What was the section number? I think Member Bogus is trying to look around and see if there's some counter, if I'm hearing it right. 7 point something rather. Or
12.8 3B.
3B.
12.8 3B.
Okay. So
And
if there's
we're in a
some-
position that you're in an appeal.
All right, is there any debate to that? Anybody, lights on? Member Hymas?
Yeah, thank you. If I'm speaking openly here, I like the rule, but I don't know if there's room. I mean, I've heard what AAG Buse said, and I just don't know where the argument lies or the debate lies, right? If there's a different way, I'm happy to support this. But as far as having this vote off of where this is when we don't have other references, it's difficult for me to support something that's not referenced when we're asking for references. Anyway, thank you.
Is it possible to call up the rule that has been cited by the parliamentarian or Attorney General Buse, right, so we can all see what the language of that particular provision is?
Would you be willing to Google that reference? No, I was asking Mr. Cannell. Oh, are they? We are debating the appeal. Yeah, I asked it. I said the floor was open for discussion. Member Hymas said something, but Member Carey asked for the citation to be put on this, and there it is. She did. He asked for it to be posted.
Go back to Gladstone and Disraeli.
I was going to say, we're at the 1997 California standards, and now
I think that's
I guess we're looking it up. While we're looking it up, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. That would be a point of
order,
information.
Point of information. Just sequentially, Member Bogus. So if this proposed amendment is not in order, then there's an underlying amendment on the table, which if it passes, no, what's underlying?
Yeah, there's
Just,
Oh,
isn't
there's
there
an
an
underlying motion.
Motion.
She has an amendment.
Would there be another opportunity to bring this after that one is ruled upon? Is that the, so the underlying motion is just the overall rule at this point? Draft 2. And so, okay. And that's the question, whether the substitute cannot replace the whole thing. Well, let's see what we got here.
It appears that.
Sounds like it might fit.
Right. To me, I read that, and again, I would defer to the, well, maybe not defer, but certainly welcome input.
Our parliamentarians, yeah, it helps. I'm not the chair.
I'm sorry, what did you,
I'm trying to speak to the text, which it was my understanding that the original finding was that it may be out of order, but as I'm reading this, it says to substitute, which is to strike out a paragraph or the entire text of a resolution.
Right, and we were telling her, we were saying she wants it to be an amendment because a substitute is not in order.
Why is the substitute not?
Because we've already,
Mm-hmm.
because we already have a
Is this
substitute.
specific to resolutions? Because why does it say resolution? No, it's
Or
main motion.
She needs it to be an amendment because she can't move it if it's a
I
sub.
get it.
Mm.
We already have some. All right.
Yeah.
So we can, there it is, so we can vote. Yes.
So what are we voting?
We are voting whether or not to support.
I support you?
No.
Yes means to appeal the ruling, the chair's ruling.
Oh, so no would mean we agree.
No is you agree with the chair. Yes is to appeal the chair's ruling.
I'm not moving a main motion, so this would apply.
But you're to do the main motion right now. That's what's on the table.
What?
So then they don't.
Wait, we're in the middle of a vote. Member
Green is
Green,
a yes.
you're a yes?
So my vote is to yes, appeal. Is that what we're voting on?
Yes, you got it right. We're missing one. Oh, we're not? Oh, math is bad. All right, so that fails 12 noes, 2 yeses, and 1 abstain. The yeses are Green and Bogus, and Klein abstained. So we are back to the underlying motion. We're pulling it up. Which, yes, it is draft 2 as amended. All right. Is a substitute motion made by Member Davis, second by Member Norton, that the board approve R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education, Draft 2, as amended. Did you have others?
Yep.
Okay.
So I would start on line 166 and 169. Through 169, I believe. Who's running the thing, Angie? Is that you? Yeah, the most recent one. I think you passed it, but I'll let you find it. Mm-hmm. No. All right. So I would move to amend those lines to read, prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts in the marketplace of ideas consistent with sections, etc.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Member Hymas? Yeah, well, are you gonna pull up what it is currently? Okay, thank you. While they're pulling it up, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. It has a couple words in there that are just really not appropriate. One would be fostered, and we remove that language, fostered in a learning environment. And I would offer, let me find my document here, that the word foster means to nurture, and there are some ideas that shouldn't be nurtured. And we probably shouldn't be fostering ideas in a learning environment. Let me pull it just a second. I'm so sorry. So the word foster means to bring up, nurture, to promote the growth and development, cultivate, advance, cherish. And so I think marketplace of ideas is open enough. We don't need to foster ideas.
Okay. Member Booth?
May I just ask a question?
You can ask me, and I can ask, and she can
Right.
decide if she wants. Are you talking to the maker of the motion?
No, I'm just asking a question of you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Would it be possible for us to just take like 10 seconds and take a breath and realize how important this work is, even when we're tired, and just express appreciation to everybody that's here trying to make it work. I know some of our tempers are spent and we're tired and we're weary and we'd a lot rather be done with whatever. But if you just took a breath and realize what a gift it is, and then we can get back to work. If we have to be here, we might as well be here working together and feeling like we're going to find solutions rather than. So I'm just asking, could we take a breath? And maybe you already have, but that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. That is always helpful. And Chair Moss? That is true. Very true. Thank you. Thank you, Member Wood? The Cosme.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to this.
Okay.
I'd like to add in 53G-2-104.
Where?
Just in the conjunction with, in sections 53G-202, 53G-1006, and 53G-2-204.
Okay.
This is an amendment that Member Bogus tried to make earlier that ties into HB 261, and I thought it was a good change.
Okay.
Sorry, I spoke to it.
Oh, that's fine. Is there a second? Second from Member Earl?
204, is it 104? Did I say it wrong? Sorry, 104. Sorry, the glasses have maxed out on their timeline.
Is it reflected properly up there? Member Wood?
53G-2-104.
Without objection, I would consider that.
Okay. Okay. Are there any objections from the floor? There was no objection from the maker. All right. We'll move forward with that amendment incorporated. All right.
I apologize if I wrote that wrong. I want to change "and" to "if."
After ideas.
It's after ideas. I apologize if I wrote that incorrectly. That is not your fault, ladies. Thank you. I appreciate you. If.
All right, any other lights on this? I see none, so, oh, sorry, Member Lear?
It just seems difficult in a classroom environment to and chilling to only to be able to discuss ideas that are consistent with very specific statutes. And how would the teacher know in time to cut off the discussion?
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
These are the prohibition things, so that's the point of doing the professional development in the first place, is to saying these are the provisions that you need to be aware of. So referencing them here is that very purpose. It's the broad ideas in K-12, but there are elements of yeses and nos, and we have some structure in place in law that helps to frame that. So it's a framework.
So, right, but it's more than a framework. It's very specific language. It's not just a framework.
Right, a framework to work within with very specific language.
It's very specific language.
Yes.
Not a framework. It's not an outline. It's a framework of very specific, not a framework. It's very specific language that a teacher could not violate. So that concerns me that a teacher might unknowingly violate that. And there are penalties in this, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, so I think it's directly in law. Is there an amendment that you are proposing?
No, I'm just thinking out loud about how if the if changes it because that limits the discussion for me.
Okay.
When somebody may not be in the moment that well versed.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. So I think that we might, maybe we're not, but we might be caught up over the word fostered, and fostering permits influence, which is completely inappropriate once we encourage it takes out the inherent conflict within the statement itself by removing that word.
Okay, any other comments? I see none, so are we ready for a vote? Okay, the vote is open. Member Green, the vote is open. Can you see the motion?
Yes, thank you. I am a yes.
You're a yes, okay. Member Green is a yes. All right, that is 15, right? Yeah, okay. That passes with a 12-3. The noes were Lear, Reel, and Moss. All right, next up.
So I believe Superintendent Stallings, we're at, I don't know what number it is, but it's the first on the list that you emailed me, that we strike 82 to 86. And maybe I'm screwing it up from what I have here, and I don't mean to, ma'am. I just want to do what you want to do.
82 to 86 has been done.
Oh, it's been done? Okay, then I would move to strike 115 through 138, and I would like to speak to that motion.
I second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Do we have discussion to the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Please speak to the motion.
Yes, so as I look at this language, I don't see anything that is new or different from what will eventually be, I believe, is 104. And so we just referenced 104. We just put it in there, and I think we're becoming very verbose by adding all this language in, and since it's a copy and paste from code, I would just ask that we remove it so that we're brief, we're to the point, and we're not getting clunky language when we're directing people to code anyway.
What was? Oh.
I'm speaking. Is that
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead.
I just don't, I think we leave it in here, and the reason why is because we did add 504. I mean, we've added, so it's more, it squares more with K-12. So I think leaving it in there is appropriate, keeping it concise. It has several pieces to it, including online. I don't know if you go down just a little bit more, there's another piece, so that there's not several different components. It's got it all concisely, and so I would speak against this motion.
Okay, Member Straight?
To avoid duplication, I agree.
Any other? Any other comments? I see none, so you ready for a vote? Okay, voting is open.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Just got a few more, guys. Yeah, this is to take out. All right, we got to 15. That fails, 9 noes, 6 yeses. Oh, you did? Okay, do you need to change your vote? What is your vote changing to? I don't. Oh, you need to say it into the mic.
I voted yes. I'd like to change it to a no.
Okay, so that makes 10 noes, 5 yeses, which the yeses are, they've disappeared already.
The yeses were Carrie, Green, Klein, Hymus.
Carrie, Green, Klein, Hymus, and Bogus. Yes, 5. Okay. Do you have another one? I do. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, there you go.
I would move that the board restore lines 154 and 55 and strike the word coaching.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to restore lines 154, and you mean 155 is?
Yeah, 154 and 155.
Okay, and strike the word coaching. And current language? There is a second. And as she's putting the current language up, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I think that the idea that we are making things available to parents and all the things, I think that's fantastic. But HR issues are HR issues, and remediation should not be included in that. And so to that end, coaching is a part of the professional development process, but remediation is not. That's an HR issue. So I would just move that we restore this language and exempt all HR issues from the public record.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Nui.
Sorry, do you want to strike remediation or strike coaching? Did you want to strike remediation or strike coaching?
I want to strike coaching.
Okay.
Because coaching it takes place in a public forum among multiple teachers. Remediation does not.
Okay, so you're just ticky-tacky. You're taking coaching or out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I want to exempt a teacher's remediation from being requested.
She's unstriking that and taking out coaching and leaving remediation. She's unstriking, yes, the sentence. So it would read, the professional learning referred to in subsection 5 does not include remediation sessions for a specific educator.
Question?
We've got some, hold on.
Member Klein.
Member Klein.
Anything that would go through the
Hi.
remediation process.
Okay, so these are prohibitions or, correct? So we don't want, why would we want
so
teachers
should
taught
it-
this
should it
during
be the opposite?
remediation or coaching? Like is that what this section is?
So so if there are prohibitions, are we using a double negative so we've crossed off the wrong thing?
Want it taught in any situation, whether it was an HR situation or a coaching.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, maker of the motion.
This line, restoring this line, would not allow it to be taught in remediation. What this does is exempt remediation from the parental request. So if you look back up in lines number, I believe on this one, it's 144, and it says, the content of professional learning provided by an LEA shall be made freely available to parents within the LEA, blah, 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 within a reasonable amount of time from when the training is offered upon request, and include, and then the complaint process. And we are just saying, not that they can teach it in remediation, we're saying parents can't just get a copy of whatever's in that remediation process.
Yeah, it's because it's an HR issue.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? This refers to.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I may have the same question. I'm not sure who struck that language, and I'm curious if there was a reason behind it. I don't know. That was somewhere in the drafting process. There was a removal. If nobody recalls, then no worries.
I can share something. It's referring to subsection 5, which is no longer in the rules. So I'm not sure.
Is that not the parent part just above?
Am I?
146 to 148.
Subsection 5 was the. And are you saying it's a different section because it was
It's right above it. That's 8. There's 7, 6, 5. I think what's now 6 was 5.
Okay, so we're not talking about the rule interpretation part. We're talking about, and then that just says they're not adhering to the law. So now I'm even more confused.
It's the parent part.
What am I
where it would
missing?
Have access to the. Yeah, lines 146 to 148 say a parent can get access to it, but if it's remediation, I think Member Bogus is saying that's not appropriate. I'm just curious if there was a reason why it was stricken that we may be overlooking, but I don't know who struck it, so never mind.
Oh, I do, actually. Are you talking about that B?
This.
Oh.
The one that's
been
struck.
From what I recall, it was struck because it isn't part of the law, and we were staying really, really tight to the law. It was a holdover from 328. It was a holdover from way before.
It had to do with the provisions.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary.
It was part of the old junk.
Huh.
All right, any other questions on that? Okay, let's take that to, Member Davis, is your light on to speak to it?
No, I think I was just trying to clarify and understand what was, but.
Okay. You gotta turn it on. Go ahead.
I think it should be clear that everyone's responsible for this information in this rule. And if a teacher does violate the law, there may be repercussions. And I worry about saying it doesn't include because it actually, to me, it makes it sound like they're not responsible for keeping like all the provisions of 261 or such. So I think it's just because that section is gone and where it's placed now, it seems like it would be confusing.
Okay, Member Bogus?
So I would offer that it does make sense. It says professional learning, which according to our code includes remediation. So the content of professional learning provided by an LEA shall be made freely available, ... And when they respond, it includes a copy of the training and a copy of this rule. If the training is in a form of remediation, that is private.
That's private.
And I am not saying that the data, if people are violating this, that data comes to us in a different way. But for a parent to gain access to a teacher's remediation plan is not appropriate.
That's right.
Well, then I would be happy to.
Speak into the microphone, Member Davis, please.
I think you would have to change it, because this is saying the professional learning in subsection 5, which doesn't exist anymore.
Subsection 6, it's been changed.
Okay, so you're saying that it doesn't include coaching or remediation, but
So we're talking about the remediation requested by the parent to be made freely available. We're talking about the training. When parents request training, a district does not have to hand over remediation.
I totally agree, but I don't, first of all, I don't even. So you're looking at this. Are you looking at an individual may bring a violation of this section to the board in accordance with the process described in R277-123?
No.
That's number 6.
I'm looking at lines 146 to 155.
I get that, but what does it refer to now?
It's referring to the requested
There's no section
training.
6.
Line 146 is subsection 6.
Oh, I just think you somehow have to clarify that if a teacher's being remediated for breaking this rule,
I think if they're
that
being
doesn't
remediated
have
at
to
all.
be given. But aren't there laws? Aren't there already privacy laws in place for those types of personnel issues? I mean, don't we already have laws that you don't publish that to people or give that to people? I just worry we don't send a message that sounds like teachers don't have to be responsible.
Oh, okay. Dr. Dixon,
I don't.
can you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the confusing points about the term remediation is that remediation is generally a term of employment. So, I would say Principal Davis, I'm a teacher for Principal Davis, and maybe I have some instructional issues and I'm on a plan of assistance, which would be considered remediation. Part of that plan of assistance may include coaching. You generally don't think of that as professional learning. That's generally in that employment category. However, getting additional training, support, coaching, which is professional learning, can be part of the remediation plan. So remediation is kind of a term, again, that's generally thought of in an employment manner, although it might be attached to some other form of professional learning like coaching. So back to the privacy issue, in that employment space, there are laws that protect some of that information from going outside of those that are involved. So when I was a principal and had teachers on remediation, there was a system where coaches were brought in, they had additional support, and the coach would be privy to some of the instructional practices, obviously, that they're trying to work on. But it's not something that would go out to parents or to others. So there was that privacy was triangulated within those who were part of that remediation program. So I think that's just kind of a tricky term when you're associating it with professional learning. There are components of professional learning that would be part of the remediation process, but the employment piece of the remediation would provide some acts of privacy around it. I hope I said that given the hour correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think you articulated that very well. Sometimes as part of a remediation plan, you are directed as a condition of your employment to go to certain trainings. And, sometimes parents find out about this, sometimes all sorts of things. But if a teacher's on a remediation plan, we need to protect that and protect their privacy.
Okay. Any others? I think we'll move to a vote. All right. Voting is open. Member Green, the voting is open for the motion that the board restore lines 154 and 155 and strike the word coaching or. I'm sorry, did you have?
The vote is a yes.
I see it was changed from 5 to 6, right?
Yes, I believe that was a technical change that they offered.
Okay.
I have no struggle with that.
Okay. I'm sorry, Member Green, it got recorded? Okay, thank you. All right, 13, 14. Oh, 15. Okay, that passes 13-2. The noes are Davis and Straight. All right. Do you have?
Defer to Member Carey.
Okay, Member Carey, you had a motion? Member Carey is first. Go ahead. Oh,
Is it? Well, now that all the easy stuff is done on 328, no. So I just have three amendments that I'd like to make, and I believe they're already queued up. The third one may have to be tweaked. I don't think staff has had enough time to make the updated change that I had emailed. But the first motion I'd like to make is to line 47. And that motion is that the board add the following language to line 47. Prohibited discriminatory practice means the same as defined in section 53B-1-118. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
okay, let's get a second. Member Klein, and back to you for comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. So if you take a look at lines 43 through 46, we have pulled that language. We've pulled the definitions of important governmental interest into our rule. We've pulled personal identity characteristic from the law into our rule, but we omitted to pull in the prohibited discriminatory practice part or definition. So my first motion would be that we add that definition or that clause to the pending rule.
Okay, that is on the floor. And are there any comments to that? We did have a second from Klein. Member Bogus?
I would just speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Speaking in favor. Member Davis?
Are we referencing it, or are we putting language in from it to define? I mean, can someone read it for us so we remember, like, the lengthiness?
You mean read section 54B, blah, 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 or do you want the motion?
Yeah, read the definition.
Oh. Does someone have the definition? Do you have it, or do you
I
want
think
them
it
to
would
get
fit.
it?
We did quote the whole.
If I may,
Go ahead.
I believe that the prohibitions that we have listed currently are those that meet the definition of prohibited discriminatory practice.
Okay.
And this will go to my second motion regarding line 90.
Okay.
But that's all I'd like to.
Okay.
Find that code section either.
Right here.
Oh. What's?
Okay, are there any other comments? All right, ready to vote? Let's open up voting. Member Green, the voting is open for a motion that says the board add the following language to line 47. Number 5, prohibited discriminatory practice means the same as defined in section 53B-1-118. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Okay. All right, that's unanimous, passes. All right, Member Carey, you're the next one.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I'd also like to move to amend line 90. So that line 90 would read, that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practice. And if we could, just because my English teacher would insist on it, can we add the Queen's comma, please? Yeah, Oxford comma.
It's too late, I didn't get it. I do not like Oxford comma. Not an Oxford comma.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We just want to confirm the amendment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we can get a second, then.
Do we have a second? Member Hymas seconded, and would the maker please speak to the motion? Okay. Is someone Member Wood, you have a friendly amendment?
If there was such a thing. We just need to add that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practices because all of, then as you go below, it has to line up with the verbs below in the long list of thou shalt nots.
The motion belongs to the body. Is there an objection to that? Okay.
Unless you've got something better.
Is changing it to that so that it's grammatically, is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Member Klein. No, I deleted you. There you go.
So I would amend the motion so that, okay, is yours the top one or the bottom one? To read so it's that time, that includes, okay. So I would amend it to say, to strike instruction that promotes or endorses. So I guess you took out instruction up above already, so I'm trying to see, because your amendment's the top part, right? So that includes, yeah, so it would be the same, it would just take out, as his motion, just take out promotes or endorses.
All right, so there's a motion on the amendment on the floor that strikes instruction that promotes or endorses. Is there a second?
I'll treat it as a friendly.
Oh, okay. Is there any objection from the body for that change? Hearing none, that's now the amendment. All right, so the motion on the floor is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practice that
May not include.
may not's down there. Do you keep it?
It should say professional learning provided by an LEA may not include prohibited discriminatory.
Oh, may not.
I don't think you said the may not part.
Oh, did I not? I'm sorry.
And?
That was, I think we can't change that or friendly, so we change that to a that. So we have to see what the final version is, because there may be some.
Oh, okay, I guess it needs to be that. Okay. Prohibited discriminatory practices. Yeah.
All right. So the motion on the floor is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes prohibited discriminatory practices that. I think, Ms. Newey, you're changing the reference rather than the actual motion. There you go. All right, we already had that motion and seconded. Comments, member Straight, member Lear, member Hymus, and I apologize if it's not that order. Okay, go ahead, member Straight.
So, Chair, I just have a question.
Sure.
I'm not certain language is new to me. Is because this is the introductory sentence into 115 through 140. And so because of that, how does this new language affect the meaning of each one of those prohibited practices?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you have an answer to that? We don't have an answer to that. You have to turn your mic on. Okay.
So
hold on. So do you have a clarifying question?
Well, I'm just trying to evaluate and understand
the why.
The why behind the change.
Okay. Is there someone that would like to? Do you want to? He's asking about the why. Would you like to respond?
Sure. Just generally, I think, it's an interesting question because I think we've been doing that all night, right? We have a law that says this is what you have to do, this is what you can't do. But as a board, we've taken it upon ourselves to say, well, we're going to clarify that. We're going to emphasize something. We're going to make sure that this is clear. And I believe that this edition does the same thing that we have been doing since 1 p.m., which is just clarifying, refining, and making sure that our LEAs have the guidance that that some believe that they need in order to navigate this space. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up would be Member Lear. You need to be on. Oops.
I think this doesn't read well because we want to train teachers to not do something regarding these prohibited practices. I don't think we want to say never discuss them or never use the words. So that means we want to tell them not to endorse them or not to promote them. But they can't. I think that in training teachers, we don't want to just say we don't. There needs to be some action that goes toward these.
Okay. So, are we missing a verb? Is that what the problem is?
You've got a verb. I think you've got include, but
so is the sentence stem not?
I think you just need I think you need the action verbs telling teachers what they're not to do regarding these prohibited practices.
Okay. Is there a change?
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
And I like promotes and endorses. I mean, or I don't want them to, no. I don't want them to promote or endorse. So.
Okay. So what we were looking at was the language for the motion to be the professional learning provided by an LEA may not include discriminatory practices, period. Those in.
No, you've got it. I'm sorry, but can I just.
Correct. And then.
You're not, I don't think I'm not describing this very well, but it's not that you're prohibiting the discriminatory practices. You're discouraging teachers from doing, for lack of a better word, doing the discriminatory practices.
Okay.
Maybe you can try something.
Okay. Member Davis? Oh, Hymus.
Thank you. So I think I'm hearing what Member Lear's saying. It might be in the same category that I'm in. And I think I appreciated Member Carey's original motion before the Klein amendment. Yeah, so I know we asked for, is there any opposition? And my brain is slower than most, so yes, there's opposition.
Okay. Okay, do you have a
So how do we get back to Member Carey's?
Okay, so can we go back to the original motion that Member Carey brought forward? Is there that, do you have the undo button?
More similar anyway.
All right. All right, are we back to the original on the screen? All right, so what the motion is right now, Member Carey, as I understand it, is the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practices that. Is that accurate? Yeah. Okay.
That's a no.
You live on the edge. Go, Klein.
Okay, so I would amend it to read, an LEA shall provide professional learning on prohibited discriminatory practices.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do, so you can write it that way, or I can just do it. But that's what I'm doing.
Well, I guess,
Yeah.
that was, that doesn't right. I think you don't want.
That's what I'm.
Yes, and then
doing,
put
whether
a
you guys
then
change it
put
or
a
not.
colon.
That's what I'm doing in my school.
Right, okay. So,
Yep.
That's not the way I would say it, but yeah, I understand.
I mean.
No, I understand.
Okay, next up would be Member Bogus. There is now oh wait, I'm sorry. Is there a second for amendment, to the amendment?
Sure.
Okay,
I want to hear her explain it.
Member Bogus, seconded. And
I'm so confused though. Sorry.
And then colon.
okay, you still seconding that?
Okay, so I'm ready.
Are you seconding that?
I seconded and I'm moving to amendment.
Okay, that's amendment to the amendment. We can have another one, can't we? Oh. Okay. All right.
So can I amend or not?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
We can vote it down and then you can amend.
Don't take yourself so seriously.
Who?
I don't know. That's your job.
Member Davis.
Thank you. I love the streamlined language of Member Klein's. My worry is that people will hear, you have to train on these prohibited discriminatory practices, but we've missed the clarity on what to do with them and what not to do with them, which is Carol's point in which Joe clarified in the beginning. So I do think we need to say an LEA shall provide professional learning that include, or however we had it before. I don't know how we had it, but it somehow needs to say that teachers need to know that they can't endorse or promote these prohibited discriminatory practices as follows.
LEA shall provide professional learning on not promoting or endorsing.
You can try and see if there's an objection. Member Yes.
So
Member Klein has the floor.
Without objection, I would amend my amendment to read an LEA shall provide professional learning on, oh no, I just forgot it. On, I'm so tired. On not engaging in prohibited discriminatory practices.
Well, hold on. Do we have any objections to that?
It's not such as, because there's discrete ones that are listed and not, it's not a, it can't be expanded beyond that, so.
It sounds funny, but you know what? Writing by committee, it sounds funny.
Okay, so if you have a choice about what you vote on, and you just need to vote accordingly. So this is what the amendment is, and we're going to vote on it, and then we're going to move forward. Oh, yeah, you can speak to the
89.
motion. You just can't change it.
No, I'm not going to change
Okay.
it. Okay. My concern with promote or endorse is that we have never been able to nail down what that means. It's different for everybody, and what is promoting and endorsing for one is not for another. And so this is a way that people have been getting around it, and teachers. So in the trainings, and I've been to some of the trainings where they are explicit about, well, it's not promoting or endorsing if you do it this way, or they can't pin somebody down for promoting or endorsing because it's in the eye of the beholder, and someone can easily say, well, no, I was just putting this, I just put a decoration in my room, and I don't think it's promoting, it's just
a decoration.
It's how people interpret it, or the meaning that they attach to whatever is out there, and someone could pretend that it doesn't mean that when that's what it does mean.
What it does mean. Okay. Hymus?
Yeah, I still think it is very difficult. I'm still a fan of Member Carey's original motion. The motion we're discussing beyond this one. I just don't think it's clean yet. So I'll vote against it, and maybe something else will come out, but I'm not there yet.
Okay. Member Bogus? You're red.
Yeah, I have an amendment to the main motion after the, if the body accepts this, but I would move to main them. I want to stay on the list.
Okay, you'll stay on the list. Member Lear?
I think that my concern is, as you might expect, the opposite of Member Klein's. I also don't think that teachers should be in a position where if they provide information, it is furthering a professional practice or an evil practice. That's not the exact phrase, but it's to that effect. I think there has to be, we'll never, if our point is to try to catch teachers in their errors or in their sometimes intentional misbehavior, yes, there's always ways around that. But I think the point is we want to train teachers that they're not supposed to promote these things, they're not supposed to further these concerns, and they're not supposed to, what's the third word? Promote or endorse. And we can't be in every classroom all the time.
I think I got it memorized.
So to train them that yes, but to say they can't even say the words or provide information is not realistic, and it's not healthy. It's not for teachers. It's not healthy for young people. So
Okay,
we're talking about training teachers about what they can say in a classroom. So I don't want to make them fearful
Member Davis?
for what's said in a classroom.
I do think we want to lean into the space of endorsing or promoting, because this goes right back to what we talked about originally when we worried that you can't engage in a conversation that any race is inherently superior or inferior to another race when World War II was almost entirely about that concept. And there's a certain amount of like, you have to go there to a bit, to be able to even teach anything in or any of our history classes. So, but Member Klein, I am almost inclined just to go back to what you said, because the law 261, and maybe we just referenced 261, we labeled it like Member Carey suggested, that it must include instruction on the discriminatory practices, and then we list all of the things that teachers cannot promote or endorse in the classroom.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor.
It shall include instruction.
Sorry. I thought you were finished.
It shall include instruction that teacher's instruction may not include these things. Or actually really goes back to promoting
we can't. Okay, we have to vote on this one before we can make a different one. So I would like to move to, Member Bogus, is this about this item in particular? Or are you in line? Okay. Let's go to a vote. Okay, the voting is, Member Green, the voting is open on Member Klein's motion to amend. An LEA shall provide professional learning on not engaging in prohibited discriminatory practices as follows.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. Come on, we need 3 more, and we got to get through this. One more. Oh, okay. Thanks, Member Booth. All right, that amendment fails 13-2, with the yeses being Member Klein and Member Green. All right, so now we are back to Member Carey's motion, which is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory those practices that do we have anybody that would like to beat this dead horse? Okay. I thought you were okay. Member Bogus. I'm sorry. Do you not have a?
No, she's good.
Okay, so I would move, and I just did send you both an email. I would move to amend lines 89 and 90 to say that the professional learning provided by an LEA may not include instruction that conflicts with 53G-2-104.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Hold on. The motion's been seconded by Member Green. Didn't I hear that? Yes. Okay. All right, so now you can speak to your motion. Are you sure that you have the right?
Do I not have the right code line? Is that what you're asking?
That is what they're asking.
So if it's the wrong code line, then we need to get the right code line. That's the one I pulled. 53B1118. I don't know where I got the other one. Sorry.
I mean, that's a relevant one. It's just not that one.
And then I would follow this up with a second amendment, but I don't want to do it at the same time.
Okay.
That would flow into the language that remains. No. No, because that we all go crazy and we act like nutso. So
I would prefer to that we vote on this and then we create an introductory sentence
Okay.
to the rest of this.
Okay,
And then both make sense.
okay. Did you speak to it, or do you want to speak to it more?
That is me speaking to it. We
Okay.
need clarity, and what we have here is we're trying to combine two things together, and it's not going to work with the way all of those things that we copied and pasted from code are there.
Member Lear, would you like to speak to that? Oh,
The language,
sorry. I'm sorry. Member Davis.
I have a substitute motion that line 89 reads.
Can't,
We need to say that the instruction shall include that teachers may not promote or endorse prohibited discriminatory practices.
okay. Member Lear, you're next.
I'd like to see what the language says in the statute, and I'm just looking it up now. In
Okay.
53B dash,
It's all that stuff down below.
I just want to say, I want to see what the introductory language into
The
that.
STEM.
It's in the law. I mean, it's in the new law, so you're not gonna be able
I
to
know
look-
that, I know,
okay.
I can
Oh,
look at
sorry.
the bill. The bill would have it.
Yeah, so it's lines 189.
Also mean, but how does it introduce this into prohibit? That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
does
Also means- I know what they
anyone
are,
else
but
have
they-
Yeah,
but
I
what
wasn't-
it-
comments to
we gotta
this?
do- we gotta
All
have
right,
teachers
is
what
this
they're
queued
supposed
up
to
for
do
a
about
vote?
them. That's what we're missing.
Okay, let me look at
Okay.
I was just gonna look up the bill. Or maybe it won't bring
it.
it.
It says promote too. That-
All right, we need to vote. Voting's open. I don't know what you're watching, but, oh, that's cool.
My little 12-year-old already knows.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes, thank you. I'll hold on that, a minute. Members, voting is open. We have 4 plus green is a yes. Member Rio, can you hit yes on, Member Green's thing or somebody? The motion is right there. We're at 13, we're at 14, we are missing 1. All right, that fails 11-4 with the yeses being Vice Chair Hart, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Bogus. I liked them. Okay, so now we are back to Member Davis.
Okay, we just need a shall there.
Do you have
So
a motion?
my language would be in line 89, the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that teachers may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices.
Why didn't you say that 20 minutes?
You actually said it, but we got all twisted up. Educators is fine. Matt said educators, that's friendly. That's fine. And then, yeah, I think we wanted the code referenced as well. The law uses promote, so, and they mean the same.
How do you want it, how do you want the code referenced? As defined in? As?
Either way, it can be a parenthetical reference or, we're listing it anyway. We're writing every single word of it out, so
Okay. All right.
I guess you could just put a colon after that, so then they know
Is there
it's
a
listed.
Okay, hold on. Is there a second? Okay, the straight second. And now, you have spoken to it.
What would you do,
Um,
Christina? It might be friendly. It might be friendly. What is it?
It might be, yes, doctor.
Might be friendly. Can we, what can you say,
that professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote or engage in?
Well, the law of 261 uses the word promote. Because if you.
All right, so the motion on the floor is amend line 89 to say the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices as described in section 53B 1-1-118. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Member Green is a yes. Thank you, Member Green. Got it. We need 4 more. All right, come on, folks. We need 4 more. Look at your screen. Yes, she did. Oh, that would be me. Okay, that's unanimous. That passes unanimously. Congratulations, guys. All right, Member Carey, did you have another one?
We have to vote on his underlying.
Oh, geez. Oh, okay. So now we have the, thank you. Now we have the underlying motion, which is that the board amend. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I was going to try to wing it, but no.